Yep.
It's not good.
Losing at the half.
B-side on the beat.
What's going on with that PPP? You done a lot of talking, not a lot to see. Up in the millions like 2.3, but Jeff got it all, getting off scot-free. Trying to talk tips like we talking about stock, but you're talking about men printed on called stock. When you open your mouth, I take it with a grain of salt, cause the market's down and you're a clown, it's all your fault. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. Did you dip, Jeff? I think you dipped, Jeff. What you talking about? I don't think you dipped yet. Willie's doing shady shit like the GOBs, like his whole failed thing with them NFTs, taking money from the people to pay. Most of them are broke, but that's okay, he's getting money. Even better, tax-free, loving all the stimulus from PPP. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit.
What's going on with that PPP? You done a lot of talking, not a lot to see. Up in the millions like 2.3, but you all got it all, getting off scot-free. Try to talk tips like we're talking about stock, but you're talking about men printed on card stock. When you open your mouth, I take it with a grain of salt, cause the market's down and you're clown, it's all your fault. You ruined the hobby I love with the bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit. Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. Did you dip me out? I think you dipped you out. What you talking about? I don't think you did, Jill. It's just shady shit like the GOBs, like it's wholesale thing with the mid-FTs. Taking money from the people to pay. Most of them are broke, but that's okay. He's getting money, even better, tax-free. Loving all stimulus for PPP. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson, Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson.
What is going on, everybody? Hopefully, you guys are doing well out there. It is another Thursday night here on Sports Card Radio. I guess we're about a week away from Halloween time. Where are we going to be getting that candy potentially next week? Maybe we'll have to postpone next week's show. We'll see what we have to do. But what is not going to be postponed is tonight's show. We've got a big one for you today on Thursday, October 24th. It is now 5:34 p.m. Pacific time. It's 8:34 on the East Coast, and everybody is tuning in to see what happened and what is going on with that PPP and what is going on with this hobby. We've got a lot of things to talk about on today's show. We've got a hobby first lady pulling a big card. Looks like maybe in her car. We've got updates from other stories that we've covered in the past. We'll talk about maybe some of our selling ventures. Ryan, we had a PSA order come back today.
Ooh.
At least the grades got popped, and maybe we'll talk about that. We have super producer Tim in the background working the phone lines. Ryan, do we have a giveaway for tonight?
Oh, we do.
Or did you sell that already?
I've already opened it. Yeah. Sorry,
You've
guys.
already opened it. You've already opened it and listed the one hit. What is that you have there?
It's one of these boxes that people are flooding Costco and retail.
People are pushing over the babies and the strollers and elbowing the kids out of the way to go to Costco to buy Panini. What is this? 2024
Donruss.
And it has that jumbo downtown card in it. Is that correct?
Goddamn right.
So kids
Jumbo
are
downtown.
running to Costco. Probably, the Costco, Ryan, is always on the outskirts of town. So people are probably spending, if they're out here in California, it's probably $4 in gas to get there. Then you got to get out. You probably have to go on your lunch break, clock out, go on your lunch break, get a couple of those boxes to make what, $5, $6 each? I mean, totally respect the hustle. So that is fantastic. So we've got one of those to give away. That comes courtesy of the neighborhood, Ryan. The neighborhood card shop located in, I was upside down, located in Lodi, California. We are in the hood, baby. The neighborhood card shop located in Lodi, beautiful Lodi, California. Ryan, if you work in Stockton, you might as well live in Lodi because
yeah,
it was a lot. Look, I was actually in Lodi today, and then I drove to Stockton, and it was like going from one world to another. It was like going from the first world to the third world. You saw all kinds of stuff you driving into Stockton, but Lodi at least is a civilized city in California, and there is the neighborhood card shop. Some deals to be had there. I think they're going to be setting up at the Auburn Trading Card Show. Ryan, we've got an absolute jam-packed show schedule coming up for both of us. I think you're at a show this weekend. Why don't you fill everybody in on your schedule, as I'm sure everybody, including the ladies tuning in tonight, probably want to know.
Oh, I bet they do. I bet they're about to take out their phone and put it in their calendar. But yeah, we've got a lot going on in the sports card world. We've got a lot going on over here at Sports Card Radio. Jammed, packed schedule. And tonight, yes, you can win one of these. What are they calling these? Donruss mega boxes or jumbo downtown mega box, or I don't know. Whoever is caller of the night. And at some point here, we'll drop the link in the chat. Whoever wins caller of the night, and we'll probably determine that by polling the audience in the chat, who I can see is already fired up, as Luke Gadonsak is 4 of 14 at the half, as his Dallas Mavericks are down by 2 points very early in the game at halftime. Luka Doncic getting his shots up, guys, already. 7-7 in the NFL game. But the chat is fired up because they want to hear about some of the tremendous content and some of the tremendous drama in the hobby. And we will try to provide that today on Sports Card Radio. I see Samuel Moose is in the building. I see Bobby Bauer, Hornets, Hobby Champs, Army ATC, who called in last week. This Cardboard Life, the meme god of Instagram, is here.
The Boss Man is here.
Boss Man, our boy Boss Man from Modesto.
Ryan, I think the question of the night is, the stream went 9 hours long last weekend or last week.
You dipped, Daniel?
Yeah, and you dipped. I can't remember what hour of the night that you actually dipped.
Might have been halfway through.
What was so urgent that you had to dip out on the #1 highest rated live program in the sports card hobby?
Oh man, you teed me up for that one. Yeah, well, I think I was picking up my then 27-year-old girlfriend the next night, and
oh wow,
I think
so
that
it wasn't even
broke
that
up.
night.
So yeah, it wasn't even that night. No,
so it's over.
Wait,
it's over.
Done?
It's over.
It's done because you didn't stay.
Yeah,
maybe.
What happened?
Oh well, I mean, God, we could do a whole segment on that, but without getting into a whole lot of detail, she had quite a bit of baggage in her life that was going to be hard to overcome. So nothing that I did, though. I wish I could say that, oh yeah, I did this, or I said this, or did this stupid thing, which is usually the case. Usually it's me doing something stupid or not responding to their text messages for 48 hours. And then that kind of kills it. But yeah, so that's it. So that's all she wrote. But we got a lot to talk about in the sports card world. We're not going to worry about that.
Okay.
We got a giveaway courtesy of Neighborhood Card Shop. You could call in and win. We got basketball games. We got football games. We've got backyard breaks to talk about. We've got our girl Sarah. We've got a CardsHQ review. We've got tons of stuff to talk about. Fanatics live. We've got card shows happening that we're going to be at. We have a massive, guys, if you're not sitting down, you might want to, but we have a massive update in the hobby president, hobby first lady voting. Absolutely massive update. Somewhat shocking, as we only have a couple weeks left in the voting for hobby president and hobby first lady, which is happening right now over on Sports Card Radio. I'll drop the link in the chat. Guys, over 15,000 votes have been cast over here on Sports Card Radio. We're loving the clicks, and we have a massive update. I don't know where we want to begin. I don't know how.
Well, I mean,
Colin,
we
you're
had
married, but I don't know how the other dating life is going. But what'd you guys talk about? I guess we could start. What'd you guys talk about for 4 hours after I left? What
well,
occurred?
there
I
was,
actually didn't tune back in.
I don't remember a whole lot. I will say there's a reason why I don't have the goose on the table today, because last Thursday just completely wrecked my Friday. I had to drive all the way down to Los Angeles. So needless to say, thank God the Tesla kind of drives itself, because it wouldn't have been a great drive. I do believe the highlight. I know I was so, I don't want to say I was so busy, but I was right by UCLA. So you can imagine, just being able to walk around outside, you do have quite a bit of viewing, needless to say. But let me just say this. I think the highlight, Ryan, of the last several hours that you missed for a girl that you don't even date anymore is that Tim was formally invited to, I think, the great, is it a country? I don't know. Budapest.
Oh, yeah. Hungary.
Excuse me. Hungary.
With Porno Dan.
With Porno Dan to potentially star in an adult film. So that was you boned out, and we have invitations over here for X-rated videos. So, anything can happen here on the Sports Card Radio program. That is why the Neighborhood Card Shop is sponsoring today's show with a giveaway. And that's why you guys want to call in, because the call in could lead to a lot of different things. Ryan, you were around for the call-ins that we had last week. And boy, there was a lot of drama that spilled over onto Instagram after that. Denny Cards was on here, and I'll be honest with you, Ryan. Denny Cards doesn't bother me at all. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind his demeanor. I don't mind his content. I really, for whatever reason, Ryan, I don't mind him whatsoever. But there's a lot of people, including the guest that called in, and there was a lot of back and forth on Instagram. Denny, I think, though, fits in that sweet spot that you actually want to fit in as a content creator. You either want people to love you or you want them to absolutely hate you. And I think that's where Denny has fallen in. And honestly, I don't know if he's actually intentionally trying to do that, or if he's intentionally trying to get people to love him, intentionally trying to get people to hate him. But I think he's doing a fantastic job, because he is falling on both sides of the spectrum. And boy, there was a lot of activity on Instagram. I do have a 5-minute limit on Instagram every single day. And Ryan, as we'll talk about today, our girl Sarah pulled a very big card on Instagram. And so I was not able to really follow the drama as much as maybe I would have liked to. So maybe potentially somebody that is on Instagram more than 5 minutes a day can call in and maybe tune us in. But boy, we had a lot of drama. We went 9 hours. I was completely smashed and hungover. and we had
I was
Denny.
roasting people last night or last week.
You were killing them. I mean, it was an eventful evening. I can say that we probably will not go 9 hours tonight. I will not be drinking. I do have things to do on a Friday. I am over here hitting the refresh on the Ticketmaster as well.
I'm drinking.
So you're more than welcome to do that. I've made $471 today flipping tickets, so I'm trying to make it trying to continue the streak, and that included sometime in the Tesla, Ryan. We've got the full self-driving in the Model Y, Ryan, and I will say,
refreshing in the Tesla? Wow.
You can. The key is you got to wear a hat and lower yourself a little bit so the camera doesn't see where your eyes are. As long as the internal camera does not see where your eyes are, I may or may not have been hitting the refresh button in the car, and I may or may not have made several $100s while driving home. So it's fantastic.
Dedication right there.
Dedication. Ryan, let's get into today's topics. We've got an eagerly, audience just with bated breath waiting for the different types of topics that we've got to talk about on today's show. Where do you want to start?
We will be at a card show.
That's right.
This weekend on Saturday, the 608 card show in San Ramon. Find your East Bay MILFs over there, baby.
Where the hell is San Ramon?
San Ramon's East Bay. So a nice little,
okay.
Far merchandise over there.
Not far from where you are.
Absolutely. Very close. This is less than an hour. So we'll be there 10 a.m. Saturday, October 26th. We will be set up. Come by, sell me your little scrap. And that's very exciting. Can't wait for this card show. We obviously have the Auburn Trading Card Show coming up November 16th. Auburn, California. Free admission, free parking. Justin Gamble will be there. Mary Gamble will be there. We will be there.
Dr. Collectible is going to be there.
Dr. Collectible will be there.
Ryan, this is turning into a really big event.
This is actually becoming bigger. Much bigger.
Definitely. Tim, will you be there?
Are you guys going? You guys going?
We're going. Oh, the Auburn Trading Card Show is on the calendar, and it's the one show. Come on up. Come on up.
Just stay for the weekend or what?
Why not?
It's a must attend event.
I'm down.
It's a must. I think it's a must event. You can get free packs if you're a kid. There'll be a wide range of dealers. It's not one of those shows, Ryan, too, where it's all just a bunch of high-end fucking show off my downtown and kaboomies. In fact, our boy Mike Petty probably could find some vintage cards there, although I'm sure he's busy planning our vacation and our trip to the great state of Arizona, which will put Mr. Trump over the top next Tuesday. But we don't need to talk about that, since there's probably some white dudes for Harris in the chat. But I'm very excited about the Auburn Trading Card Show. And then later in the month, there is a Chino Hills show, Ryan, that I will be attending. And Ryan, just a little teaser out there to the audience. There will be a special guest on the program on the 30th. I'm not exactly sure what day the 30th is, but we will be having a special guest, somebody that we've talked about here on the program.
Wow.
But we've never actually made contact with. I do have confirmation today that will likely happen. So
wow.
Incredible. As we get closer, we'll tease it more and more. Tease might be an appropriate word.
Wow. Can you vote for this person on Sports Card Radio right now in the elections, either for president or for first lady?
I'll be honest with you. I'm not one of the 15,000 people that have vote, but I do see that you can vote for this person on Sports Card Radio.
Wow.
So I'm excited.
Very exciting.
Yes, it is.
So you will be at this Chino Hills Sports Card. Now, doesn't the person who runs this show is like 19 years old? I mean, this is like one of the
it's a younger entrepreneur, I would say. And I'll be honest with you, if some grizzled old man running the thing, I don't think you'd find me in Chino Hills on Thanksgiving weekend. But I think I'll try to make it down. I definitely will make it down there. I'm either going to fly down there or I will, put the Tesla on autopilot and be hitting refresh for the December NFL games that I'll be reselling. So very excited.
I love it.
Yep.
And are we selling Dodger Parking? We got a huge, massive World Series game that starts tomorrow. How much is parking for the Dodger game?
Face value on the Dodgers is $70, and you can clear $2 if you want to sell them.
Oh, wow.
At least when I sold them, I only sold a handful. Just say I sold them, but there's really no money. There's no money in the game.
No money in the game. Okay.
I don't think so. Unless they're sold out now on the I made so much money on the Dodgers in the first 2 games that I was like, screw it. See, the price, so the prices you see there include fees. So you have to kind of click that off to get it.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, they changed the parking a little bit. They split G up into G and I. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, you can make money there.
Lot G, baby.
There was you couldn't buy that on the Dodgers website. At least I didn't see. So
is there still that scam on StubHub where if you go to the end of the listing, there's all these kind of ones that are incorrectly listed? It doesn't look like that's still the case.
Yeah, they've cleaned it up. Yeah, they've cleaned it up.
Cleaned it up.
You're just giving away all these money making.
You made 400 today, so yeah, you did pretty good.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. Got kids in private school, so gotta be over here earning those checks. And then let's just say our PSA order came back, Ryan, and we're definitely not going to be retiring off the grades that we got.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, some of those are rough cards, so to be expected on that one.
Honestly, though, no, the stuff that we sent in, the stuff that we thought was rough, came back about how you would expect. There was some 5s though.
Some 5s. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's usually not a good sign when there were 10s, but there were also some PSA 5s. So
PSA 5s. Wow.
Yeah, that's not good. That's usually not a good thing. Unless we're talking about the girls you're dating, because that would be a step up in the right direction.
Correct. Speaking of 10s, here is our 2 people you can vote for Hobby President, Hobby First Lady. Here is Alex and John Mangini.
Oh my God.
We got a huge update for the election. I was sent this today by one of the loyal viewers of Sports Card Radio. And
wow.
I'm not sure where this is from, but we have a picture.
Quite a shot.
You know what? We have an even better shot, Colin, because it's too bad we weren't out in New York, because this is from in the last couple weeks. We have from left to right, we have Breaks with Jess, we have Alex, and we have Mary Gamble out in New York City. Boy, wouldn't we like to roll up? Looks like they're out playing pool. Wouldn't we like to roll up to that pool hall?
Ryan, you missed out. Looks like you really missed an opportunity there, because that looks like a 33. You guys missed it. You guys truly missed.
Who do you think won? Who do you think won in pool? Who do you think is the best in pool from Breaks with Jess, Alex, or Mary Gamble? Who do you think won? I don't know the answer.
Who I'd want to shoot pool with?
Well, who do you think won the pool game if they shot pool?
I did hear you. I have no idea. I'm assuming Alex, because she seems like the type of girl that could shoot pool.
And then I guess answer your own question. Who would you want to go to a game?
I don't want to answer that question. I will not. I'm gonna plead the fifth.
Okay. I never seen that girl on the left.
Breaks with Jess.
She's on a Topps card. Yeah. I think she's connected with one of the hobby shops down there. But if you call in tonight, you're going to have to answer that question: which one of the 3 would you want to shoot pool with? Breaks with Jess, Alex, or Mary Gamble? I feel like I should add Breaks with Jess to the Hobby First Lady voting.
My God. Do we have an update on the voting?
Should I update the voting?
Yeah, like do people know where everything
stands?
Tease
that enough?
I mean, we're a
We
week
have a
away.
massive
We're less. Yeah, we're a little more than a week away, I guess. We're closing this on Tuesday, whatever the 5th is, or when the election is.
Well, that's debatable, much like the election here in the United States.
Oh,
I
that's
mean, there's
true.
ballot harvesting.
That's true. We
Right.
might not get a decision. It takes 10 days to count the ballots in Arizona, so
Correct.
they must have those illegals that are jumping over the border counting those votes.
Mail-in voting, right? So we'll get a hard date here in a minute, but yes, we're probably about a week and a half, 2 weeks away from this. And you remember that for several weeks, John Mangini has been in the lead for hobby president. Massive lead by, I think,
the link.
as at one point, thousands of votes, guys.
That's incredible.
Well, we have a massive update because Vintage Sports Shack has literally come out of retirement, and now he is in the lead.
What?
Hobby president over on Sports Card Radio with 8 total votes. 8,548 votes have been cast. Vintage Sports Shack now has a small lead over John Mangini.
Oh my God.
Followed by the Sports Card Dad, Jeff Wilson, Brian Gray, Mojo Sports, and Shine, our boy Shine 150. Going to pick us up in the G5 over at Alex Manos Airport here pretty soon. But
Did you
your
message
thought?
Shine back? Did you message Shine back? Didn't he message us? Or what
I
was
think he
that?
did.
He did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, we should get back to him. I think we should get back to him.
We'll have to do that.
Yeah. I think your 5-minute limit on Instagram should exceed if you're talking to Shine about pulling the G5 up to
that might be, that might be the reason to do it.
But can I get your thoughts on Vintage Sports Shack?
My God. Now, am I
taking the lead?
wrong? Did Vintage Sports Shack, did he quit YouTube?
But he came back. He just came back.
Oh, he's so
back.
what was his, do you know what was his initial reason for, staying by and now he's back?
I mean, I watched the video that he made. He was tearful.
This was the goodbye video.
The goodbye video.
He was tearful.
Tearful, yeah. So emotional. He was emotional. It brought up, this is a very serious thing, Colin. We saw last week, and I might give this Donruss thing away to the first person who calls in and explains to me the Denny Cards drama and the whole thing surrounding there. Somebody needs to, and at the very least, somebody please call in and explain to me explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
But in regards to Vintage Sports Shack, he retired, and then I believe a couple days ago he came out with a video. So I think maybe he was just in his feelings for a day or two. And sometimes, you maybe you live in the comment section or you kind of whatever it is.
I hear you.
But he is back.
Well, we're glad he's back
in a big way. He's back in a big way because now he's in the lead for hobby president.
Ryan, I think there's a lot of people that want to vote for SCV. Is he on the list or is he not included?
I can add him to the list right now.
Okay. I think we need Breaks with Jess added as a first lady candidate. I mean, this is, we're adding people late to the ballot. This is
just like the regular election, though. This is just like the regular. Come on, this is just like
might be better.
Let me see if I remember how to do this. So we're adding SCV. We'll call them SCV Sports Cards. We'll add Tim Kim.
Oh, wow. Can't Tim just go in the back end of the website and
probably. So we'll add you guys and we'll click save there. So now you can vote for them.
Fantastic. Look at this.
And then let me add Breaks with Jess to the hobby first lady.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So this is very exciting. And we'll also get to the voting in the hobby first lady here in a minute. Once I add our girl Breaks with Jess.
Really? Okay. So this is exciting. And so, wow, I can't believe Vintage Sports Shack is really taking the lead here over, because it seemed like John Mangini had a gigantic lead just a week ago, and the momentum is completely shifted to now, once retired, but now returned. Vintage Sports Shack. It's very exciting.
Yeah. And you can head on over to sportscardradio.com. And much like the regular election, ballot harvesting counts. You can vote. Your dead cat can vote 3 different times. Your whole entire family can vote as many times as you want. And we will be tabulating the votes. Counting
No
all
ID
the hanging chads.
No
ID check.
Nope. Let's see. What else are we so
Hold on.
we've
We
got
have we have the voting for Hobby First Lady, which does remain relatively chalk. 7,100 votes. Alex is in the lead. Our girl Rhonda in second. Christine, who texted me today, and who last week made like $500 by being herself. So what other program in the sports card world
That's fantastic.
and you call into and get $500 Zelled to you as the show was going on? So I think she was pure stoked about that. She's a little under the weather tonight, so I don't know if she's going to be able to call in. Our girl Sara Ripz, who we'll talk about in a second, is in 4th, and She Breaks is in 5th, but still plenty of opportunities over there. And if you call in tonight, you have to answer the question between our girl Breaks with Jess, who you can now vote for, our girl Alex, our girl Mary. Who would you want to shoot a game of pool with in New York City?
Army ATC said Denny should be moved to Hobby First Lady.
Damn. Denny just catching stray after stray bullet, man.
He is. I honestly, I
What's
mean,
it about?
Honestly, I'm not exactly sure. I think Denny tends to just rub people the wrong way. I'm not exactly sure if there's anything very specific that he has done. But I could see how he could rub people the wrong way. But like I said, for whatever reason, he doesn't bother me at all. People like Jeff Wilson bother me that take multi-million-dollar PPP loans and, act like they know everything about sports card investing, but never have really had a good sports card investing tip at all. My boy Denny's got the minivan, right? He's got the minivan life.
Just a normal guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just living his life. Just living it up.
Catching strays over here, though, man. I want people to call in and explain to me, like I'm 5 years old, why Denny Cards has just been getting shitted on, like you said, like he's Jeff Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's people in this hobby that deserve to be attacked, should be attacked, and in the past certainly have been attacked. And maybe somebody can convince me tonight Denny needs to be attacked, but right now I haven't really seen any crimes against humanity that really have me being overwhelmingly in favor of Denny being attacked, but I certainly can be swayed tonight, Ryan.
Okay,
certainly,
well, is it
the way that he addressed people even last week was, I mean, you can tell why he has
the way he talks about people,
or just the way that he's not socially aware, or social cues, or something's missing. So like
but I think in some ways
say things just to get the attention, but I don't know if that's even it. It might be like a disconnect in the brain.
Wow, so you think he has you actually think he has a mental disorder or something?
Yeah. Or
wow.
And I don't know the answer to this questions. This isn't rhetorical, but is he like thirsty for likes and to be accepted in the community? So it comes across as kind of corny, or he's trying too hard. Is that something, or like,
I don't know. He has how many followers on Instagram? He has 10,000 followers. So
10,000.
Why would he, would he be, I mean, maybe he wants
compared to other guys.
Sure. I mean, but still, it's not like he's a noob.
Like he always says something that's like trying to be shock factor, and then he's like, "Oh, it's supposed to be a joke," but it's like that's not a joke. Like no one would ever joke about that. So it's like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
So he tries to shock and then he tries to walk it back once it does.
Yeah.
Once it does
Once
land.
it fails or he gets called out, like I called, that's
throws
why I
the
was calling
punch.
him out and Queen City. Like both of them are people that just keep saying, oh, they'll say something like really out of like really out of line, and then they're like, oh, it's supposed to be a joke, and it's like that's not like
Sure.
nothing about that was funny or was I don't yeah.
But I guess I just kind of look at it as like, what's good entertainment? And Denny's not the worst, you know. Denny's not the worst from an entertainment standpoint, Ryan.
Well, and if we're talking about crimes against humanity to the sports card world, I mean, this guy has barely committed a misdemeanor. If we're talking about hating on guys, maybe Colin, we need to come back and make videos and like kind of rank the scammers in this industry or kind of rank people, because it's like, so
Look, I'm not saying he's a scammer or a bad person. I'm just saying that's why people don't like him, because he does that kind of, he acts that way.
Damn, I just not seen it. When he calls in, I don't actually. Now he said something about Christine,
like he was
that
saying,
she
like
was kind of fake
Christine was
crying.
like fake crying. Yeah, all that stuff. We can go
That
back.
could just
We
be an
can go back
opinion.
and-
I don't know. I need more evidence against Denny, I guess, before I'm kind of against him. Because I'm pretty neutral against him, and
I'm not against
10,000
him. I'm
followers.
just telling you that's why people don't like him.
Okay, well, damn. I
I-
think we
I
should
mean,
sit
I
here
just-
and
I just
scrutinize
tell
all these
people-
influencers then. Yeah, we need to scrutinize some of these other guys harder then, maybe. If Denny's catching the bullets, maybe.
I mean, I'm not saying he's the worst. I'm just telling you that's the reason you're asking.
All right. Well, you can vote for Denny for hobby president if you so choose. He is one of the people you can vote for. And as you can see, I have voted multiple times. Make sure our boy SCV gets a vote.
Cardboard Life
So-
said check his Denny meme.
Oh my God, this is great.
We are live updating the Denny drama here.
I think all these memes are actually pretty fucking good. Actually,
I don't see it.
I don't see the Denny meme. It looks like everybody's getting the meme treatment over here on
Yeah,
this
post the
Cardboard
link,
Life.
Cardboard Life.
Yeah, hit us with the link. Everybody's catching strays over here. Can we talk about somebody who shouldn't be catching any bullets? Is our girl Sara Ripz.
Please.
Looks like she pulls pretty nice Wemby there, but I think it gets even better for our girl Sara, former employee of Backyard Breaks. Here in a minute, opening a box.
So wait.
Of
Oh, this is that Mercury stuff with the Wemby's guaranteed.
With the Wemby's. That's a super fractor. That is
She's
a one
shaking.
of one. She's shaking like it's our first date, and she's so excited.
Wow. She calling me there? Is that what she's doing?
This is very exciting. And I love how, Ken slid into the DMs, Golden slid into the DMs. We got it.
Yeah,
Boy, you pulled a
yeah.
big card. Jeff slid into the DMs. Look at everybody's in the DMs. Man. I'm going to be like, call me Sara. Dang. We're in the DMs now. So our girl Sara, what do you feel? I think if boxes are rigged and boxes are loaded, we're going to be talking about Backyard Breaks here in a minute. If they're loaded, can we send more of them and as many as we can over to Sara? I mean, what do you feel about Sara pulling probably one of the biggest cards that you can pull out of this Wemby product?
Yeah. So, what do you think that card is worth? It's a one of one. I think the normal versions are probably for a couple thousand.
Well, look,
that's
here's one. Here's a regular ass 1 to 75 napkin patch that's at 2 racks with 40 minutes to go. So
napkin
I would
patch?
bet
What is napkin patch?
they call that, like, if it's white, if it's one color, they call it.
Oh
napkin.
my God. Okay.
I'm not a big fan of that. But I
Okay.
apologize.
So we'll get that out of the way. So she definitely probably got her money back on the box. I'm wondering, Ryan, a few things here. How much were the boxes of Mercury? They were like 10 grand.
8 or 10, I think.
8 to 10 grand. Why is she sitting in her car opening a $10,000 box of trading cards? This is for her. Is this like, is this a customer bought this? Like, just wondering the context around. She was just driving around. I don't want to say where she lives. I think she makes it public, but I don't want to blow it up just in case. But she's driving around where she lives, and she decides.
Thanks for not revealing my address. Thanks for not giving my address.
Where you're flying out later this week. So she's just driving around out here in near the West Coast, and she's like, I've got this $8,000 box of Mercury in my car, and I'm just gonna open it up here on it. Is this what people do? I'm just wondering, what was the context? Because I'll be honest with you, it took me a while until you mentioned that she pulled a Wemby 1 of 1. I didn't really notice that, Ryan.
You were looking elsewhere, or what were you doing?
I mean, I'll plead the fifth on that one twice, probably. So I was not necessarily looking at the card she was pulling, but what I do notice now is, why did she open up an $8,000 box in her car?
I mean, this is what you do. I think
this is what you do.
This is what you do,
man. Did she buy this box for money?
You think it's rigged?
Do I think it's rigged? I mean, I think these Wemby Mercury boxes, does Fanatics have to rig them? You know what I mean? Or, how many other Mercury boxes has she opened? Like, she's opened quite a few, I would assume. And pulling away. How many 1 of 1 Wembys are in this product too? There's not one of 1 Wemby in this product. There's probably like 10.
Yeah, there's
maybe
multiple.
More.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of these Wemby 1 of 1s in this product. So I mean, I'm not like hating on the card or putting it down, but I'm just wondering, is this what we're doing these days? We're getting $8,000 boxes and we're just opening them up in our car.
For the gram, though. I mean, it could be for the gram as well.
Really?
Imagine he gets injured this year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, do we have any stats updated? Has Wemby played yet this year?
They're playing right now.
They're playing right now. Can we get a little...
First game right now. He's 3 of 14, 1 of 7 from 3. He has 6 rebounds, 4 turnovers. He's a -6. Our boy Luka Doncic is 6 of 19, also 1 of 7 from 3. 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 turnovers. He's a +1. They are up 4 points right now, late third quarter, 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. So the problem with the Spurs is they have who's the main scorer on the Spurs? I mean, look at Barnes is playing pretty well tonight. Sochan, Julian Champagne, Chris Paul, Zach Collins, Keldon Johnson, Trey Jones, Stephon Castle, Blake Wesley. I mean, this team is horrific. So if Wemby's shooting 3 of 14, he's got, but aside from Paul, he's got nobody who's looking for him and trying to set him up in a good position. He should not be taking 7 threes. He should be trying to get 7 dunks a game. But he's still a little thin, still a little slight, still doesn't know how to get his shot, still doesn't know where to get the ball on the court. And on defensively, Mavs are kind of a 3-point jump shooting team. How many threes have they taken tonight? I mean, 33 threes. So yeah, I mean, Wembanyama defensively will be kind of have more impact against guys who drive it to the hole, or another big guy or something like that. If you're just standing out jacking threes, you're just hoping they miss and get the rebound. But Spurs hanging in there. But it's going to be a rough year. Look at this fucking team. This team is trash. Like, who the fuck scores on this team?
In some ways, that could be good if you're on a trash team and you're putting up because the hobby doesn't care, Ryan. I mean, look at Luka Doncic. It is now year number 7 for Mr. Doncic? or is that too far? You're 6, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Mr. Donsack has never won anything. In fact, he has lost the big games that he's actually played in, and the hobby still thinks, I mean, I hear it all the time. Oh, Sports Card Radio makes fun of Luka Donsack too much. I can't even watch. My God.
Oh, remember
Tell me
they get
you're a white boy for Harris.
our boy Money.
Who?
Boy Money, who called in last week.
Yeah,
Stepped
that
in
was
for Luka.
money.
Oh, was he all upset? Can't even remember.
You don't even remember.
I don't remember.
That's a good thing. Trust me, it's a good
You're
thing.
ripping him.
Oh, was I? Oh, God. Sorry, Money. So
It's okay. His mom didn't let him watch tonight. He had to do his chores, so his mom didn't let him watch the show. So he's probably not watching yet.
God, did I drink that much? I honestly don't remember that. So yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, money was joking.
Yeah. I was joking. All right.
Shit. So yeah, I think in some ways, Ryan, actually him being on a bad team that doesn't have any players, if he's able to play 70, 75 games this year, his stats are probably going to be pretty damn good. And I don't know what it's going to do to the market of his, first year Mercury cards or what. I mean, how many more sets are we going to have that have his rookie cards? Seems to me like these things can just keep coming up. But I got to imagine with year number 2 starting, that shit's got to kind of wind down.
Well, no, you know what they're going to do? It's because once they get the NBA license, it'll be like a whole new round of like Wemby licensed rookies, and the Breakers and the Jeff Wilson types will be shoving that shit down our throats. Like, forget about Mercury and Topps Chrome. Remember a few weeks ago they were hyping Topps Chrome or whatever. Nobody remembers that set anymore. But no, in a couple of years they'll be hyping. Oh, you got to get the fucking Nebula Noir fucking Dynasty fucking licensed fucking player worn patch, guys.
I don't know. I can see it. In fact, Ryan, it kind of reminds me of these politicians. Like something happens, and then like literally CNN and Reuters and all the liberal media will all have the same headline. Very similar to in conservative media. Trump will say something or Kamala will say something, and then everybody in conservative media has the same talking point. And I think we're there, Ryan, with Fanatics. They come out with a set and everybody has their talking points. Because, Ryan, you know this. We didn't have to go to the neighborhood today in Lodi. Ryan, can you say anything negative about Fanatics at all without the fear of your allocation getting sliced?
Absolutely not. I mean, that's why you're not seeing it, and that's why people who do have allocation have to really tiptoe and kind of dance around what they talk about. Could you imagine, our boy, this Cardboard Life isn't getting any allocation. You can tell he's not getting any allocation because he's able to just kind of speak his mind over here, kind of free and clear. But if you have a card shop, if you're Jeff Wilson, shoot, even if you're our girl Sarah, you got to be careful what you say and what you say and don't say. Your true feelings are always couched. You can't ever really express probably your true feelings about Fanatics or the business or the hobby, because there could be somebody watching, you could get a talking to, and ultimately you could get cut out of the allocation game. Or the likes and the clicks and kind of the acceptance of the hobby positivity world. And that could be devastating if you're doing breaks, if you're a shop, if whatever you are. How do you read the situation? Are people who are getting allocation or beholden to Fanatics in some kind of way, are they able to speak their mind? Or
well, it actually, for those of you that started collecting right around the time Jeff Wilson's second PPP loan cleared, and he went on a world vacation and bought millions of dollars of trading cards. Yeah, exactly. For those of you that have been around a little bit longer than that, this is actually how the hobby has operated for a while. For a while, Ryan, it was literally all Topps had to do was like follow you on Twitter and then you wouldn't say anything negative about them. I mean, there was like a group, it was a much smaller group back then. Obviously the base of collector has expanded. There's collectors on Instagram, there's collectors on Twitter, there's collectors everywhere these days. But for a while there, it was like literally all Topps had to do was like wave at you. And it had most of the hobby in a spell. Like literally captive in a spell. Nobody would say anything bad about Topps. Nobody would comment. This was back in the day about their long redemption wait times, any of the mistakes that they made in their products, the time they had you guys go dumpster diving when Allen and Ginter, for some reason, put cards inside of the box that you normally just throw away, not inside where you can see it, but literally you had to rip open the box to actually see if there was like a mini card in there. So many people in this hobby actually went dumpster diving because of Topps. Yeah, people opened up a bunch of Ginter and then Topps revealed, oh, wait a second. Inside of the boxes, not inside like the packs, right? You had to like unfold and like break open the box damn near like a pack. And nobody could criticize back then, Ryan. So the same thing is thing is happening today. It's just at a much higher level. Much more is at stake. Much more is at stake these days. Because if you lose your allocation, Ryan, and you're not a Burbank Cards or one of these card shops with a diversified revenue stream, but I mean, Fanatics wants you fucking breaking. They want you live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They want you showing up at Fanatics Live or Fanatics Fest. Ryan, actually, when I was in Los Angeles this last weekend, I was in a 7-Eleven getting a Slurpee. And guess what I heard when I was, guess what I heard? An advertisement inside of 7-Eleven. If you bought, it wasn't like on the radio. It was like inside of 7-Eleven, there was specific ads playing and it was buy something and you got, I don't know, like tickets to Fanatics Fest or I don't know. It was interesting. They were literally running like a promo inside of 7-Elevens in Los Angeles for Fanatics Fest 2025. Wow. So they're already kind of pumping that. They want you to show up at that and bring all 18 of your employees. Imagine some of these guys from the East Coast, Ryan, coming all the way out here to California. They think they're going to come out here to California. They're going to book the Best Western in Compton, and they're going to be like, God damn, that was a mistake. You're going to have to rebook. They're going to look at gas prices.
You can't even get gas.
Can't even fucking get gas. They're going to look and say, wait a second. I have to give a mandatory 20% tip on that taco that I just bought. God damn. So
there'll be nobody working because the minimum wage is so high out here. So good luck getting a taco out here.
Well, I had a few tacos in Westwood this last weekend. They were not bad. They weren't great, but they certainly weren't bad. So
Westwood's okay. But Colin, aren't we in like the first inning of this sucking off of Fanatics and Michael Rubin? Because they don't even have all the licenses yet. I talked about how there's going to be a second coming of Wemby or whoever these guys want to jerk off in a couple of years when it's fully licensed. It's going to be like, well, now you have to go get this card. But aren't we in the first inning of all this bullshit? We could be in for a decade or more of kind of this mundane, can't really express your feelings. Daddy Rubin's always watching over you. If you want to be invited to the white party / Diddy party, you have to say nice things about Fanatics on social media. I mean, look, we talked about why did Sara open this box? Colin, you know exactly why she did this. Is because you have to. She couldn't open this in private.
I know, but like, does she have to open it in her car?
Maybe she's got the best lighting in the car. She's got a light, shining right down on her.
I don't think she has any problem with lighting. I think any light on this young lady is perfectly fine. It's fine. Yeah, we don't need, I mean, that's why the brake in the car works for her. But like, do you need to, catch the Allegiant flight out of Stockton and go upgrade her situation here so we can get, more of this content, but maybe less in the car? I don't know. But yeah, we're in the first, we're not, the game hasn't even started, Ryan, with the, this is like the World Series game that kicks off tomorrow. Like, this is the very, very first innings of this. Very first inning. Wait till they get, like you said, wait till they get the license and they're pumping this stuff out. Because Ryan, guess what do you think is going to happen to the price of all this stuff? We got $8,000 Wembies. They tested this and guys slurped it up. Jeff Wilson went out and bought as many as he possibly could. But is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing?
Sports Card Queen brought up a good point. Said she doesn't see Sarah ripping anything open, just the cards themselves.
But I mean, Jeff did the same thing. Jeff did the same thing, except he was like on a United flight. So is this what Fanatics wants to normalize? That we're buying $10,000 boxes and we open them in planes and cars. I think this is actually what they're trying to do, because they're trying to like back in the past, it was like, oh, you had an $8,000 box. You're going to sit down, put your white gloves on, and, have all your buddies around it. Now Jeff and Sarah are just opening this casually, either on the plane or in the car.
Is it interesting that the only boxes we see them opening, like Jeff pulls a dual Shaq Wemby and then Sarah pulls the 101 fucking Wemby? Where are the boxes that are only lukewarm, right? Why were the boxes opened? Was this just luck?
Maybe they're only posting the big ones. Because, like, does the posting of a brick Mercury box on your Instagram feed, first of all, that might not do a lot for the likes and the comments, but also does Fanatics want to see you posting the bricks?
I guess I'd want to know, is this a one take? Hey, let's just open this random box on the plane, or let's just open this random box in the car. And this is the one box I'm going to open, because I don't see like another box being open. So it is kind of interesting that the boxes being opened are, I don't want to call it, Sarah's was good. This one was decent. I mean, Shaq and Wemby, I don't know if there's a whole lot of connection there, and I don't know if that has, tremendous value, but maybe better than other boxes. This doesn't tamp down the it's rigged, the CT scan, the blah, blah, blah. The influencers get all the boxes. The breakers get all the boxes. This doesn't tamp this down in any kind of way. So, but maybe this is what Fanatics wants.
This has to be what they want. They have to be wanting you to open this stuff that's cost thousands of dollars just casually, because they're setting the stage, Ryan. They're setting the stage for when they have the licenses, because an $8,000 box is going to be like an average release on a Wednesday. Like Big League Extra Edition is going to be like $8,000. This is where we're going. They got to keep jacking up the price every year. Wait till they go public and they got to produce financials every 3 months. Like, they're going to just be chasing that number. And they're going to be relying on these people to be pumping this shit.
That's why I wonder if they're getting these boxes. Like, was this a box she bought, or was this a box that Fanatics sent? I'm not really sure.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is Sarah posting the best meal that she ate today. Like, she does. I could see somebody that posts, their fancy dinner. They didn't post their lunch, their breakfast, but they post when they go for the fancy dinner. So is this, they opened a bunch of Mercury and they only posted the one that was big, or is this just rigged?
I don't know. Couple different discussions there. Is it rigged? And this is clearly, what you have to do if you want to become a part of the allocation game, if you want to become a part of the hobby positivity crowd, if you want to become a breaker. you've got to create this type of content and always be posting about Fanatics in a positive light. And maybe you naturally feel positive about sports cards, about the industry, about the hobby. Now, we've been around long enough that we know there's a lot of cynicism. You go to a card show and there's a lot of grumpy old overweight white men a lot of times, or certainly there was 10, 15 years ago, complaining about the fucking strike from 1994 still.
Discussing if the players that did steroids should be in the Hall of Fame or not.
Right. And when you get into the cards, are we really happy about, Topps? Are we really happy about Topps Chrome basketball that came out with unlicensed cards? You come out with a product and there's 45 parallels in them. I mean, there used to be calling collect the rainbow, and now it's like, God, what are we really collecting these days? I mean, the rainbow has expanded. Lord have mercy.
How do you buy an $8,000 box and collect anything from it?
Yeah, you got to sell it. You got to sell it immediately. And these cards are already over here at Golden. 2 racks, 28 minutes left.
That's it? So wait, these boxes are $8,000. You get 2 of these.
Yeah. This is probably one of the quote unquote, I guess, worst ones you could get, I guess.
But this has got to be a par for the course.
Why the fuck is it in French on the back? That's what I don't understand. Why is it in French?
I mean, this is what we're doing these days.
They'll come out with the English parallel, be like, guys, we got the new Mercury boxes. It's English on the back.
Numbered out $3.99, or $75, but there's an English version out of $75
I see.
too.
It says French language. Okay, so I'm not too familiar with the product, so it does appear that there's little variations and little stuff like that. Okay, it's like, why the fuck is it in French? Pretty interesting. So Sarah gets a big card. It is interesting that it's like the only fucking boxes they post. Jeff in the plane, Sarah in the car. I kind of want to see just somebody post one that's average.
Let's say, Ryan, you were posting, your social life on Instagram. Would you post the girl that might have 3 or 4 kids and might have some bad habits and some tattoos? Are you posting her on a random Wednesday night, or are you only posting when you kind of hit, something that's more,
hitting the big one?
Yeah, and more, in line with the reputation that you're trying to cultivate online?
I don't know. You're taking the phone out. Like, are you literally just hitting delete if it's a dud box? I don't know. That's a good. I don't know. Are you literally hitting delete? Like, did Jeff open 5 boxes on his plane, and then we got the 1 box, the 1 cut? Maybe.
Or if it was a dud, he just doesn't post it.
That's a lot of effort and a lot of money for literally almost nothing.
Not to Jeff. I mean, $2 million PPP loan forgiven, right? And he's avoiding, advising people to avoid paying taxes. So it's all that savings too.
Okay, yeah, maybe Jeff can just burn through these boxes and only show the semi decent one. Maybe it's interesting. I mean, look at one of the top comments from Baham Surf, straight from the CT scanner, 325 likes. So,
talk about tinfoil.
Colin, are we going to just do this for the next decade? Where a product comes out, Jeff opens it, he gets something good, Sarah gets something good, and we're just going to keep doing this?
Yeah, because it's working. It's working. Why would you stop? I think so. These guys are buying this shit hand over fist. Is it sold out?
I don't know. I don't. That'll be great if Fanatics goes public and we at least get those numbers, because if maybe they're struggling.
I don't think they're struggling, but they definitely need to keep raising price and increasing profits.
Colin, along the same lines, you can buy these Panini White Sparkle packs off Panini's website. I think you can get them with points. I don't know how you actually get them, but they're just loose packs. They don't come in a box or anything. They're worth like $900 each. I don't think there are that many of them. Wow. Anyways, you know that the boys over at Backyard, they got a little stack over them over here. And they hit 4 Victor Wembanyama rookie cards. He's about to lose by 17, or they're down by 17 to our boy Luka Doncic. Looks like he's heating up. They pulled 4 White Sparkle Wembanyamas in these packs. And they're $900 packs. And so to get a Wembanyama, some people say they're to like 20 or 25 or less or whatever. Anyways, they pulled 4 of them. They all went to the same customer, of course. Is this now? You can see these packs are just loose on the table. They don't come in a sealed box. These packs are probably packed out at the Panini office, quite literally. They're probably cinching them up at the Panini office. Get the cards in a whole box, and the little dork employees who make $20 an hour, they're cinching them up, and then they keep some Wembanyama's for themselves, and then the rest go to the Backyard. Is there any other reason, whether this is rigged or not, is there any other reason to be breaking anywhere but the Backyard right now?
Well, other than maybe Sarah. Why wouldn't I be breaking with Sarah if she's hitting the one-on-ones?
But that wasn't for a break. This was for herself.
Oh, well,
this wasn't a group break. This is Sarah's PC box, I think.
Well, how do we know the cards from Backyard actually made it to a, quote, customer if just one person bought them?
We don't. We definitely don't.
Right. Ryan, we've been tipped off, in the last few months that there was a story going around. I think some people made some YouTube videos about it. There was some guy that worked for Upper Deck for like 2 days, and then he started stealing stuff. Mm-hmm. And people were kind of shocked by that. But we've been tipped off, Ryan, that Panini, if you want to do some digging and you want to see some real theft, you need to look into the Panini America company. Because the theft that happens over at Panini America, and this is not illegal theft by a brand new employee. We're talking about the employees of the company just taking cards out the back door.
And the names over Panini. It's not like some random guy in the back room, that nobody knows who the fuck it is. He's like, 5 connections deep on LinkedIn. No, this is a guy that if we said his name, there'd be certainly a large percentage of the chat who would know who these people are. Just stealing your redemption cards. Just stealing fucking cards.
Yep.
Why do you think they still work there?
Well, exactly. Yeah. Why do you think they've just continued to work there? We're talking mucho dinero in cards going out the back door of Panini America by the top brass, not the low level employees. So Ryan, would it be beyond these people to have little side deals? If they're we already know, Ryan, it's a fact. We already know there's employees over at Panini, higher ups, that people look up to in this hobby that take this stuff out the back door. We could name names, but I think you guys probably understand who we're talking about. There's really only like 4 or 5 people we could be possibly talking about. Do you think these people also have deals with Backyard where they could potentially be the customer on the other end of this? Where this is a creative way to get the card out the back door, send it to the Backyard, and the backyard just funnels it back to the back door.
Certainly could be. Anything could be possible at this point. You know, we were called kooks when we did our 8-hour live stream. And that was before people realized, oh yeah, you could just run this thing through a CT scanner and fucking pick out all the cards.
Or look at the serial number on the front.
Or look at the serial number on the front of some boxes and it'll tell you that it has a kaboomy or it doesn't. Or these loose packs. These are literally loose packs on the table that are $900 each. That dorks over here are trusting that these haven't been searched, manipulated, or doctored in some kind of way.
Yeah, with just very simple, like rudiment. We're not even talking about a CT scanner here. You can open these packs, see what's inside, and reseal them. I mean, we're not even talking about. I'm looking at my little resealer over here that I used to use a lot for Amazon. Like this is not a hard thing to have.
No, this isn't at the factory or fucking under some security or fucking some third-party audit guys just watching over them. This is literally Tracy Hackler at his desk, probably counting out the cards and deciding what pack gets what and then where it goes, guys. And then probably taking a handful and putting it in his desk.
Yep.
Making sure some go to China, make sure some go to backyard. Go ahead.
Why do you think guys like Tracy Hackler, I think he initially he started at Beckett, went to Panini, then he got molested for a little while by Kentucky Cards, but then he came right back to Panini. Why do you think he came right back to Daddy? And we're not talking about Kentucky Cards.
Well, why wouldn't you leave for Fanatics? You know for a fact that Fanatics would hire Tracy Hackler, but why leave the Golden Goose when at any moment you can go to the redemption room and grab a stack of cards that are 1,000 each? Or you could just whatever comes in that day for Panini America from an athlete, from any kind of standpoint, from cards people send in. We have dorks all over the country that if there's a little scratch or a little nick on their card, they'll fucking send in the 1/1 Ohtani. And never get it back and never get a response. Where do people think those cards end up?
So we're a little over an hour into the Sports Card Radio program, Ryan, and we're just tossing around kind of felony theft charges at the top brass over at Panini.
We won't get sued because you know why, Colin? You know why we won't get sued? It's because it's the truth. And those scammers don't want to go to court. Panini doesn't want to go to court and say, no, we've never stolen anything. And then we really look into it and we look into these guys' account where they send it to Probstein or send it to Golden or send it to some third party that's untraceable. Oh shit. God, where did all those fucking Panini white sparkles at? I mean, you have the owner of DA Card World admit that he was getting boxes of the Michael Vick shit back. This is 25 years ago. The DA Card World guy was getting boxes of the Mike Vick shit when he was as hot as Wembanyama that didn't make it into the product. Does anybody think, besides Jeff Wilson and his little simps, that doesn't go on today? With the money is what it is. Like, people really think these fucking white sparkle packs are random. That's why you should be buying on Backyard. I guess if the spots themselves aren't rigged, we're going to talk about it in a breaker in a minute, who rigs and Shill bids his own break spots. If you can legitimately buy into a Backyard break, and that's how you want to gamble your money, I would probably do it. Now, they could rig the break and they could make sure that you don't get the cards. But I would not break anywhere else at this point, except for the Backyard. Because there's clearly some kind of quid pro quo or whatever the fuck is going on where they're getting they pulled one of the biggest Caitlin Clark cards the other day. It's like they're the only breaker. The only time we see these other guys pull big cards is when it's almost like a staged break in their car or on the plane, right? When the fuck has Jeff Wilson ever pulled anything big?
I don't know. Does he even break?
He has breakers in his fucking shop. Doesn't he have 6 fucking cabanas? Is anybody breaking in the cabanas? Does anybody ever pull anything fucking huge?
That's a question, Ryan, to ask to all the simps that showed up. Aren't we wrapping around to a 1-year anniversary of his card shop opening? I can't remember when it opened, but
wasn't it supposed to revolutionize retail? Right. Wasn't it? He's supposed to be selling in the aisles 24/7 with some kind of fucking $20,000 cart with lights and fucking cameras.
That's what was supposed to be happening.
That's not what's happening.
I don't know. I don't follow Jeff Wilson's shop close enough, but again, like you said, he was supposed to be walking around the aisles with like carts that cost like $100,000 or something, with like Nikon cameras that were, meant to shoot NFL games. And then all these simps showed up the first night and told Jeff, "Wow, what a great idea this is, Jeff. Wow, how great this is for the hobby." And here we are. Are the 6 breaker cabanas used other than what's our one girl's name?
Our girl
That's
Allie.
breaking there?
We love Allie. Yeah,
Allie.
we love Allie.
So Allie's, dude, I see Allie working late, bro.
Yeah, man,
Allie's grinding over there.
working overtime. Yeah. I think this guy got fired.
This guy got fired. What happened to him?
I think we'll talk about it probably on some other show. But we've got a long way to go with Cards HQ, right?
Long way to go.
This just screams revolutionizing retail, right?
Oh yeah.
This just screams it, right? Just strip mall.
But how many people soaked that up when he said that? There were literally people that bought into that.
They've
Like,
never run a
literally.
hobby shop. They've never fucking. They literally still getting supported by mommy and daddy. And
Well,
mommy and
forget
daddy's paying for the Wi-Fi.
Forget running a hobby shop. These are people that have never critically thought in their entire life.
That's probably true.
Because when a man opens up a card shop and then has 6 breaker cabanas, but no breakers that'll break in them, then he's got these roll around carts.
That's how you get your inventory.
And yeah, you've got to roll around rolling bags and get on Southwest flights to get your inventory and be competing with 90 other guys in the room that are buying for the same comp or higher.
We will have a review from Cards HQ left by an anonymous customer a little bit later. We'll be talking about that.
Wow. That's a tease.
That's a little teaser. I don't know. Yeah, this was supposed to revolutionize retail. He was supposed to be open 24/7 and the cabanas and the this and the that. I mean, you could go back and watch his proclamation. That it was going to be studied that Home Depot and Arthur Blank was going to come by and fucking put him in the Falcons Ring of Honor for what he did for retail and Cards HQ. Now, maybe it's a success. I don't know. Jeff is going to tell you that it is until it isn't, until it turns into dibs, until it turns into Star Stock, or until it turns into fucking whatever, the Arena Club slab packs or PWCC or whoever the fuck this guy's promoted over the years. No. So I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about Cards HQ over the 6 breaker cabanas, Colin. I think, 2 are filled. It was supposed to be live selling 24/7. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So we were told. I don't know. We're also told that Jeff just owns a very small piece of this fucking card shop. And, maybe he'll care less and less about it over the years. And that'll be when he either exits out of it or the business fails. He could be like, I only own like 3%. Why are you getting on me? We'll have to replay the clips of him saying that he was going to revolutionize retail.
Huh.
I'm still waiting for the thing to be open 24 hours a day. We all remember him saying that. But we got on a little side tangents there talking about Cards HQ. He breaks cards. A lot of breakers break cards. Maybe Backyard Breaks just has better marketing. Maybe we notice it. Maybe, whatever it is. But it's very interesting that they continue to this day keep pulling big card after big card, primarily Panini. They don't seem to be in bed with Fanatics quite yet. I'm sure that'll happen soon.
But isn't that interesting? That they're towing the line for Panini. They're in bed with Panini. They're hitting a bunch of big Panini cards.
If you're getting fed card after card,
right? And I'm not convinced that they're not getting fed the cards, and those cards are going right back into the pockets of Panini employees.
well, we know for a fact that Panini employees can just literally go into the redemption room or wherever they want and take a stack anytime they want, because there's no accountability over there. There's no oversight. The CEO, Mark Warsup, tried to get a job at Fanatics. He had a kicker in his contract that if he sold the company to Fanatics, he'd get like fucking $3 million. So this guy's literally trying to get out the door himself. All the money that comes into Panini. Why doesn't Panini, you think about all this money that they probably should have made or could have made over the last, since Jeff Wilson came along in 2020. I mean, that should be like we keep hearing it's a multi-billion-dollar company, but if you go to their offices in Texas, it's like a little strip mall in fucking some industrial place in Texas. And they got robbed. All of the money goes back to Italy, to the little owners in Italy, and they've probably got a hell of a spread somewhere over there on the fucking beach. But none of that money stays in America. Panini could have brought a printing plant like Fanatics did. Panini could have maybe saved a bunch of money and bid on the licenses and not lose them. Panini could have got exclusive with all these athletes. Why wasn't CJ Stroud have autographs in fucking Panini products? Why doesn't Wembanyama? Because all the money's gone. All of the money's gone. So what does somebody like Tracy Hackler do? What does somebody like the lead sales guys? I'm blanking on his name. Yeah, so when some cards come in, guys, they're taking handfuls for themselves. That's a fact. A fact. We heard it's already happening at Upper Deck. Some employee that, Colin, you mentioned that lawsuit. Upper Deck sued a former employee who stole like $500,000 card. That employee was employed for like a week before he started stealing. Like that, almost literally, he was employed for a week. So what about these dorks who have been around forever and decades, and you can't figure out, why didn't they leave? Why didn't they go to Fanatics? Why don't they take another job? Why does big card after big card end up on Probstein and Golden and these sites where we can't tell who sells them? But if you're breaking this product, if you got loose packs on the table, who the fuck else would you rather break for right now? I mean, if you got loose packs on the table, please call in tonight if you guys think this isn't rigged. No, they just broke a lot of fucking packs. There's no way it's rigged. You guys, Grant's so nice. Remember we heard that?
Oh.
The Grant is just such a nice guy that it's just not even possible. You see it on the comments of the Jeff Wilson stuff. The number one comment, unless I'm tripping, on his little foray when he was sitting in business class opening the Wembanyama product. One of the top comments was, "Oh, is this being CT scanned?" Maybe this is being normalized in the hobby. Maybe people are used to this. Maybe people don't care. You can't prove it. You can't like hard prove it. There's no like smoking fucking gun, dead body on the ground, blood everywhere, guy holding a gun, videotape. But it's interesting. Backyard Breaks hit some big cards. Influencers like Jeff, influencers like Sarah, they open these products. They pull big cards. But I bet most of us who have either watched breaks, participated in breaks, opened products over the years, we know this isn't like this. You don't just open an $8,000 product and pull one of the best cards. Or you're sitting in business class and you pull a dual autograph of Wemby and Shaq. Something's not right here. Can all this just be a coincidence? I don't know. A little later in the program, we are going to be talking about a breaker who got busted basically red-handed. Shill bidding his brakes. I mean, it's one thing for these breakers to maybe know what's inside or these brakes to be rigged. But they'll get in there with a team of people and Shill bid these brakes so that they essentially set a price floor, make you guys pay more for these spots. That when you do go to gamble and you do take a shot, the bidding itself isn't fair as well. But do you have anything else you want to say about Backyard?
No, I mean, I'm pretty much convinced that they run maybe one of the shadiest operations under there, but it's all in plain sight to see. It is as corrupt as anything that's going on, but I don't think they're the most corrupt thing happening at Backyard Breaks. And the fact that they're still in bed with Panini when Panini is literally the Titanic sinking should just say a lot. And then, like you said, these employees of these card companies, Ryan, when they get let go from the company, I mean, it's like a devastating. It's like worse than a divorce for these people. I mean, we know some of these people. They're still like devastated that they can't work at Topps anymore. Or like these employees over at Panini. Like they literally have been there. And Ryan, we know the owner of Panini is like the cheapest motherfucker in the world. Like he's literally dirt, like he's cheap as hell. That's why he didn't even like Mike Rubin. Because Michael Rubin had like sushi in a hotel suite to negotiate the deal. And that like turned the guy off.
I guess they don't eat sushi in Texas. Got to have that
They
barbecue brisket out there, maybe.
Maybe. I think we have some intel on Mr. Chad Blesnick. We had a text message come through.
Yeah, I was
you see
just
that?
about to say that to you. I'm talking to her on IG right now.
Oh, can we share that? I'm going to get some ice real quick.
Okay. So Chad's been posting. This will be kind of a segue to our next segment. You know, Mr. Cblez has been posting quite a bit on Instagram lately, giving different types of dating advice. He obviously has his algo picking different types of sports bets as well. I mean, that's basically what we've degenerated into here in the sports card hobby. This is degenerating very quickly, basically into sports betting, where you place a wager, and in order for you to place your next wager, that wager has to hit. And so that's where we're getting very, very, very quickly with these breaks. We're already there for the most part. People literally have to open these Wemby boxes and immediately turn around and flip the Wembys in order to pay the Capital One bill that is due 30 days net. And guys are doing this over and over and over and over again. Some people are sending their cards to PSA with the hopes of getting a 10, maybe squeak out a little bit of extra money. But there you go, 2 racks for a Wemby. Is that ended? A little more time left?
24. It's got another 15 minutes. Extended.
But again, $2,400. I mean, these are $9,000 boxes.
Right.
So there we go.
All right.
What's the next topic?
All right.
Wait,
Great question.
Wait. That is. Do you just see the? Hold on. Let me send it to you. I don't think you saw it then. I'm gonna send it to the Sports Card Radio IG.
Is this about Cblez?
Yeah.
Colin would have to look at it because I don't have access to the DMs.
I just forwarded it to that account.
Is it a post
What's
that
the
he
deal?
made?
It might be a story, honestly. It might be
Trying to flip the narrative and
Maybe
taking
not. I don't know.
advantage of men, mostly for money and sometimes for clout. It's 2024.
Listen, can you hear that from mine?
What did he do? Like what's give me
He's
the clip notes. Like what did he do?
trying to flip the narratives and taking advantage of men, mostly for money and sometimes for clout. It's 2024. We need to flip this thing back and take our position on top, right where it should be. We have to stop giving them exactly what they want. We need to take what we want because that's what's deserved. In recent years, women have been trying to flip their narratives and taking advantage of men, mostly for money and sometimes for clout. It's 2024.
All right. So yeah, I get what he's saying. That yeah, he's kind of he probably got burned by a female, and you know he's kind of going on to Instagram and maybe no more cuck behavior. My guess is our boy Cblez maybe had a bad experience with a female recently, and you know he's taking his power back. Maybe. What do you think's going on here, Colin? You get his cameraman in the background there on the flexion there.
Well, I mean, I think, Ryan, we've suffered through a decade of simp beta male acceptance, where being a beta male has been accepted.
Are you talking about white dudes for Harris, or what are we talking about?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Basically.
Explain that to somebody who doesn't know what alpha, beta, like what the fuck are we talking about? Give me an example.
A real man makes his own decisions. A real man doesn't let a female guide him. A real man actually has a critical thought every once in a while. A simp, a beta, a white dude for Harris just simply is following the status quo, which they believe society wants them to follow. Be a beta. Don't speak up. Let the woman have all the power.
Happy wife, happy life. That's the narrative that I always laugh at.
Simp is beta.
Simp is beta. And Ryan, big bank account, happy wife. That's what these betas haven't figured out, Ryan. Is they think, oh, I'll never say anything controversial. I'll vote Democrat. I'll never look at another female. I'll never even speak of another female. And then the girl leaves him. The girl just tosses him to the curb.
Or she stops having sex with him, and then it's like, well, now where you're at.
Well, not just she stops having sex with him, she goes and starts having sex with another guy. I mean, I can't tell you how many articles I've been fed.
Then you go to couples counseling.
No.
What do you think I'm doing?
No, this is planned. Like they're trying to normalize this, Ryan, where you get with a girl and then that girl gets to go and date and then you stay at home.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm good.
Like they're trying to normalize that. Like there are guys that are literally like that's the relationship they're in.
Yeah.
Well,
so
she can come over then, I guess.
We got to stop that. We got to stop that. That is not what society is supposed to be like. Got to be a fucking man. But there's a lot of betas in this world. And I think Cblez is stepping out. And I appreciate it.
Okay. He's saying, yeah. He's like, fuck this women.
I mean, Ryan, from the female perspective, I get it. They get to
crazy. Right?
They get to crack the whip. They get to crack the whip. They get to date whoever they want. The guy basically simps for them 24 hours a day. He goes and makes some money. That's not how it should work. Not how it should work. Period.
Okay. Wow. I love it. Damn. Get into the nitty gritty tonight. Speaking of females, is that all we want to talk about, Mr. Cblez?
I think so.
I mean, you know, in defense of the females, I think if females watch this video and they saw a little Red's hat right here, they saw bottled water on the fucking floor, they saw some clothes right here. I don't know what this bag is right here. I don't know if he's really projecting like, oh my God, I'm going to land like a high quality female. It could be that Cblez is dealing with like low quality females right now. And so maybe he just needs a higher quality girl. Like, is this going to attract is this setup right here going to attract a high quality girl? Like, what's this plug right here? Where does this go? Like,
It
what's
shouldn't
that
matter.
plug?
No, Ryan. This is what you don't understand. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
Doesn't it matter to and look, I'm just playing devil's advocate. If our girl Sarah was like in a cluttered car, she wasn't kind of looking kind of tight,
Would you
like,
care?
would that matter?
You care? Would you care? I feel like that opens the door even more. No, I don't think that matters at all.
So is he trying to attract I'm trying to understand, is he trying to attract a female, or is he what's the, are we virtuous? This kind of like Andrew Tate virtue signaling, be like, fuck it, you know?
No, I don't think so.
Or what?
I think if he wanted a virtue signal, he'd know what to do online. I mean, these social media accounts, like especially Instagram, will shut you down for this type of behavior too often.
So is he trying to attract a female? Does he even want to attract a female?
He's going to attract a lot more females acting like this.
Agreed.
Like this?
Yes. Like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you.
I disagree. I totally disagree.
You're a servant to me. He's going to get way
Uh.
more women doing this. Way more.
Maybe. I think women see
More
this
than
and they see
zero.
it doesn't matter what he's saying. It's more just shirt off, bottle water on the floor.
No big deal.
How many women do you think slide into our boy Shine's DMs?
I have no idea. I mean, I have no idea. I doubt it's a lot.
I bet it's more than Cblez.
I mean, I wasn't asked that question, but I mean,
well, this is a different level.
Right. I'm trying to think, like, what are you trying to attract? He criticized, he's kind of criticizing men. I don't know if he's criticizing men, but it's like, well, then, or is he criticizing women?
Maybe he doesn't like women.
no, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. I just think he has an awakening. He has an awakening.
I think when you post stuff like this, it's almost like you've been hurt or you've been burned or something happened with women, right? And so I'm trying to say, okay, something happened with women. You want to attract a woman. So if you want to attract a woman and you've got bottled water on the floor, you got outlets going to nowhere, you got Cincinnati Reds fitted hat right here, you got like a bag of Doritos right here, you got clothes right here. This is not going to attract the type of woman that maybe you're seeking, or that wouldn't get you, pulling the Andrew Tate on Insta. Am I off base? Or
I guess
I'm trying to figure out the motivation. Like, is he just saying fuck men, or is he trying to say fuck women? I don't know. Women don't deserve the upper hand in 2024. Fine with that.
He's trying to bitch slap the beta males, which there are a lot of on Instagram and in society.
Okay, I just like, who cares about the beta males then? Like, let there be more beta males so that there's just more bitches out there for the real men to fuck, maybe. I guess I don't concern myself with the beta males.
But you can make, maybe this is a content strategy. Here we are talking about them.
I think we should call it. I think there was I think he shot his shot at some females, and that's my guess. I could be totally, because if you post something like this, it's almost like, yeah, like, are you really mad at the beta males? Like, who gives a fuck, right? I think a girl shot him down, and he's like, fuck these women. They don't deserve the upper hand.
He's tired of being the cuck. That's what it
And
sounds
so-
like. He's tired
Right.
of
So
being
my advice to Cblez, bro, you're tired of being the cuck. You're tired of these women taking advantage of you, bro. Get the bottle of water off the fucking floor. Get this outlet plugged in. You know, get the hat, put the hat away, put the, tidy up. Shirt, no shirt. I don't know.
But again,
work out
that
a
is
little bit.
doing what the woman you think the woman wants you to do. A real man puts the cup wherever the fuck he wants, puts the cords wherever the fuck he wants.
Okay, then
Wears
tell
a
me how many
shirt
times you
everywhere.
gonna get laid doing that. You a married man talking like that. You go ahead. Married
Hey.
men always talk big game. You get divorced, you become single, and you just have your shit laying around, and you taking shirtless vids on Instagram, and you tell me how many women you're gonna attract, Colin.
Bro, this is just his room. This is just his room. And he's having a casual conversation on Instagram.
Very casual.
You don't know what this dude, you don't know what this dude is going to do when he's out. He's in Vegas. So maybe he rolls out and he's on fire when he rolls out. Like once you get
he's
the
in
girl
Vegas.
at the Cosmo, once you get the girl at the Cosmo to come back, it doesn't matter after that. But you got to get to the club
As long
and
as you
get
pay
to
her.
the Cosmo
Right.
and get her to come back.
He's in Vegas, and as somebody I've lived in Vegas, it's a very tough dating scene. I mean, as tough as anywhere, because it's actually a very small town. And you're not you're going to date tourists that pull into town, and you're going to fucking see them for 3 days, maybe. But it looks like Cblez, maybe with posts like this, he wants to get a little more serious, and maybe he wants something long term. Because honest to God, if she's looking cute and she wants to come over and for $500 and we do a damn thing, I don't care if she has the upper hand, the lower hand, the whatever, as long as as long as we consummate the relationship. So I guess I don't know his motivation.
He's a young guy. Maybe he is trying to, lock it down, which I actually think that's what an alpha male actually does.
Is you lock down a woman and you only have sex with one woman, or are you having sex with multiple women?
No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think, to me, the most Ryan, who right now, after the 20% jump in share price today, who's the richest man in the world?
The Nvidia guy? I don't know.
No,
Nvidia
I
guy?
mean, no. Elon, come on.
Oh,
How many kids does
paper.
Elon have?
On paper, he's got money.
Yeah, all these guys are paper. All these guys are paper. I mean, the guy's giving away $1 million a day until the election. So I mean, he's got
Bill
some
Gates
money.
probably's got cash. I mean, Bill Gates probably.
Bill
actually has
Gates,
real
sure.
cash.
How many women did why did Bill's marriage end?
I don't know, because he probably had options.
There you go. But is Bill all buttoned up and Bill looking super tight?
You don't have to.
You don't have to. Exactly.
He's also not over here on Instagram with his shirt off, with the water on the floor and the clothes and the shit. I'm just trying to say, what are you trying to attract?
Energy.
Yeah, but is that like a
Energy.
Vegas Airbnb or something?
Energy. He's trying to attract that alpha energy.
You go
Just hit the
attract.
gym.
You go attract the wrong type of girl. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to attract just the wrong type of girl if you're putting off this.
I don't think so.
And yeah,
I
you
think
should be
he's
not
doing
surprised.
fine. I think
You
he's
talking
doing
like a
just fine.
married man that you think, oh, I could just walk in there and
Married
just
man.
swing my dick around, and all the girls at the bar will just come up to me because I'm the alpha male and I'm just the man. You sound
Maybe.
like every married guy I've ever talked to that just thinks, oh man, if I was single, I'd be fucking banging 10 girls a night. And Kristen Uchek's not pretty, and and this and this and this.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that. That's correct.
I do remember somebody did call in and tried to utter that, and I didn't let that slide.
I think this is out of hurt. I think this post is out of hurt. Some woman did him wrong. He got caught in his feelings, and he's like, fuck these women. They don't deserve the upper hand. That's my read. And so is this cuck behavior, or is this alpha behavior? You just be like, fuck the bitch, whatever. There's another one. You know what I mean?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think
Cblez,
alpha
you're in
behavior
Vegas.
can have feelings.
All right, I'm interested on the alpha, the beta, the this, the that. I'm in. I'm interested.
Okay.
People need to call in and explain this to me more. I think I'm lost. There's like a little blind spot I'm missing.
I think
Can we
so.
get into a hobby update
We need to.
from our girl Kelly, who
Please
posted
do.
a really nice. If you do want to go over to her Twitter account, DigitalCal83, she posted a nice little picture of herself. Hobby update, but here's a tweet from her, and I think this kind of can resonate with some people in the hobby. Hobby update for me. I've sold everything now that is worth 3 digits or more. So, lesson I learned. Don't fall for hype. If you can afford to chase, just buy the stuff you want straight out. Collect to collect. Stop chasing the hits. You won't get many if you do that. What do you think about Kelly selling everything worth $100 or more, and her advice to just buy singles instead of chasing for the hype shit? What do you think?
Well, huge fan of Digital Cal, and one of the accounts that I do spend my 5 minutes of. Actually, Twitter, I give myself a little extra time on, but I'm usually not on the Sports Card Radio account for that. Porno Dan, Digital Cal, a few others definitely come up on the feed very frequently on the Sports Card Radio account. I've seen her kind of come in and out of the hobby a little bit in terms of interest. I know she was kind of big on in Whatnot, and she was kind of outspoken on some Whatnot issues. I think we covered quite a while ago. I think she's come to the realization that a lot of people end up coming to. And Ryan, I don't think this just applies to trading cards. I actually think what she says here applies to all discretionary collectibles. And I guess that's a double entendre, because a collectible is discretionary, but you get the idea. We don't need any of this shit. We don't need any of this stuff, whether it's pictures of men, overpriced watches, overpriced vehicles in the driveway, overpriced clothes, overpriced shoes. We don't need any of it. That's a fact. And there's some people that want to live the Dave Ramsey life, that want to, be on this earth for a very short period of time and on purpose struggle financially. That want to look at a bank account and see money there instead of actually enjoy it and spend it.
Like a safety net.
Like a safety net. That's a real beta thing to do. A real man says,
gambles it all.
I wouldn't say gamble, but says, well, I don't need a safety net because I got the skills to where the money's going to come in tomorrow. So I don't need a safety net.
Put your whole net worth on lot F parking, buy them all for 150 and flip them for 230.
I mean, you should see how much I've spent on parking while we've sat here on the show.
No shit, right?
So you got to be spending about $10,000 a day if you want to make some real money.
At least.
So I think what she said actually applies to all collectibles. And I think we all go through this in our journey. If we just start collecting comic books, if we start collecting memorabilia, if we start collecting pictures of men, if we start collecting watches, if we start collecting whatever, expensive cars. In the beginning, you kind of run around with your head cut off. I know guys, firearm collectors that just buy every firearm. And then after a while, that doesn't make you happy anymore. There is, without knowing much about it, admittedly, but there is like some chemistry to this, Ryan. Like, I'm not talking about chemistry between like you and the female you might be hooking up with later tonight. I'm talking about like actual brain endorphin chemistry. When you buy into the break and you're waiting to see what you get, there is a chemical reaction happening in your brain. Same thing happens with sports betting, Cblez. places the sports bet, and then the chemical reaction occurs as he awaits to find the fate of that money. Same thing when I go to the Rolex dealer, Ryan. Go to the Rolex dealer. Was there today, actually. Go to the Rolex guy, and you find out you're going to get that watch that you've been waiting for. Okay. What you have to train yourself, Ryan, what you got to train your brain in when it comes to these discretionary collectibles is that you've got to train your brain and the endorphins and the signal that you're getting. You've got to, and this is, I'm being fucking serious here. There's going to be people that think I'm not fucking serious. You've got to train yourself to enjoy the chase. What I mean by that is if I want a Rolex, I got to train myself to enjoy that feeling of want. Not that, like when I buy the Rolex, it's anticlimactic. And then it often just sits in the safe for 300 days out of the year. But the exciting part actually is waiting, saving up a little bit of money, figuring out which one you really want, and continuing to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. Sometimes years go by. Sometimes 2-3 years goes by. You got to send text messages. You got to stop in. You got to buy your wife something. You got to buy your nephew something. You got to buy your cousin something. You got to do all this stuff. And then finally you get that payoff. So the same thing has to happen with trading cards. The problem is again, we talked about it. It relates a little bit to what we showed at the jump. Every single week, something new is getting thrust down your throat. That you have to sit around and buy the next thing, the next product that just came out that's overpriced and overproduced. We said it, this was years ago, probably over a decade ago, Ryan. I would have the podcast and I would say, be about 2 to 3 years behind on all of your collecting. Collect the rookies that are 2 or 3 years old in the NBA. Because Ryan, right now, you could buy Luka Doncic cards after he's won Rookie of the Year, after he's made an NBA Finals game. You can buy his cards now cheaper than when they were just a couple of years ago. Way cheaper. We're talking exponentially cheaper. You can buy his cards cheaper now than you could a couple of years ago.
Digital Kel's in chat.
All right.
She should call in.
Yeah, you want to call in Digital Kel?
Automatic winner of the blaster.
I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
But train yourself, and I'm being dead serious. Train yourself for the hunt. Right now, most of the people in this hobby are being hunted. You're being hunted by Michael Rubin, like fucking Diddy at a white party. Like the 13-year-old girl that just walked in the door. Diddy run over there. You guys are being hunted. The Jeff Wilsons are hunting you. The breakers are hunting you. The manufacturers are hunting you down. Forcing you to think that you need this stuff. That, oh, you already have a Corvette, Ryan. Oh, but you need the new one that just came out.
New one.
Tesla, I already have 2 Teslas, but now I need the Cybertruck. And it's okay, Ryan, to window shop. Take pleasure of window shopping. How often, Ryan, do you think I look at watches every day?
Probably an everyday thing.
It's an everyday thing.
How do you train? Because this is why people leave the hobby. We could see that Kelly's either taking a step back or, she's not going to be spending as much. Think about it from Fanatics perspective. You want to know, how do we keep people in the hobby? How do you train yourself?
You've got to turn off the external noise. Nobody is telling me the watches to like. Nobody is telling, I'm not listening to anybody for the ones that I want to buy. I see the ones come out, and usually I actually buy the ones that most people don't want. I buy the gold ones that nobody wants.
I like those.
Exactly. They tend to be obviously a little bit more expensive, but they're far more rare. You rarely see anybody ever wear them. And so that's what I really want. Now, that's not for everybody. And certainly we've done these shows in the past, and people would oh, fucking Rolex, there's fucking Brian Gray was on a podcast one time making fun of him. But, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think I cared? 0. So you've got to start training yourself for the hunt instead of being the hunted, and find out what you really want. And I think you actually find that through some kind of reflection. Very few people that we ever meet, Ryan, are like, oh my God, I can't wait for the new rookie that comes out that's going to be overpriced, overproduced, and is probably going to have a half a good season. And then a year from now, we're going to realize, oh, he's not that good. And that Ryan, we're fucking old men. We're like 40 something now. We've seen how many good basketball players in our whole life play? Probably 5. Everybody else is good. We've maybe seen 5 great basketball players in 40 years. It's like maybe 1 every 10 years. But like literally everybody in this hobby is like, oh my God, Ellie fucking Dela Cruz. Oh my God. Oh my God, Ronald fucking Acuna. Oh my God. Luka Doncic. Oh my
Mac
God.
Jones, man, is
Mac
so
Jones.
fucking good.
Oh my God, Kenny Pickett. Like, just slow down. Slow down. And train yourself to be the hunter. Because right now, I look around the hobby and all I see is a bunch of sheep. And Michael Rubin's got his shotgun. Jeff Wilson's got his shotgun. All these breakers got their shotgun, and they're just picking you guys off every release. Topps Chrome comes out. Oh, instead of being $80 a box like we were used to, oh, it's $300. Oh, and then it goes to $400. Oh, and then it sells out, but oh, magically there's more now at $500. Or oh, National Treasures comes out, has no top rookie autographs in there, has nothing in there that's worth anything. Oh, but it's $8,000 a box. You guys are being hunted. You guys are the prey. You're the sheep. Got to start turning around. When the hobby starts to turn around, that's when shit starts to happen from a good perspective at the manufacturer level. That's when they'll actually put value in the boxes. That's when they'll care about the redemption times. That's when they'll care about the condition of the cards. How many times, Ryan, you on Twitter and somebody's like, I bought a blaster box, or I bought a $300 box and it came with all these dinged corners. What is Topps going to do? They're not going to do shit. You're a sheep. They just threw you fucking little piece of hot dog. And you're like, well, why isn't this Wagyu steak? Then they throw you another piece of hot dog. Man, when are you going to throw me the Wagyu? Guys are the fucking sheep. Start being a fucking wolf. Start hunting down Topps. Make them produce a product that is worth your money, worth your time, worth your energy.
Or the price comes down. To
Or
where
the
it's
price
where it's worth
comes back down. Exactly. Just because you're a Corvette guy doesn't mean that every Corvette that GM makes is worth buying. In fact, a decade might go by where you don't buy a Corvette because it's so shitty. The quality is shitty. The price is too much. The interior is not nice enough. Blah, 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 blah. Like real fucking men, in the case of Kelly, lovely, fine young women, think about this shit. And as we see, Kel is starting to think about this. She's thought about this before. She's good at sharing her thoughts on these types of things. We do appreciate that she does that because it gets us to open up on topics that more and more people in this hobby need to be thinking about. Because again, when I look across the hobby landscape, Ryan, all I see are a bunch of sheep. And all the manufacturers, all the breakers, they're sitting back with their rifles just picking you guys off. And so they're not going to address.
Aren't the breakers in the shop the sheep as well? I mean, they're all doing the same exact thing too.
No, I just think they're a farm animal, maybe above a sheep. You know, maybe they're the dog that is herding the sheep. And then Michael Rubin's the guy on the horse, kind of whipping everybody into shape. The dog still has to sleep outside. The breakers are still sleeping outside, but they're one step closer to the barn than the sheep are.
And the slaves. No, you can't say that.
Well, I mean, I have a Trump hat on, so I got to avoid topics like that.
Yeah, we got to be careful.
Yeah. Maybe anything on Jews as well. We might want to avoid that.
Sure.
So there are a bunch of sheep in this hobby, and it's because none of these people have actually figured out what they really want. They haven't figured out what actually satisfies them in the hobby. It's not as simple, Ryan, as being born a male or a female. There's only two genders. And finding someone of the opposite sex that you have an attraction to. In fact, it happens quite often. It's not as simple as that in the hobby. You actually have to work for this. You actually have to think about it. Otherwise, you get caught in the Ferris wheel of the hobby. Oh, Topps Chrome is out this week. Mosaic is out this week. Mercury is out this week. Oh my God, a new season, Ryan. We have fucking Deshaun Watson Jr. playing for Washington. And we have white quarterback number 2 playing for the Patriots, who will be off the team in a year and a half. You get caught in this cycle, in this wheel, that you're just chasing this stuff. And then, oh, Wemby's going to be this generational talent. Well, guess what, Ryan? We've seen generational talents play in the NBA. We're still able to buy their trading cards, Ryan, and sell them for a profit.
If he's a generational talent, this is the worst team a generational talent has ever fucking played. Harrison Barnes, Jeremy Chopin, Julian Champagny, and Chris Paul. A 40-year-old Chris Paul is in the starting lineup. So, good Lord. He's going to have a rough year. There's going to be a prime opportunity, and it's not this year to buy Victor Wembanyama. It is after this. This team is trash. Good Lord, this team is trash. They're going to lose a shit ton of games. He's going to have a ton of games where he shoots 27% because he's got nobody on his team to get him the fucking ball. He's got nobody on his team creating gravity to fucking create him any kind of space. He's not big or strong enough to treat people like Shaq and just dunk over guys. Woo, long year. Your boy Luka Doncic didn't do a whole lot better. 9 of 25, 4 of 11 from 3.
Shocking.
But good enough to beat the Spurs, who are going to be absolute trash this year. Absolute trash.
And that's why our take on him is so fresh. Because like literally people just listen to the hype on Luka. It wasn't just hype coming from the card community. It was like NBA fans just literally crowned a white dude that is out of shape.
What did they call him? The hipster, hipster. It was like the hipster NBA fan podcast ringer bros who were all over Luka Doncic and just love him and just think, well, he was supposed to be like Larry and Magic, Colin.
Larry and Magic.
I think Magic Johnson won an NCAA championship against Larry Bird. Some people around in 1979 might remember that. Then Magic Johnson was a rookie, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who at the time I think was MVP of the league, missed the game, Colin. Magic Johnson, I think, had like 40, 18, and fucking 25 or whatever he had, and he won an NBA championship as a rookie. Like you said, Luka Doncic got drafted in 2017, wasn't it? Around the time when Jeff Wilson told you guys to start collecting sports cards, remember? So we're almost in 2025. And he's got an Eastern Conference Finals. He's got a West Finals loss, and I'm sure Money or one of these other dorks are going to call in and tell me how many All NBA teams Luka's made. Shit, if I played 36 minutes and got 25 shots up a game, I'd probably make third team All NBA too. Not have to play any defense. I guess against the Spurs, you don't have to. This is why you don't have to play any defense. Like just let these guys shoot. They shot 45% for the game, but when you turn it over 19 times, because you have nobody
it's early.
who can handle
It's
the ball.
early.
It's very early. But this team is trash. I mean, look at literally your best scorer is probably Harrison Barnes. So that's a problem. That's going to be a massive fucking problem.
That's not good.
So a couple more years away for Wemby. But I'm sure Jeff and these other guys are, they're not going to tell you that. In terms of when you can buy his cards, like just sit back and wait. Wait for him to get hurt. Root for him to get hurt.
Yep.
And there'll be a bottoming out, the same there was with Kobe and LeBron cards and anybody else who's generational. I guess Luka to an extent, although we may at some point see the bottom.
No, we haven't even. We're not even close to the bottom in Luka.
Yeah, people still think he's the championships are coming.
No, this will be
the year.
He's on the wrong side of his career now. That's what people don't realize. He's not LeBron, who's been juicing for like 25 years. So he's certainly not juicing.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it. Klay Thompson by June will be on playing on one leg. So enjoy his good games. He had a good game tonight, 6 of 10 from 3. Enjoy those while they last. Because that motherfucker will be getting cooked in the playoffs if they try to put him out here playing D. Fun to watch. But that was the update from our girl Kelly.
I've been telling her to call in, but she's not.
It's okay. If she don't want to call in.
She can call in at any time.
Direct message us at any time.
You're damn right. She can call in at any time, preferably when we're actually not on the air. So, yeah. But I got a couple stories about Fanatics Live. I don't know if you want to talk about shill bidding. You want to talk about people's experience on Fanatics Live. You want to talk about Victor Webb and Yama cards. Show at $130,000.
Whoa.
Wee.
Wow.
1 of 25. 130,000, baby.
I mean, Ryan, how many great baseball players have we seen in our lifetime? Here's probably one of them.
I think we can say that now. I think I was on the fence about him, but after watching him hit the pitching, I think he should just quit the pitching bullshit.
Yeah, I think the pitching is. I mean, not that he's a bad pitcher, but
he's fine.
The major leagues doesn't need that. The major leagues is not at a shortage of arms that can come in and throw. You know what I mean?
It just puts him at too much risk. Colin, he was like 18 for 22 with runners in scoring position in the playoffs or some stupid. That's like some Barry Bonds shit. So we haven't seen anybody, in my opinion.
He had a season that was, I mean, this guy, and this might be the best baseball player we've seen since maybe Barry Bonds on the juice.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy might be on the juice. Which is fine.
I think Bonds is a better hitter, and maybe a more feared hitter, especially on the juice. But Ohtani, for even to be discussing that Ohtani is Bonds-like is quite an accomplishment. And I think we are seeing, as long as he stays healthy, I would give up the pitching. He's in a great market. He's got Mookie Betts might be the second best player in the fucking league. That's the crazy thing. I mean, if you walk Ohtani, you get probably right to the second best player, maybe in the National League, in Mookie Betts. So, and Freddie Freeman's right up there too in terms of hitting. So they have a tremendous team. He's a tremendous player. Obviously, we got our boy Aaron Judge from very near Stockton. So we love our boy Aaron Judge. $10,000 for this card. This card used to be worth like probably $100 or less. His cards have taken a meteor. This is 2013. I mean, Jeff Wilson was still sucking on his mom's fucking titty. Card Collector
this was
2
like
was he even
10th
born
year
in
making
2013?
Well, Kentucky Cards was just starting to pat him on the ass in 2013.
Yeah, exactly. And not to pat myself on the back, but I went to the Arizona Fall League, and it was like 2015 or 2016. Aaron Judge was there. There was like me and 5 people there. One of them, which was Aaron Judge's girlfriend, who was a little smoke show. But I remember looking at Aaron Judge in the dugout and being like, holy fucking shit. And I think I even had a tweet that said, don't sell your Aaron Judge cards. And that was before he even made the major leagues, because he's just so big. It's like an NBA power forward size. So it's going to be real interesting to see how these guys deal with the pressure. Now, what if Ohtani goes 1 for 26 in the fucking playoffs with 13 strikeouts? Are we having a completely different conversation? That's why this is a big World Series. Because if Judge or Ohtani goes 1 for 26 with 13 strikeouts, that's going to be a narrative that sticks and is going to impact their card prices.
Sure,
in my
until
opinion.
next year.
In my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, whoever, I mean, in an ideal world, both play great, both hit well, and it goes down to 7 games and some no-name hits a walk-off.
A walk-off.
And then their card's 10x.
Well,
like that's the ideal scenario.
Neither team has any pitching. So I'd be shocked if one of these guys go for one for 26, because neither of these teams have any starters worth a goddamn, except maybe Garrett Cole. But I didn't even know if he's pitching well right now. The Dodgers, I can't even fucking name a starter that they have. I mean, they're like throwing out bullpen games. So could be a high scoring, take the over. Although we got to get Cblez to tell us what the algorithm is saying. Yeah. But could be over on the runs, because there's no pitching. And you got dead arms at this time of year. You got these guys who had several days off to sit around, get the bats cranked up. So exciting times out in Los Angeles. And if you want to park in Lot F, it's going to cost you $233. So just remember that. It's really the G lot, because it's the G lot. I'm telling you, that's the lot that always sells.
You can't get that. You could get P and H, I think, were the ones I could get. P and H.
192 for an H.
That's $10 after fees. That's after fees. Yeah.
They used to donk these off for $10. Somebody sent us a Facebook message. This is good if anybody like an executive at Fanatics is watching, or I know they may or may not watch. Might be good for them. Market research. But somebody sent us, it looks like on Wednesday, said, I went on Fanatics Live for the first time today because I have a $60 break credit. It reminds me of a more expensive version of Chatterbait. And maybe I shouldn't say that, but I think that's an adult website. And those guys, I think, yeah, well, we can't talk about it. And those guys, and I think he's talking about the breakers, are definitely lonely. As soon as I clicked on one of the breakers, they welcomed me by name. They can have that business. I will stick with buying singles. So yeah, he went on Fanatics Live. He had some money, some free money. Clicked around and was like, It's like a 3rd-tier porn website. So I think, didn't you buy into some breaks recently?
I bought into breaks recently. I still have well north of $100 credit on Fanatics Live right now. So that just shows you.
What was your experience?
Very similar to what he said. Very similar to what he said. They welcome you right away, like your red meat. which is fine, which I actually I don't mind.
Hunted.
Yeah, but you're being hunted. This is what we were talking about. You are being hunted on these things, and that you're often getting like strong encouragement to buy. Let's fill the break, guys. Got 8 spots left. I just put them 10% off. Let me put up a survey, and if 8 people answer the survey, I'll open a free pack. Just trying to help you out, guys. I can't tell you how many times I've been in rooms where the guys are like, "I'm just trying to help you out." It's like, no. You're not helping me out by selling me an overpriced, overproduced picture of a man. So yeah, this was exactly my experience. Was that you show up and you were the hunted.
And you were the hunted, even with $60 in your pocket. Well, you know what further illustrates this is we got an email. This is the thing that nobody talks about. Like, I could watch 100 videos on sports cards and breaking, and nobody talks about this. So we'll talk about it. Got this email. It was actually forwarded to us. It was actually written to Fanatics Live. The emailer says, I wanted to anonymously inform Fanatics Live of a very obvious policy violation and request it be investigated. On about a week ago, GI Cards and Collectibles, in their break for Mosaic first off the line, multiple bids were made and spots were purchased by a K. Frank, who is an employee of the breaking shop. But it gets even better. Also, bids were made and purchased for 1 spots by GI Cards. And you can even see it on Fanatics Live. You can see who purchases the spots and for how much. Well, Colin, GI Cards is the breaker himself. This one was called out in the chat. And I guess they refunded it or reran it or whatever. They stated they didn't know how that happened. Maybe their dog did it. Maybe it was just their dog or their little nephew was on the whatnot or Fanatics Live and they just accidentally clicked bids under your account. Like the breaker was breaking the product and then their own account won the fucking spot. I have attached screenshots with notes. Please investigate and hopefully ban this account. It is my belief that all participants of this break should be refunded. Now, what GI Cards mistakenly did here is usually guys like Backyard, and this is not hyperbole. Guys like Backyard, they have a team of people in a separate room with different accounts, not under fucking GA Cards or K. Frank or an employee's name, but just some stupid made up name. Sports Card Radio sucks. And they are there bidding on the spots so that it sets a floor. Hey guys, make sure that these get to $100 each. If they happen to win said spot, a lot of times what will happen, and you'll notice this when you're watching breaks, the breaker will be like, the payment didn't go through. Oh, we're going to run it again. Then they run it again. She'll bid up the spot to 100 and then, you get to 101. Or Grant will give you a little giveaway for buying in or whatever it is. But this is very common practice amongst most breakers. Is they have a team of people or they are there doing it themselves that are bidding up these spots so that it creates a floor so that they don't quote unquote lose money and it juices the bid. What are your thoughts about the shill bidding going on over on Fanatics Live? This one appeared to be fairly obvious.
Again, these guys know they're the hunters and the sheep out there. It's not like you're hunting like a sophisticated animal here, Ryan. And that's what these guys know. That this happens a lot. This happens every night on every single platform. But the breakers know that the sophistication level of the people watching is
Just some
not very
betas.
high.
Some betas.
There's a lot of white dudes for Harris buying into brakes, Ryan,
Wow. Okay.
that are from middle class families.
Right.
And-
Spending
and
a social
buy-
security check or
Yep.
whatever it is.
Yep.
Luck boxed into some money and just fucking
Mhm.
spend it all.
Exactly. Didn't have to work at McDonald's. Just luck box and suck
Well,
box.
one of the huge group break whales for a while was Tom Petty's son. I mean, where the fuck did you think Tom Petty's son was grinding away on working at McDonald's paying for his breaks? I mean, come on now.
No, absolutely not. Of course not. But I feel like the breakers know that these people are susceptible to scams, and they're the sheep. They're the sheep. And they know this. They know this.
Is there any onus on Fanatics to do anything? Should Fanatics even do anything
No.
about this, or should you
No.
just keep taking money from the stupid sheep and just fucking
take
whatever?
it. Just take it. Who cares?
Just take it.
Yeah.
No oversight, no nothing. Just fuck it.
No, I don't think it would work anyways. These guys would always have another way to do it. At the end of the day, I think most of these people, again, it's Ryan, it's like the husband whose wife is out dating and he sits at home and just takes it. Most people in this hobby are just going to sit at home and just take it.
Wow. And just log in the next day and buy it again and just be like, oh.
Just log in and do it again. I guarantee you this guy that complained, he's going to log in and do it again. He's going to say, well, I'm not going to buy with XYZ breaker. I'm going to go over here.
And they're just better. See, that's the thing. He's going to go over to another breaker, and they're just better at hiding the shill bidding team behind it.
They're just slightly less abrasive in the way they do it. That is a fact.
Yeah, this goes on. With every top level breaker probably has a shill bidding team. Of course, they're not going to admit it. There's not going to be like some smoking gun like there is here, but we get these emails all the time. Oh, look, this person bid on this card. This person always wins. This person's the father of the guy. Who were we talking about the other day? It was like his father breaks in, gets all the good teams in the breaks. It's like,
yeah. Shocking.
No shit. Yeah. No kidding. Right. It's like the backyard guys. One guy got all four of these Wembies. It's like, wonder how that happened.
But Ryan, these guys know this type of thought process doesn't dawn on most of the people in the hobby, let alone society. It doesn't dawn on people to think.
Why is that?
Because as society, we've just raised a bunch of non-critical thinkers. The public school system creates a bunch of non-critical thinkers. They raise you to think, oh, you have a problem, you need government.
You have mental health issues.
Yeah.
You need.
Oh, you have a problem? Yeah, you need a pill. Oh, you have a problem? Oh, you need a handout.
Hypertension, anxiety disorder. So
yeah,
you don't have to work.
You're a victim. You're a victim.
Yeah.
You're not an alpha male. You're not a hunter that can go solve his own problems, has survival skills, can do whatever they want. No, you're a victim. You're a sheep.
Yeah, the 27-year-old girl I was dating, she had a baby daddy who was 30. And he had no job. He lived with his parents. And he said he couldn't get a job because he had mental health issues. And when she told me this, I kind of looked at her and I was like, maybe this is showing my age, but I didn't even know what the word mental health meant until I was probably 30. That word didn't even exist when we were younger. Mental health.
Neither did a lot of things. Gender transition, boys playing girls sports, on and on and on.
Probably neither when you had a 2-year-old that you didn't have a job. That probably didn't exist either, probably for a lot of people.
Now it's
But
a,
this
now
is
it's a generally accepted thing.
right because
She
yeah,
should,
you're
Ryan, she
depressed
should
and
have
you have
aborted the baby.
anxiety.
Ryan, she shouldn't even have had the baby.
There you go.
She should have aborted it at 9 weeks. This is society. Oopsie, I got pregnant. Oh well, I can kill the baby. That's society for you today. Oh, I have mental health. Oh, I have a baby. Oh, whatever. I can live at home with my mom and dad, collect a check, and not do anything, and not be a productive citizen. And it's just like the guy, I'm going to buy into some brakes. Oh, I wonder why all these spots are going for the full price. Maybe because these breakers margin is 2.25%, and they have to jack up the price just to break even.
I mean,
So,
really
that's
breaking
where
the
we are.
bank on these spots. Look at what they're show bidding, Colin. It's like $3 spots, $8 spots. I mean, you think GI Cards is making the G5 the shine?
No,
money?
they're not. No, they're not. But I mean, they'd be out shipping if they didn't even bid the $3. So they at least got to get the shipping back.
This is really interesting, and you still have a little bit of a hot market. I wonder if we get to a point in the next whatever it is, year, 2, whatever it is, we're going to see it at some point when the market really cools off. When this stuff isn't cool anymore, when you can't go on camp, people will be like, "Oh, fuck Wemby," or "fuck this stupid shit." What are people going to do then? I mean, if you got nobody in the room, you're not going to shill bid anything. You're not going to sell anything. We know what's going to happen to the price, regardless of the economy, regardless of anything. We know what's going to happen to the price of these products. They're going to go up. They have to. I don't think we're there yet. You still have a honeymoon period with Fanatics. You still have a team of people, team of influencers pumping this shit. You have literally hundreds of breakers whose lives depend on this shit. And any negative word that gets said about the hobby or fucking Fanatics, I mean, these guys are like vultures, like pounding onto you. Like, no, Michael Rubin, he cares. Remember, it was Josh Luber for a while, Colin? I think he came out of the woodworks and did something recently. Remember, for a while, we were told how fucking Josh Luber was the savior and he cares and da-da-da-da.
Ryan, do you think we contributed to a few things? Number one, Josh Luber being fired. And number two, the Tops event that was supposed to be like, it used to be kind of a dealer, but almost anybody can show up. Now you really have to be a dealer. That is because the very first thing Josh Luber said, basically as an employee of Fanatics, it was about 9:30 a.m. Arizona time. And he shows up and says something to the effect, I haven't been up this early in a long time. And I looked around the room and I said, are any of you guys alarmed by that statement?
They weren't, Colin.
They weren't. Here's a guy who had painted fingernails, who was like 5'2".
No, he bald as fuck.
Looked like he was
Wearing a backwards
just smoked looked like he just smoked a blunt. And he said he hadn't been up earlier than Ryan. I can understand like 4:30.
Does he have kids?
I think he did.
Doesn't he have kids? Doesn't
I
this
think he
motherfucker
does.
have kids?
But if you're like from New York, Ryan, you have one of these nannies take care of your kids. Like you don't even take care of your own kids.
There you go. My bad.
Like you're such a beta that you can't even you can't even father your own child.
It's probably not even his kids. It's probably somebody else fucked his wife, and maybe that's why he's fucking checked out. Tim, maybe we got to check Tim. Maybe we got to get the Maury Povich DNA test to be like, you were not the father.
Maybe.
Remember Josh Luber though? Remember him?
Was not
Remember
impressed.
how he was supposed to save the hobby?
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to get to a point where there are shops closing down, where there are breakers who are very well known who stop breaking or go bankrupt or something, and we're going to be here to talk about it. It's going to happen. Or what about just somebody who goes rogue, who's like, fuck it, I'm done with Fanatics.
I hope it's Sarah. She can come on Sports Card Radio and
Right.
we can get like a couch like you and Alex had in New
Right.
York, and she can sit there
That's
with you.
why,
and
yeah, the bigger
have a
we get,
9-hour
right,
live stream.
we could create an outlet to where, yes, you could
Right.
come over to the dark side. We're
Yeah.
not reliant on allocation. We're not reliant on sucking the TD of Michael Rubin and the Hobby Positivity crew. That you can come over to the dark side and have success.
I think so. I think so.
I think that should be our goal, is to create an infrastructure to where we're obviously not reliant on anyone, at least anybody big. I mean, we'll take the free boxes from Neighborhood Card Shop any day, anytime. We're going to be giving this box away tonight. But yeah, we need to create an infrastructure to where you can cross over to the dark side and have success.
Yep. I think there'll be a lot of that. I think a lot of guys will just get cut off.
Well, you got to start selling singles. You got to start, got to get it. If you want to grow your business, guys, you've got to start selling singles, and that to become a massive portion of your business. I've listed 12,000 singles in the last, whatever, couple months. So I'm actually trying to do it myself. Create a business that isn't reliant on quite literally anyone or anything. But I don't think we're there yet. I think you still have morons buying into these breaks. And so you still have a business, you still have, sustainability for these shops, for some of these people. And if you could just shill bid a floor, if you can, go on Fanatics Live, shill bid a floor and just get one sucker to place one bid above the floor you set, you can have a business for a long time. That's why people wonder how these guys stay in business. Just get one sucker. It's not 50 customers. It's like literally 2.
One. Yep.
That just place a bid above your floor price, and then you got the one or two suckers. And then if you could figure out a way, like maybe some of these guys have, and rig these breaks and maybe funnel some top cards to yourself or to your homie or to whomever. Now you got something. Now you got extra margin on top. So we're still in the first couple innings of this shit. Like, we got a long way to go. Like, if the Dodgers get out ahead 2 or 3 innings, 2 or 3-0 tomorrow, don't get too excited. Dodgers got no pitching on the back end there, so don't get too excited. We got a long way to go with the sports card world, with these businesses. And I'm not convinced anybody but our boy Shine is really balling, to be perfectly honest. I think there's still a lot of people eating top ramen, and the revenue might be high. Like Jeff, he's pulling in $1 million a month, but he's making $5,500 off that fucking $1 million a month after he pays for everything.
Yeah,
Saint sports tickets, guys. Yeah, the Saint sports tickets where you're fucking buying these things for $100 and flip them for $250, and you sell 100 of them and you walk away with all the cash.
Yeah, I don't really want to say how much I've made just sitting here.
Can't
believe Ticketmaster hasn't shut me down yet, because I've hit refresh so many goddamn times.
I have 400 accounts you could use on Ticketmaster if you need to, so don't worry. I can get you back on Ticketmaster.
I'm actually thinking about getting Starlink, but keeping my other internet, because it's like once you get shut down on one internet, you just click over to the other one.
Just tweet the CEO of
Ticketmaster.
That worked for me. One time I got kicked off. One time I was banned for Ticketmaster, and then I tweeted the CEO of Live Nation, and I showed him my account. I spent like $125,000 in 5 weeks, and I was like, bro, I did this all without a bot. Like, unlock your boy. Literally, I got a phone call from the regional manager in Minnesota like 2 hours later.
There you
Never
go.
had a problem with my account after that. So if you got a problem, just tweet the Live Nation guy and you'd be good to go.
I've done that a lot of times, not necessarily in that scenario, but like you go to LinkedIn and it's like,
Yeah,
you
just
get
go right
you
to the
get
top.
you get bullshitted by like one of the low end employees, and then you just go find his
this.
manager on LinkedIn, and then all of a sudden it's like 3 phone calls come in, and you get assigned a new rep, and you're like, yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
That's how I was
Bitch.
being fucked. I was like, bitch, because they thought I was using bots. It's like, motherfucker, I literally emailed. I was like, come to my house and sit and watch me all day. Come watch me do this shit, and you'll see that there's no tricks. Do we want to take calls? Do we want to read this review about CardsHQ? Do we want to talk about Sarah? Do we want to talk about the hobby elections?
We have something to give away here.
We
so do. I mean, here we'll drop
links
it
in the chat. I'm dropping it.
You still need a strong take, but
come with a strong take, and you can win caller of the night. And now what I may do, full disclosure, I got to see if I have a box big enough for this. Kind of an awkward size. If not, what I will do is unpack it. I'm not going to open anything, but I'm going to fucking take the packs out.
You're going to search the packs.
I'm going to CT scan it. And then,
when you get the box and there's nothing
right.
in it, you can blame Ryan. But I could see
you can blame
unboxing that.
I might have a box big enough. If I have a box big enough to fit it and it could ship safe, I just want it to ship safe because it's like, I could see this getting crushed. And then all of a sudden your oversized downtown is fucked. And I don't want that to happen. There's 8 packs that probably have nothing in it, but you do have a $30 to $50 downtown sitting on top. That's easy money probably. So I don't want to that could easily get damaged though. If I have a box big enough to ship it in, I will. But if not, full disclosure, I may open it and not open your packs, but open the box and just kind of put it in there. But if you're caller of the night, you get that courtesy of Neighborhood Sports Cards in beautiful Lodi, California. I don't know if you drove downtown Lodi's some old money down there, baby. Some old money down there.
Yeah, it's clean. It's nice. I mean,
yeah, cute little.
That's where I would live.
Girls, yeah, no doubt.
I mean, I remember back when we were in high school, you went to Lodi to get that fresh pea.
Yeah, I worked at a skate shop that it was a 6,000 square foot skate shop, so half the size of Jeff's shop in Atlanta, but half the building was like bikinis. And oh my goodness, if I could be 20 years younger again. Woo! That was a good job. $9 an hour, made $9 an hour. So I'd literally go back right now for $9 an hour.
For $9,
that fucking job,
just to see the hotties.
Not for like 20 hours a week. You know what I mean? Like a little low key, like little part-time thing. You'd pay me $9 motherfucking dollars an hour and I'd happily fucking go do that again.
They might call you.
Maybe they will. Yeah. I don't know if that's legal these days, but we do have a review. This is the funny one. And this is, if people think we're about to cook Jeff Wilson, wait till we read the review. But I thought this was kind of funny. We know some people that have been to the HQ. Now, apparently Jeff only owns like fucking 3.6% of this or whatever. So that's good. You know, that's going to be his move, right? When this thing either fails, like most hobby shops or whatever, it's just not as big as he's going to be like, oh, you guys thought I owned CardsHQ? Nah, I was a small piece.
Yep. And the sheep will be right there being like, oh,
like,
okay,
Jeff. He got out at the right time. Oh, he's so goddamn. Oh,
yeah. Great timing, Jeff. Got in, got out.
Good job, man. Thanks for your contributions to the hobby.
Yeah, can't wait to see what you do next.
I still remember the video that he made with some like handicapped kid, and there were motherfuckers in our comments being like, are you gonna talk about this? And I'm like, you suckers would fall for any marketing fucking ploy. You talk about sheeps. My God.
Jeff knows it too. Jeff's smart.
Jeff's nice to handicap kids.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit, God. Breaking news.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Anyways, here's Here's a review from 3 months ago. 1-star review on Yelp from a Mr. Tyrone Davis. Wonder what his ethnicity is. Seen the store on YouTube, Colin.
Oh boy.
So I got to try to say this with like a little Southern accent for Atlanta. So pardon my little.
Get your Kamala accent going.
So I decided to give it a try. I tried to sell my sports cards to Jeff. He never once looked down. He just flipped handful of page. He had them in binder pages and constantly told me they don't buy vintage. What they meant is they don't buy 1990 score. But I told him multiple times, Colin, to look at the cards. Look at that Jose Canseco. Look at that Ricky Henderson. Look at that Ozzie Smith. He finally did look at them, and I purposely put the rookies in front. I put the Ben McDonald in front. I put the Greg Jeffries in front. That I know did well in the June auction. Wonder what auction. He literally put in no effort. I had a few items I wanted to purchase, but the lack of respect. I will never go back. And Colin, I have been watching the owner, Jeff Wilson, on YouTube for years. I won't even support that now, he says. Here's the best part. He told me, Colin, a Chipper Jones, the legend of fucking Atlanta, Chipper Jones, rookie card was 50 cents. But mine is in great condition, in plastic. In plastic. They told me he just didn't care. Sell your stuff somewhere else. At least GameStop scan your PSA. So what are your thoughts about the man? He took his Chipper Jones rookie that was in plastic, Colin. He didn't even have it in the binder page. He didn't even have the Chipper Jones in the binder pages. He made sure he had the special Chipper Jones, the 1992 Upper Deck card that literally is worth 50 cents. He had it in plastic. Probably some 8th tier grading company. It was probably, if it wasn't a PSA slab, it might be worth $15, but he probably had it in some 8th tier fucking arena club slab. But what are your thoughts on Mr. Tyrone Davis and his trip to Cards HQ?
I think Tyrone found out what kind of man Jeff really is, Ryan.
Oh.
He's not a man of the people, not a man of the community, not a man with any kind of empathy.
Yeah.
He's only a man that thinks about himself, Ryan. He's a narcissist.
Wow.
He's a fascist. Some people might even compare him to Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin. All wrapped up into one. Oh, no, hold on. That's another guy.
And you're talking about Jeff. You're talking about
Jeff. Sorry. This is a common thing. If you've owned a trading card shop before, you have people bring you the cards that they've had sitting around for a long time. And they come out and they think they're worth a lot of money because they might have spent at the time a lot of money on these cards. There's a way to turn these people down. But Jeff doesn't have an empathetic bone in his body unless it's some handicapped kid that he's going to put on a YouTube video.
That benefits him. Right.
Benefits him. Jeff only is going to do something that benefits him.
Who is the Thursday Night Football reporter with the boots and the Sorry.
Yeah. Amazon's got one.
Lordy Lord.
Yes.
Who the hell is that?
Indeed. I don't remember her name, but I know who you're talking about. Know exactly who you talking about. So yeah,
Sorry,
I mean, there it is. That's all I had to say.
Okay. So we'll have to keep, we'll have to keep up on these reviews for Cards HQ and just read some of the 1-star ones. Maybe we'll read some of the 5-star ones. But yeah, you go in there and try to sell your little Chipper Jones. Could be a
Not
massive
going to end
problem.
well.
Did the fucking Rams win?
I have no
Oh,
idea.
that's a big upset. Boy, they were probably like fucking 6-point underdogs. What did the algorithm say over on Cblez's fucking
And what's
thing?
Cblez have?
My God.
He probably had it right. My man's unstoppable.
That's a big upset. That to win on the road? Woo wee, you down 14-7 too in the first quarter. And you
Wow.
come back and you fucking hold them to some field goals.
That's strong.
Very strong game from the Rams. My goodness. Bet a lot of people lost some money on that motherfucker. That was probably 6.5. They're probably six. They might have been over a touchdown underdog in that game.
Wow.
Short week. Man. Okay. Big win there. In the NBA games, it looks like Boston. I swear to God, if Boston don't win the NBA championship, then somebody got hurt. All 5 of their guys can shoot and defend, and they ain't got Porzingis yet. Like their entire team can shoot from 3 and switch. Like they had Drew Holiday guarding what's his name, Cat, Karl Anthony Towns on the Knicks. Like if they got their 2-guard guarding bigs, everybody can switch on that team and everybody can hit a motherfucking 3.
Blez had Vikings.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Off
This
night
is
for the
a huge
Algo.
up-
Off night
this
for the
is
Algo.
huge upset. That's a massive upset. They were fucking 1-4. They were probably, I don't know what the line was, but I bet it was 6 or 6.5. Ooh, who is Kaylee Hertang?
They said
too? My
2.5.
goodness.
Chat said 2.5
No fucking way.
plus 2.5.
Fuck the spread. Pull up Kaylee.
Yeah, no shit.
Spread Kaylee, what?
Minus
Exactly.
2.5. Okay. Shout out chat. Minus 2.5. Good Lord. I would have guessed way more. Yeah, let's look up Haley Kurton. Good thing I ain't setting the lines. that
Maybe
me?
you should be.
Fuck. Is it Haley Kurtang?
No idea.
I don't fucking know. I think it was Haley Kurtung.
Tongue.
I don't know.
Let's do Amazon sideline reporter. Google.
Hartung. Kaylee Hartung. Born in 1985.
Really?
Kaylee Hartung. But this ain't even the one this ain't even the ones with the boots and the fucking.
Oh wow, they got another one.
I got multiple.
This is the one I've seen.
Nah, there's the blonde with the boots. Is pretty
Oh,
special
okay.
too.
This is quite lovely.
This is quite lovely too. 1985. I mean, this one is mid 30s or actually late 30s here. We lock this one up. I wonder what line she had on this game. So there we go. We'll be at the 680 card show this weekend, October 26th, 10 a.m. Be there. $5 entry, free parking. Kids 12 and under, free. Come sell me your 10-cent cards. Have you been buying or selling any cards?
I haven't been listing a whole lot. Only again, the tickets are. You can make
Tickets are
literally
priority.
$300
You're
a
right.
profit in tickets.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
So
for real.
do I want to sit here and list one trading card by one trading card?
Mhm.
Not right now. But I have a ton sitting over here. I got a box like this, literally a box like this of all Tom Brady.
Okay.
I've got another 300 count box coming from Check On My Cards. 400 cards. I've got another, and I can see it in my distance. I got probably another 100 to 200 Kobe, Jordan, Troy Polamalu, Ben Roethlisberger type stuff that needs to be listed. I got a lot of stuff that needs. Oh, and then in the back of the car right now, we got a bucket.
Huge bucket. We got a bucket.
Got a
I got
huge
one in my
bucket.
cart, too. Yeah.
So
I
when
got one in my-
when the tickets slow down, my
Put that on
sales
the
have slowed down just a little bit.
How many listings
but-
do you have?
Like 1,300, 1,400. I mean, I'll
Oh,
show my
God, that ain't
stats.
nothing. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like
no,
shit.
I don't have a whole lot. I don't have a whole lot. I mean, like I actually have 1,500 listings. You can see in the last 90 days, I only have 2,800 in sales, which is a little low. This, I would say the last week has really slowed down.
Mhm.
And I think a large part just because it's not that I don't have, it's not that I don't have a lack of inventory. The stuff that I have listed, I've used the software to list about 500 cards, but it's all 99-cent stuff that's common and it is selling. So I am making sales, but it's a lot of like 99-cent stuff. I haven't listed a lot of my $3, $4, $5 Tom Brady's, things like that. And again, you know this because I can buy a parking pass for $49.99 and I bought one today. I bought it for 30 and I sold it for 130, like literally 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
So you make like $90 in 10 minutes.
In a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I'm making on an hourly basis over here, I'm probably making $1,000 an hour on these football tickets. So I might as well just maximize that. Continue to feed the family and do that until that starts to dry up, probably in another probably got a solid another 2 months of that. Depending
Warm
on
weather,
what teams,
Good
depending
weather.
on what teams are in it and where it stands. Even if a team's shitty, people still go to the games. As long as they're not like it's weather, yeah. Or if they're offensively bad. There are some teams that are just offensively bad where the fans feel disrespected. But you know what I mean? But like there are teams that'll go win 6, 7 NFL games this year, but the fans will still show up. Maybe not sold out, but they'll show up. There's college football. There's a college football playoff this year with way more teams. I think it's this year. I think you've got a college football playoff with like 12 teams. So those games are going to be like, all I know, Ryan, is when that's going on, I am shutting it down. I am shutting it down. Like I'm going to be watching the fuck out of that. So let alone the NFL, if the Bengals are in it, or even if the Bengals aren't in it, I'll watch. So, I'm going to do that. I'll list some cards here and there. We'll go to these card shows. Maybe there'll be some stuff there. Maybe there'll be some opportunities to off a little bit of this stuff, but I'm probably just going to, keep it off to the side. And when things slow down from the tickets, I'll start buying, start listing and selling the trading cards because things start to pick up. I feel like at the beginning of the year, we're at the time of the year where it's back to school. It's check your pocketbooks. It's buy the kids gifts. It's, that type of spending right now. It's dig myself out of the hurricane, dig myself out of the flood, dig myself out of the snow for, the uncivilized people that don't live in California. And, I think come January, trading cards might be how I make most of my money. It's possible, other than like YouTube and other stuff. So not like Sports Card Radio YouTube, but
yeah. Well, yeah, that doesn't make jack shit, as we've seen. But I very modest considering. I think you said you made $400 sitting in the car today on autopilot, selling whoever's tickets, Dodger tickets. But yesterday I did $120 on eBay, and I think the most expensive card I sold was $9.99. Wow. And it was a lot of, 2, 2, 2, 5, 2, 2, 2, 2. And I've gotten up to, I think I'm up to like 12,000 or 13,000 listings. I had to up my eBay account to where now I get like 60,000 free listings or something. I think I was at a 10,000 threshold. Whoa. But that was encouraging. So I had 12,000 listings and I sold $120 worth of stuff yesterday. And I think it's very easy for me to get to 120,000 listings. Now, would you 10x? Would I have $1,000 day? Probably absolutely not. But would I start having $200-$300 days where you're maybe making, that's sales. And now what you make off that, we might be, let's say you have a $300 day, you're probably going to make maybe $150, maybe 120. I think now you're starting
That's
to
still
get in
pretty
the
good.
realm of where you're getting into the realm of you could now probably pay somebody to ship these cards for you because you're probably dealing with 50 orders or 75 orders a day, and that takes time. I think the key thing is, and this is if you want to get off the Fanatics titty and the breaking titty and the breaking wheel and the hamster wheel that is. The key that I've found is it's not hard to get fucking cards to sell, like not hard at all. With the AI software, it's not hard to list cards at all, especially if you have knowledge about sports cards. Like it's not, that's the easiest part is probably getting the cards and scanning them now with the fucking Rico scanner that scans a million cards a minute. I mean, we're talking about easy. One of the most important steps is your organization. So if you have 13,000 cards listed, you need to be able to, Colin needs to be able to shout out one of those 13,000 cards, and I need to be able to literally walk over and go find it in probably 20 seconds or less, probably less, hopefully like 10 seconds or less. That is a very important step that I think people get hung up on. That's why you don't see the Burbank sports cards getting duplicated. Because organization and how you sort your inventory and how you're able to then pick, pack, and ship it becomes very, very important once you reach a certain scale. It's easy to pick through a box of 200 cards and find the one that you sold. But now when you have 13,000 listed, you need to be able to fucking find every single card on a fucking whim in 10 seconds or less, in my opinion, and be able to probably pick, pack, and ship it and have the label on in a minute or less. Because if you have 75 or let's call it 100 orders, even at a minute per order, that's going to take you an hour and 40 minutes to fulfill all 100 of those orders. And out here in California, what's the minimum wage now? $85 an hour. So you've got to start worrying about that unless you want to be fulfilling all the orders yourself. But I was highly encouraged to sell $120 worth of cards yesterday. The highest dollar card I sold was $9.99, a Michael Jordan SI for Kids card. So progress there. I'm trying to get to 50 to 100,000 listings before I even really worry about too much, because I think that's a very obtainable goal. I was able to list, I got 1,500 cards in yesterday that I bought off eBay, and all of them are processed. All of them are on eBay, and all of them are sorted in less than a day. 1,500 cards. You can't do that without AI software, and you can't do that actually probably without a process to where you've done this a few times. So definitely progress there. And at some point, maybe it turns into a real business where if I have 100,000 cards listed or 500,000 cards listed, it is a consistent 100, 200, 300 listings per day that get sold. And even if you're making 70, 80 cents per, you're still making $200-300 a day, and probably have one employee, maybe two, probably one. So we'll see if I can scale that up. But I'm at a little baby amount. I'm still only at 13,000 listings. I'm still getting in the process of, I need to have these things fucking hyper organized so that I can fucking find when these things sell. Somebody bought 25 cards from me last night. I got to be able to bubble mailer gone. Next order. Boom, gone. Because it's all about volume.
Well, I think the AI software, I was telling somebody of this, we were having a different conversation. We were talking more about AI and investment and stuff like that. And I was like, dude, this AI stuff with the trading cards, it's basically like having an employee.
Correct.
You know, this AI software is like having an employee. Actually substitutes the need for you to actually get that employee. Because
already substituting for one employee.
Yeah, no, it already is.
Well, it's a highly efficient employee. Colin, if I hired somebody and had them try to list 1,500 cards on eBay in less than 12 hours, how fucking long would that take?
Right. They wouldn't do it. Yeah.
You wouldn't and couldn't do it.
This is AI. I mean, this from a broader discussion perspective, like this is going to happen across every industry in the world.
Right.
And some people, it's going to take jobs. It's going to be this, that, and the other. It's
this
like,
is
no,
revolutionizing the industry.
Yes. It's revolutionary in not the hobby industry. It's revolutionizing industry, period. Like we are talking
For sure.
about, this is one of the most exciting investment trends of
But
all
nobody's
time.
using it in cards. The only people who are using it in cards are like the Burbank card dorks and me and you and a few other people. Literally, no, are breakers using AI in any kind of meaningful way? Absolutely fucking not.
I mean,
This is a
they're so consumed with Fanatics that they don't have time for anything
if you
else.
want to get off the Fanatics titty, single cards, AI software.
Why don't
To me,
you know
that's
what,
a
Ryan?
great
You should
way.
set up like a Calendly. There, it's like this calendar app where people can like, set up a 15 or 20-minute Zoom call with you. You should do a thing where it's like you just consult for $100 an hour. And if somebody wants to get off the Fanatics titty, it's, boom. They can learn about how to do that in 30, 40 minutes.
I want to prove the model myself. I only have 13,000
More than
listings. I
100
want to
bucks
get
an
to 100. I want to get to 100,000 listings. And what does that look like? Do I have $300-$400 days?
I think you would. I mean,
I think I
if you're only
definitely
would.
selling, if you're only selling 99 cent
$1,000
cards,
an hour.
I just think if you're only selling 99-cent cards, that is only one segment of the market. You just got a big old bucket, so it's like there's gonna be some $4, $5, $6, $7 stuff in there. I don't think I've had $1,000 days, but I've had, with 1,000 listings, I've had like $200 days, $300 days, mainly because like one guy comes and buys $150 worth of shit, another guy buys 50. You might sell a $20 card inside of that. I have a lot of days where, you sell one of your more expensive Michael Jordan cards and the guy buys 4 other ones, or somebody will just come through. I've had it where somebody just comes through and buys $34 cards. They just buy them all. I'll have 5 of the same Troy Polamalu's. They'll buy them all. I think it does help.
I'm fucking with promotions right now. Like I have I have a buy 5 get 5 free right now. And I think once you're at quote unquote scale, like maybe 100,000 cards, 500,000, those type of promotions, you can really fucking push some volume through. If you're doing a buy 5 get 5 or buy 5 get 3 or whatever it is, and you have the inventory to satisfy somebody coming in and wants to spend whatever $20 that night or $30 that night, you certainly could. I've noticed, like, I had a 25 card order last night. I mean, I think once I reach scale, and then also you're able to if anybody watches your listing or even views it, I think you're able to literally push an offer to them daily at 15% off or 20% off or whatever. And I noticed some success with that, where I'm able to click a button, promote 20% off, boom, send the email. It sends an email to them, boom, and you get instant purchases on that. If you have 100,000 listings of even semi-relevant cards, it's not like 1991 Fleer or Commons or whatever. They're semi-relevant. This stuff is not hard to get. Like the easiest part of this is getting the cards. People give you these fucking cards, almost quite literally. Getting the inventory is extremely easy. It's kind of figuring out the process of listing these things, and then it's the hyper organization on the back end. The way Burbank Cards does it, he does it. I do it a different way. He does it to where he almost takes an extra step, list the cards, but then he'll even sort it by set, brand, card number. And so when you go pick, pack, and ship a card from Burbank Card Court, it says 2009, 2010, Upper Deck Black Diamond, Michael Jordan card number 147. And that's where you go find that card in his stack. Whereas I'm doing it a little different way, where I can list all these cards and then it spits out a SKU number. So I list it and then it spits out a SKU card 10,450 is that Michael Jordan card. Now 10,451 might be a Fernando Tatis card. And so you just have essentially your inventory sorted out by SKU. And then when you get an order, you get all these SKU numbers and you just, and if you have everything hyper organized, it's very, very easy to find this stuff. So I think I'll try to do that at scale. I don't imagine us creating any, that's why, if you want this type of content, you better be listening right now. because I'm not going to be creating content surrounding this, or I created this thing, or I sold X amount of cards today. Last thing in the world I want to do is that. I'm trying to create less sports card content if I possibly can. So, but I thought we'd at least take time on these live streams and at least kind of talk about what we're doing and so on and so forth. Because yeah, I mean, I processed 1,500 cards yesterday by myself. You know, I don't have the luxury of Jeff Wilson. I have 22 people working for me. So my 27-year-old girlfriend dumped me too. So she isn't even around to fucking help me out with something and maybe put a label on something. God damn. We're really roughing it over here. But to be able to process 1,500 cards in essentially what would be amount for a day, I think one person could process 2,000 to 3,000 cards, especially if they were in soft sleeves or not top loaded. If they're top loading, it takes you a little longer to scan, but you could still probably plow through thousands of cards per day. So think about in a 4 or 5 month span, if you're doing thousands of cards per day, 30,000 a month, in 5 months, you'd have 150,000 listings. Then that's probably a business that is now spitting off, maybe hundreds of dollars in revenue per day. Again, we're not talking about tickets. It's not get rich quick. It's not fucking, fly to Vegas on the fucking weekends and blah, 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 but we are talking about a sustainable business that you're not on the Fanatics titty in any kind of way. I don't give a fuck what product comes out or how much it costs. Because all I'm concerned about is getting cards for probably about 5 to 10 cents. And that's all day. And then at any moment, if you want to switch into the mid or the high end, you can absolutely do that. If you want to buy cards at 80% and sell them to a repacker for 90%, that's there all day fucking long. I'm talking about processing any batch of cards, being able to buy any collection of cards. There's a lot of little guys who go to shows. It's really easy. You can cherry pick little cards out of a case and you can go sell it to Backyard and you can go sell it. You call me in 3 years if you're still doing that. You want to be in this hobby, you need to be able to process any fucking collection, any order of cards. Unless you're DA and you're in the good old boy network. Jeff will find this out too. Eventually Jeff is going to have to learn how to fucking sell fucking cards. If he really is a partner in this hobby shop or not. Like push through some fucking cards. Everybody always talks about Burbank sports cards, but nobody's copied them. Because nobody really wants to grind and actually do the work. Everybody talks about Burbanks. I think if you polled people in the hobby, like 99% of people would be like, oh yeah, that guy's successful. That hobby shop is successful. But yet all you dorks run over to fucking Fanatics Live and try to break cards. Because this is easier. This is easier than going through an order of 1,500 cards. Way easier. Way more sexy too. Way more sexy. Nobody was reaching out to me yesterday and be like, God, you did a really good listing that pink camo fucking $1.99 Carl Anthony Towns card. But we're going to see in a couple years, what are the sustainable businesses in the hobby and what are just kind of fly by night. These guys will be here, gone tomorrow. Here today, gone tomorrow. Or you're somebody who's easily replaceable. I don't know these GI card guys from the next people, but guys, anybody can sit on these fucking stupid streams and sell these cards if you get allocation. Literally anybody can do it. I don't understand you guys who go into these rooms with 20 people and you want to watch. You'd rather watch grown men open these cards than Sarah. At least I'd fucking pay Sarah a nickel or two to fucking open these cards.
Yeah, you would.
So we'll see. I think we're still in the easy money part of the hobby where you can kind of be somebody and get allocation, make a little money.
Sure.
And we're going to see probably in a couple of years who can build an actual sustainable business, like a real sustainable thing. Burbank has done this and nobody has even tried to do it, even on a small scale, Colin. Like, there's very few people that have even said, let me list 100,000 cards, which would literally only take you a couple months
Well, I think
of your own time.
I think if you look across eBay, there are accounts on there with a lot of, as I'm listing cards, I'm seeing
Yeah.
other
None of the
people on there.
influencer types,
But
but
no,
none
no,
of
no,
the
no.
little
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
influencers.
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
they're
None
all
of the people that,
grinders.
yeah, none of the people that actually talk about making money are making any money, Ryan. Let's be real. And people are going to be like, oh my God. But Ryan, what was true 10 years ago is true today. We go to these card events, Ryan, and we look around. We don't see anybody driving a nicer car than we do. I sure as hell don't see anybody with one nice watch, let alone like 5 of them. They usually don't have a very nice pair of shoes on. They usually look like the guys that work at CardsHQ. A half wrinkled polo with a wrinkled collar. No, like looked like dude hadn't got his hair cut in a while. Looked like he's wearing the same frames that he got at Lens Crafters on like a 2 for $99 deal. You know what I mean? Like they're staying at Ryan. We were literally 2 blocks from Fanatics Fest in NYC. Did you see anybody that was at the show at our hotel lobby? Like after the show was over and we walked back to our hotel room, which I think we've had people see the hotel room and say, this is one of the nicest hotel rooms in the city on that side of the city. Did you see anybody from Fanatics Fest staying there?
Maybe one of the athletes, but that's about it.
The truth is these guys really aren't that successful.
Is that the thing? There's not a lot, like the money, like if you have a shop or you're a breaker, the money really isn't there.
It's not there. The cash flow might be there. The cash flow might be there.
For sure.
But when do you get your cash out?
At the end, probably.
But when is the end? When is the end? The end is Fanatics saying, oh, we hired Sara full-time and we got a bunch of other hot looking girls and guys to break the cards, and it's all done by AI and robots and blah, blah, blah. We cut out the middleman. Why do we need a filth bomb breaks? I mean, all those guys, filth bomb breaks, everybody at their booth at Fanatics Fest looked exactly like you think a filth bomb would look. Like a tired t-shirt, tired look on their face, low energy, scrub. These guys are scrubs.
Well, what happens with these guys? They make a little money, and guess what? Topps comes out with an $8,000 product that you got to buy 20 cases of.
You
so
got to
the
buy
money's
it.
all gone. I think Jeff gave away the game. He talking about the other day. I was like, oh yeah, in 1 minute you'll have 150,000 in your account, and then the next you got $250.
Right.
It's like that's the game. Is you just have to keep leveraging quite literally everything you have, either in cash or on credit. And that's the only way to stay ahead. And now if you run a large operation, it can't be just a one-man band listing 1,500 cards all by yourself.
Nope.
No. How many people work at CardsHQ, guys? How many people work at Filth Bomb? How many people work at some of these other breakers? So yeah, maybe there's money coming in, but it's paying
Goes
for the
out.
salaries of 10 or 20, 50 other people. And so if there's any kind of slowdown, this industry is going to face a lot of challenges for people who are reliant on Fanatics and who haven't built a sustainable business that isn't reliant on anybody. And that has big margins. My guess is a lot of these breaks go off, and some of the giveaways that these guys do and the time spent sorting, shipping, packing these cards, these guys lose money on probably over half the breaks they do.
Yep.
When you really see a breaker pumping a product, it's because that the margin's finally good, and they've got to fucking just go all in and pump the shit out of it. Or they leveraged everything they had to buy it, and now they have to shove it onto you guys.
Well, they know that maybe a product comes through the door and they make money on it, but guess what? Next week, another product that's going to come out with at best single-digit margins, and you're going to have to buy it. Because if you say no, then the next product that comes out with mid-teens margins, you're not going to get any of it. It's a terrible game to be on. Terrible business. Terrible business.
Pre-sales, Colin. This is just the pre-sales.
I know. I know. It's
dog shit.
The industry hasn't changed at all. This is
more
exactly
expensive.
it's just the same game. It's just now you're having to outlay more cash. The profit margins are the same. Now you have to have even more cash to play. And your expenses are way higher. Way higher. And Ryan, as we know, as they outlined, this was several years ago at the first Fanatics event that they held for hobby shop owners. Oh, they want all your data. So they're seeing every single one of your sales. So Ryan, what do you think Fanatics is going to do with that data? You think they're just collecting that data and they're going to be like, this is great. We see how many sales you have. We see how much we can charge. No, they're grabbing the data to replace you one day. They're seeing how much they can squeeze your neck. And then once they squeeze it, they're going to squeeze you out of business and they'll replace you with the lids. And they'll replace you with a 20-something-year-old breaker and a team of border jumpers in the back sorting through the cards.
Isn't that the move, Colin? Is at some point Fanatics is like, fuck you,
Absolutely.
Jeff. Fuck you guys.
Absolutely.
Let's do our own breaks and do our own shop. Isn't that the move?
Well, yeah, the move is Jeff will still get a bone, but it'll be like a little biscuit. So Jeff will get Topps Chrome for 400, but Fanatics will be over there breaking it and selling it on their website for less.
Yeah, with
Meek Mill and sure, but it'll be for a lower price. So there'll be almost no reason to go to Jeff. And so Jeff will be the sheep. Like right now, Jeff is back there with Michael Rubin with the rifle. But at some point, Michael Rubin turns the rifle over to Jeff and shoots him too. This is how this game works. That right now, the breakers are not the sheep. But at some point, the breakers turn into the sheep themselves.
They're the slaves.
Right now, they are.
Useful slaves.
Yes. And they'll be freed one day. But Ryan, freedom doesn't mean you're free.
Mm-hmm. You're going to be left out on the street with nothing.
Damn right.
I'd rather have a $100,000 $2 cards list than fucking be left out on the street with nothing.
Yep.
Because you don't. The only guy you see really quote unquote balling in this industry appears to be Shine, and we don't know where this money's coming from. But you don't see these breakers really. Like it doesn't seem like they're doing like everything's leveraged up to the nines.
They don't have any they have polo shirts, Ryan. Would I rather roll to Fanatics Fest with 8 of my employees or with a new Rolex on my wrist? I mean, I'm sorry.
Well, you have a Rolex. You have a Rolex because the 400 you made all goes into your pocket. Whereas a breaker probably made 4,000 a day, but he's got to pay his 18 shippers and this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy and this.
Some of these guys are enamored with building a business and not their bank account. Like I've always been about my bank account, not let me build a business so I can pay and feed some other family. It's like no, I've never wanted to do that. I've only wanted to feed my family. But I meet a lot of these guys and I get the impression like, oh, they want to take care of somebody else. It's like, no. Because
they want to become big. We've seen that a lot. Guys just want to become big almost at all cost. Even at the expense of profit.
And that's, I mean, we find out that doesn't last. That feeling doesn't last. That's a fleeting feeling.
I think I literally think we're in the first couple innings of this because I think
Mhm.
a lot of these guys haven't quote unquote struggled yet. There is going to be a struggle period
Oof.
of like a year or two where you're waiting for the next hot rookie, or you're just waiting for some kind of
I
hype
think it's
or the
when
economy
I
to
think
turn around.
it's when Fanatics is 100% licensed. So it's when Fanatics is 100% licensed is when the struggle comes.
And
People
public
think
and public.
and public, yeah, either or, but it's when they're fully licensed. That is when they're going to turn the guns to the slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Say thanks for plowing the field, but
Mhm.
now I have a John Deere that'll do that
Mhm.
for me.
And yeah,
Thanks
and
a
then we're
lot.
gonna have these dorks will call in and be like, "I was such a big fan of you guys, and you guys were right the whole time."
That's okay.
There'll be
That's fine.
opportunities to go. I think we should go. I think we should be able to build a business to where some of these people and we can kind of hand select them who we want to be able to go rogue. You can come over to the dark side, make your money in the hobby, not be reliant on Michael Rubin or fucking allocation or go on live for 12 hours on one of these stupid streaming sites that probably won't exist in a few years. I think we should continue to try to build a platform to where, yeah, we can hand select some people to go rogue because it's coming. But we're just in the beginning of it. There's still a lot of people out there that are fooled, that think Fanatics is just going to keep throwing them bones. Just keep throwing you guys bones. Eventually, Fanatics is going to have to be the one to turn a profit. And if you don't have it, and if you haven't built a sustainable business that isn't reliant, why has Burbank Sports Card lasted for so long? That motherfucker could have went out of business 20 different times since the 1990s. Well, because he has 7,000 square feet of cards stacked literally to the ceiling, where he sells 2,000 to 5,000 cards per day. That's literally why he's still in business. And you have nobody, not nobody, but you have very, very few people trying to copycat that business model. You have actually another successful business in Check Out My Cards, who's basically built a Burbank Sports Cards business, but just on the consignment side.
Rob at Burbank shows people the formula if you just ask.
You have to grind. That's the problem. People don't want to work. I listed 1,500 cards yesterday. That was work for me. That was work. It's easier right now to just go live on Whatnot, have a team of shill bidders that can even be you yourself, and just bid up these teams to a floor price and just get one stupid sucker to bid a bit above the floor price. That's where we are, because we have a bunch of sheeps and fucking, what do you guys call them, beta males or whoever, fucking morons. I call them morons.
Yeah, sheep.
The term alpha and beta, same like mental health. I didn't even know what that fucking term meant until I was probably 30. A bunch of morons is what you have. Nobody wants to do the actual work because it's easy right now. Just create a fucking gicards.com or whatever, whoever, go on Fanatics Live or whatnot and set a floor price and sell to some of these stupid dork suckers who are watching your every move, and then they'll send 4-paragraph emails to Fanatics Live how they got fucked, but then they'll still spend money on Fanatics Live. Slowly, the idiots will leave this industry. The idiot money will dry up, and it's who has a sustainable business or who becomes a part of the good old boy network and can scam enough to keep themselves in business. That's another, part of the hobby that people don't want to talk about. That, yeah, if you're good at scamming, you can hang around. If you're like Denny Cards and just build some relationships, and all the fucking Michael Vick cards that were supposed to end up in a product end up at your front door, that might be a better business model. But I get that Jeff Wilson hasn't told you guys this, that you can't go to Sports Card Investors channel and learn this shit. Sorry. Maybe he'll sue us and we'll shut up about this stuff. But you can, the easy money is still just going on one of these stupid whatnots or Fanatics Live. Here's a box of cards and mosaic, guys. Bidding it up to a floor price and getting one stupid sucker to outbid you. That's all you need. So I get why people are doing that, because that's easy. You don't have to grind. You don't have to list 1,500 cards. You don't have to learn the AI software. You don't have to fucking do shit. But we'll see. We'll still be here 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now when you will have to have a sustainable business. Because there will be dry periods. There will be downtimes. There will be times either the economy or the sports card collectibles market just sucks. Like, I was thinking the other day, like, God damn, if Wemby twists his fucking knee or blows an Achilles, whoo. Like, who's an NBA guy that has hype and juice right now besides him and Bronny James? Nobody. There's literally no. Who's a rookie this year, Kyle? Can you name one rookie this year that has juice? Dalton Connect?
Ryan, I didn't even know the NBA started until
Isn't this
today.
the third? Isn't Stephon Castle the third pick in the draft this last year? Yeah, he was. He was the fourth pick in the draft.
Ryan, I can tell you Tesla's Q3 operating margins. I have no idea who the number one pick was. I don't know. And the minute I cared more about a $700 billion car company than a 19-year-old basketball player who will probably be broke in 3.5 years, my life changed.
Hey, fuck the Tesla earnings, bro. I'm telling you, Lakers Southwest VIP parking.
I mean, how am I buying?
Sell four of those at $400 each, bro.
I mean, I have. I mean, the Laker tip was strong. Let's just say that there's been multiple buys and sells on the stream tonight.
I could literally probably sit here and make another rap just giving tips. But there you go. That's the hobby for you. And you can go over to Sports Card Radio right now and vote for fucking hobby president and hobby first lady.
Ryan, maybe we should just open the downtown thing and just keep it, since we will have some nights where it's like the phone rings off the hook and then we're giving some away and nobody calls in.
Should I just crack it open? I mean, how do you open these things?
Fuck these motherfuckers. They don't want to call in.
I haven't opened a product and courtesy of Neighborhood Sports Cards.
Thank you, Neighborhood. I think they got their money's worth. So Lodi, California, beautiful area. Raise your family there. If you're a young guy, you probably see some titty there too.
Woo, some pretty young white girls. Lodi. Can I say that? Do I have to DEI that statement?
Depends who wins. Depends who wins next Tuesday, Ryan.
I saw if you signed up for Daily Wire and if you use the promo code DEI, you got that was fucking classic. I was like, oh, that made me laugh right there. Oh God, I almost signed up just for that.
he's always running a sale. So
we've done a lot. Remember, we've done a lot for the Thai community. So I just want to tell you that much right now.
The Thai community is indebted to Sports Card Radio.
I'm not going to open this yet, but I am going to.
Let alone the Jewish community and Asian community and Japanese, South Korean, North Korean community, the white community, Hispanics,
God,
trans.
I'm glad nobody called in, because I was, after my 27-year-old girlfriend dumped me, I was ready to tee off on somebody. So I'm glad
you were upset.
I wasn't really upset, because I mean, we're still friendly, and I'm sure I'm going to hit it again. But when you get,
it didn't exactly sound like a winner. So with the 30-year-old baby daddy,
I'll send you pics and you might change your mind, but
okay.
Definitely the attraction level was 10 out of 10. Yeah. The other shit is, hit or miss, but she was, God, these products suck. You guys buy this shit? Oh my god,
Hmm.
you guys waste your fucking stupid money on this stupid shit. I can't even sell this shit for fucking 99 cents on eBay. It's half this shit. God, you guys waste your money on this crap. Just being sheep, buying into these breaks. Like, it's a fucking joke. This shit is trash. This shit
People
is
are
trash,
running to Costco, Ryan, for that.
Yeah,
How
there's
dare
not
you.
much margin. There's not because what happened is you need to sell it in the first week, and there's all these idiots who didn't realize they were oversized downtowns. Like,
Right. I get it. You basically had to
Yeah.
fool people into
yeah, I saw some boxes that were like after fees. I mean, it's an awkward box to ship. I mean, this thing's awkward as fuck to ship. So you got to have the right box, and then I don't know. I think it's still going to cost you $7-8 to ship. And after fees, I was like, y'all should just be scanning cards using AI software. Like, but I get nobody wants to do the hard work. Everybody just wants the sexy fucking big pool and fucking whatever. Oh, Matt. Oh, this is a good one. This is, you only know that Max Crosby cards sell fucking pretty well if you fucking
There you
listed
go.
a bunch
Yeah.
of scrap. I mean, Max
You won't
Crosby
se-
cards
won't
sell
send that
really
one.
well.
You won't be sending that one.
Nobody called in. I'm caller of the night, so I'm
Okay.
fucking keeping all this shit.
All right. That's fine. Wasn't free to drive the Tesla down to Lodi, so
No shit. Wasn't free to fucking have a 27-year-old girlfriend for 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah. That's about how long.
It's about
It's
your
my
time limit.
It's my time limit. I didn't fuck it up this time. Usually I do something that kind of fucks it up. Whereas this time I was like, this girl's 27. She's fucking hot. I should probably fucking not fuck this one up.
But you did. Oh, but you
No, I
didn't.
actually didn't. No, I don't think I actually fucked it up. But like I said, I'm gonna be hitting that shit again. But might have worked out better for me. This shit is trash. You guys really waste your money on this shit? You guys should expect better. For real. Like, at least when we were opening packs back in the day, they were fucking 50 cents. Like, literally like 50 cents. This shit was $60 if you bought it even at Costco.
How many cards or like how many packs do you get for $60? Like
packs. I got a
only
Derek Card
8
jersey
packs?
card. So
Okay.
there we go.
Okay.
Whatever.
So it's like what is that? $7 a pack? $6 a pack? 6 times 8 is 48. So it's like
There's
damn near
8
$9
packs, and then the jumbo downtown.
So
Should we open
but the jumbo how much are the jumbo downtown selling for?
We'll have to look, but it depends on how you list it.
Right.
Oh, I know who we're gonna have to send this one to. No, I know who's gonna end up with this one. Colin.
Is it a girl or
Yeah, we're
female?
gonna have to send this one
Oh
to our
boy.
girl Christine. We got Josh Allen.
Oh boy, that's
Jumbo downtown. Christine, if you're watching, I'm gonna send this to you. Got your boy. God, these are hideous. You guys buy this shit? This downtown? You guys buy this shit? This is the hot card right now, Colin?
That's because they're being told that's the hot card. You know what I mean? This is not one of these things that people, Ryan, what you got to understand is the people aren't buying this. They're being told to buy this.
$800 for a, what's his name? Anthony Richardson? Is he even still shouldn't Joe Flacco be starting for the Colts? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
I think he is.
This is what people buy?
Yes.
Who's this? Who is Jackson Smith? I can't even say this without maybe mispronouncing it and getting us kicked off YouTube. Who the fuck is that? I've heard of Joe Namath. You could probably get a Joe Namath rookie card in bad condition for $360. So I don't know why you do that. Here's our oversized. See, look, I mean, I don't understand this. After fees, you're making like $38 there. The box was 53.
But that's if you open it. Like, are people selling this unopened for a profit?
initially, I think there was profit there. I think what people are going to run into this week is people don't want oversized shit.
I agree.
Nobody wants this shit. You know what I mean? I think people got tricked.
Yeah.
People got tricked. And so people were buying this because they thought it was something else.
Kind of a gimmick by Panini, actually, I think.
Look, this one's $20. Like, you're not making any money ripping and flipping this stuff.
No, I mean, but you're getting some money back.
Maybe the first day. Here's one for $15. Nobody wants this shit.
No, yeah, I don't think many people want this stuff.
This stuff is trash. Like, this stuff is trash, Colin. These cards are not any better than they were fucking in 1990, practically. How are we in an industry where in 30 years nothing's really changed except the price has gone up?
Well, I actually think you can point to a lot of industries very much like that. I mean, does a 1980s Rolex Submariner look a hell of a lot like the new ones, and they've gone up in price
Colin,
a lot?
A 1980 Submariner or whatever the fuck it is might get me laid. My 2024 Donruss Jamal Charles ain't getting me shit.
It's probably not going to get you shit.
Bunch of married fucking losers buying this shit is my guess. Bunch of young dorks who aren't getting laid, and a bunch of fucking married idiots who are buying.
I don't think
code on the kid reporter.
I don't think so. I actually think the people that are married are pretty rational in this hobby. The guys I meet with like children are like pretty rational. It's like
maybe
the tech bro. It's like the tech bro, crypto bro, white dude for Harris kind of guy. Like those are the guys.
Or the gambling idiot, the guy who just whatever
has
the
just
social
the DGen,
check.
just the DGen. The guys that knew it was like a -2 tonight. You know what I mean? Like, guys, you should know Google's third quarter revenue estimate before you know the spread on a Thursday night NFL game. When you start
who the third running back is on the team, so you can pick them up in your fantasy or that stupid shit.
Stop caring about that. The minute you stop caring about that, I promise you, you're going to make way more money. And then if you do want to care about the third running back, you're going to have a lot more money and a lot more time to do it.
You can sit in the front row and evaluate them.
Yeah, that too.
These are trash, dude. This is trash.
I mean, Panini makes trash.
Fucking trash.
Panini makes trash product. We know that.
I know Donruss is a cheap product. And look, I scanned 1,500 cards yesterday. It's not my first time looking at cards, but people are literally going to Costco and literally buying out the case of fucking the pallets full of these fucking stupid cards.
There's other items in like Costco that you can like retail arbitrage too. There's like
you could sit here and just click refresh and just sell Dodger fucking parking or Houston Texans parking or Lakers parking for tomorrow and then do it the next game.
In Mexico, you could sell the Costco cakes outside for like 15x.
There we go. This is trash. Anybody telling you otherwise is fucking a joke. This is trash. There's no reason to buy this stuff. None. Unless you're just a sick, degenerate gambler. None. Why do people buy this shit?
It is what it is.
There's so many ways to gamble your money. There are a lot of ways you can gamble your money. Traditionally not. Like, why the fuck do people buy this shit?
Jeff Wilson tells them to, Ryan. Card collector too.
Pac-Man, he opens 100 packs and you go, oh God, I got to go out and get my fucking dog shit. Dog shit for suckers. It's like for fucking suckers, this shit.
Ryan, we got sheep in the industry. We got sheep and we got
Sheeps
slaves
and slaves.
And hunters.
Slaves. God, I'm starting to understand the alpha and the beta. It's like if you a sheep or a slave, you probably don't realize it, but God damn, you a sucker.
Like Queen
I mean,
City.
he
Shots fired.
doesn't look happy. Thinks you're a Nazi. So
Yeah.
you're
He's the
you-
definition of
you-
beta. That's your
you're-
definition, right?
you're
there.
you're in good company. I think President Trump was being called a Nazi earlier this week, so I think you're doing just fine.
Can you ghost list a Southwest VIP? You know what I'm talking about? Can
For
you
real?
just list this without even having?
Oh
it in
yeah,
your
yeah,
possession?
you can have it. Yeah,
Bro,
yeah.
this is that's the money right there.
Yeah.
You just ghost list that. Look, today there were like 4 or 5 of these motherfuckers.
Yep. I know.
God damn. The reason why I don't do this shit anymore is because it's like I figured out the game and it's boring to me. It's like I already that's how I make my whatever. It's boring. For me, it wasn't about the money. It was more about the game. And then I was probably the only person in America who lost my job during COVID and lost money during COVID. But that's a story for another day.
For me, it's about paying private school tuition. So
Exactly.
I
should honestly send you my Google spreadsheets and you could literally just look through it for like ideas.
Yeah.
Be like, oh shit, you made $700 on
I
that
know.
Colorado State fucking game or whatever.
Honestly, if I had, the thing is like you're so busy selling the 4 or 5 games that you're kind of on, but then it's like when you can go and look for new shit, it's like
I would try to hook up with because after football, you're going to need that little I would try to hook up with like a Mavericks parking, even Mavericks game tickets. I would even like look at like game tickets too, because there's a Warriors parking. They have a VIP. They have a couple other little sections. It's changed. So used to be able to on the Warriors when they were in Oakland, a motherfucker would list VIP parking. He'd list every game. This is literally every game. He'd list a stack of 25, like 2-3 hours before the game. I just literally buy all 25 and just tink, 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 tink. And this was during the championship run. So it was like every fucking game. It was like he'd literally list 25 VIP, go grab them all. Tink, 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 tink.
Probably some employee.
It had to have been. How the fuck do you get 25 VIP parking passes and then sell them all every game for like $13 each or something?
Yeah.
I'd literally do that every game. Buy all he'd kind of drop the price. I buy all 25 and then just tink, 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 tink all the way up.
I'm definitely gonna keep. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely keep it rolling. Like definitely keep it into baseball season.
Yeah,
and there'll be a little drive spell there before the NFL starts or whatever, which will be fine. But I'm definitely gonna keep this rolling and concerts and just keep it rolling because this is like pretty easy money.
The hot thing, and you just
a hot thing, whatever it is.
I got to show you that. Speaking of college football, they always have those big games in Atlanta. Speaking of our boy Jeff Wilson, there's literally this Bootsy website for Atlanta. You could you go to like a city website and you buy the parking for the fucking Falcons for like $30. Used to be 30. I don't know what it is now, but and then they'll like upload the college football championship game.
Oh wow,
you get that motherfucker. Yeah.
Okay. I need that.
Shit sells for hell. Yeah. I'll try to find that website. It's literally like a fucking public. It's like a government website that you go buy the parking for the Falcons.
It's amazing.
Institutional knowledge, baby.
Easy.
So we have
easy.
Hobby president Collins Vintage Sports Shack is out of retirement. He's
back.
Lead. It's late enough. So now I can I'll show the vote totals over here. Let's go get an up-to-date total on the votes.
Okay, somebody must have surged him ahead. Like, what did he say it on a video that had millions of views? Like, look at that.
I don't fucking know. Look at this. Oh my God, he's not in the lead anymore.
What happened? Oh my God,
he is not in the lead anymore. John Mangini has taken the lead. Look, you can even see there's a way to see how many people have voted today. Actually, I'm able to like there There are literally hundreds of votes that probably can't. 9,300 people have voted. Look at how many people have voted today. 1,700 votes today, Colin.
Man, this is awesome.
If you want to advertise on this website that gets 1,700 fucking clicks, sportscardshow@gmail.com. But you can see there is a 29 vote lead. 4,025 votes for John Mangini, 3,996
wow.
Vintage Sports Shack. And you can see everybody else is way behind.
Way behind.
Not even
Wow.
fucking close. Let's go look at
Amazing.
First Lady. Alex Giamo is absolutely fucking killing it. It's gonna have to take a massive comeback.
Some ballot harvesting.
4,900 votes.
My God. She's got it locked up.
She's got that locked. But I thought John Mangini had it locked. Literally, John Mangini had, that type of. He had a 2,000-3,000 vote lead, and then all of a sudden, boom.
So somebody
was
came
gone.
through with like the bot.
We're literally getting votes as we speak because he had 3,995 just a minute ago. So literally there are people on this sportscardshow@gmail.com if you want to advertise on a website that actually gets fucking clicks. Fucking A.
Hey, did you see Brian Gray's going to start like a Hall of Fame?
I didn't. Where did he post this?
So,
Is it
I mean,
on,
I don't know if it's on his Instagram, but I saw it on Twitter. He's going to have a hobby. He's starting a hobby Hall of Fame.
Okay, I like this.
There's going to be an inaugural class.
Ooh, okay. Who should be in the inaugural class?
I think that's what the discussion was.
Okay.
Is that people were talking about who should be in the inaugural class.
Who would you put in the inaugural class of the Hobby Hall of Fame?
Inaugural class of the Hobby Hall of Fame? I think somebody like the late Richard McWilliams could go into the Hobby Hall of Fame.
Okay.
I think he did a lot to expand trading cards outside of basically he's the father of the modern trading card. I think you could say.
Okay.
That Richard McWilliams is now he didn't design the cards. But his backing and pushing of the company led to basically the conundrum that we're in today. Some people might say that it's a negative, that without Richard McWilliams, these things would still be $2 a pack, $3 a pack would be like expensive. But he kind of ushered in the era of the $300 pack, $300 box, which is turned into $8,000 box.
Right.
So he was, in my opinion, somebody that definitely transformed the hobby quite a bit.
Okay.
Other than him, I think it starts to get a little kind of fanboyish. I think he obviously like a Dr. James Beckett,
What about like some collectors themselves? I mean, there's Jefferson Burdick, who I mean, this dude was like around in the 50s, meticulously kind of taking care of his cards. The one guy I can think of is the Arizona Diamondbacks owner, Ken Kendrick, who owns like all the big cards, the PSA 10 mantle. He owns the trimmed fucking
what about Mr.
Mastro.
Mint.
Our boy Mr. Mint could be in there.
I think he was kind of a, Don West.
What about guys like, what about some of these hobby heroes who, have done some shady shit? Like our boy D.A. Cardwell.
Bill Mastro.
Bill Mastro.
Not in the inaugural, not in the inaugural class. Not in the, I think, and it's not like, hey, it's not like Richard McWilliams didn't do some shady shit. Motherfucker was printing like fake Yu-Gi-Oh cards and selling them out the back or whatever. So it's not like, and he knew about it. So it's not like some of the thing is like nobody's clean in the hobby. There ain't nobody clean. When you look in, especially from the business side, there might be collectors that are clean. But I think we have to like D.A. Cardwell. Oh, wow. He has a website and he sells boxes. Wow. You know what I mean?
Right. But that's the type that's going to get elected, right? Like it's going to be these types of people. Like that's what the Hall of Fame, especially if BG's involved. Like it's got to be probably funded by somebody, and it's going to be kind of like
that's fine. Like I don't have a problem with that, but I think we're talking about the inaugural class.
Okay.
The inaugural class has to actually have made an impact on the hobby, not just set up a website and never gone out of business.
This guy donated his entire collection to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City in 1947.
Wow.
Considered to be the greatest card collector in history. Sorry, card collector too. And has been called the father of card collecting.
There you go.
So I think he was literally, kind of looking at cards and kind of inspecting them. He was looking at these cards closer than he was the females in his life, dating all the way back into the early 1900s. I think he was the first person to really, he was the one, he kind of printed a catalog or made a magazine or something. And he was like, the most expensive card is the Honus Wagner, the Honus Wagner T206.
Wow.
And this is back.
It's kind of the original pumper.
Original pumper right here is Jefferson Burdick right here. Yeah. If you don't know who this is and you know who Jeff Wilson is, I mean, God, shame on you.
Yep.
So I think it's got to be people like this. It's got to be like our boy Ken Kendrick. How did he make his money?
No idea.
That's what I want to know. He founded DataTel, Colin, a software development company, and served as a banking industry executive in Texas. Has a net worth of $1 billion as of June 2022.
Very nice.
Ken Kendrick has all the cards that all the old guys want, basically. I think he could be in the Hall of Fame. He owns all the nice cards. So that'll be interesting. Age 81. What will happen to this guy's card collection?
Yeah. Like the minute he dies, Ken Golden sends over some flowers and then he's on a PJ.
It's like the DMs. It's like the DMs and Sarah's. Yeah, it's like, oh, girl. Hey, girl. Oh, shit. Hit me up about that Wimby, girl. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Or no, Mr. Ripz, kind of moves on or whatever. It's like, oh, Sarah's on the block. You would probably slide in, I'm sure.
I'd slide so fast in these fucking DMs. Like, you can't even, like Otani stealing a base, boy. It'd be like, whoo. So yeah, the Hobby Hall of Fame. So that'll be interesting to see who gets into the Hobby Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So how's BG involved? Like, how does that work?
I don't know. He just said that he was starting it or something. That's what I saw. So
how does it make money, or how does it sustain itself? I guess, or is it a sustainable thing? Is it?
I don't know.
Is this the thing he was talking about? The big thing that he was going to do?
I don't think so.
Oh, so this is like a little side project.
Yeah, I don't think this is like big for him.
Okay.
I don't think this is big.
Okay, because I was wondering how does something like that sustain?
Yeah, I don't think it's big for him.
Okay, I'm voting for Ken Kendrick and I'm voting for Jefferson Burdick. Those are my two. Everybody else feels commercial and feels like, Dr. Beckett, he started a company. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
This guy literally collected cards and then he donated it to a fucking museum. Our boy Ken could buy anything he wants. He could buy all the ASU sugar babies he wants, but instead he buys the fucking PSA 10 mantle. So I have a little respect for that and self-discipline for that. I mean, he could have all of ASU Alpha Phi over it at his house, but instead,
how do you know he doesn't?
Well, maybe he does that too, right? Maybe he's doing that too. I think we debated last week which one we, out of the group we.
Yeah, you're killing me.
You're not really sure.
Oh, I'm sure. Believe me, I'm sure.
Here, you could come up with a decision there. Oh, it looks like we've got additional photos. I should have done that. I should have scrolled through. We could have scrolled through and seen what we were working with. God, these girls are already getting enhancements at these early ages. That's what's fucking kind of incredible. Would you rather, Colin? Would you rather spend your night opening a box of fucking Donruss fucking football, or go to the Red Gala dress event, the Red Dress Gala at ASU Alpha Phi?
I would take the Donruss box every day of the week.
That's what I figured. That's a good answer. But you can go over to Sports Card Radio right now and vote for Hobby President, Hobby First Lady. We saw the Rams upset the Vikings tonight. We saw Luka Doncic get one step closer to his prophecy and win an NBA championship by going 9 for 25 tonight. I guess that's what happened. Luka went 9 for 25 and 4 for 11, and the guys didn't want to call in and tell us about how he's going to make the third team All NBA.
If he had 50, we would have like 9 calls.
So already getting 36 minutes a night. So you could see that they've got to play him 36 minutes to beat a Spurs team where literally I think I might be if I was on the Spurs, I might be the second best scorer on this fucking team. Like what like Barnes is probably their best scorer. He should probably get more than 10 shots. Wembanyama, if he's put in the rights, if you're feeding him for a dunk, if you're not, the guy can't do shit right now. Why he's taking 8 threes, I have no idea. We got a long way to go for Victor Wembanyama before he does anything. I'm super high on him. He's going to win NBA championships, but my God, we got years to go. Remember, Luka was drafted in 2017. He just finally made a finals in 2024. That's 7 years. This is Wembanyama's second year. So in 5 years from now, in 2029, we'll be coming back here, and the Spurs will probably have a championship level team.
And nobody will care.
And in between that time, imagine the price delta of his cards and his shit. And how many other guys are going to come along and be like, oh, guys, did you see that step back that Stephon Castle did? Oh, my God.
Stephon Castle.
He's the fourth pick in the draft. This is supposed to be a guy.
First I've ever heard of him.
Well, maybe Jeff can sell you on a break here pretty soon.
Yeah, I hope he does.
But I am sufficiently out of topics.
All right, let's go to the content.
I got a bucket of cards to scan too. So goddamn,
got work to do.
I got cards to process.
Ryan 231 Cards is happy you didn't leave. So you're still here.
I'm single now, so yeah, I'm fucking still here. Otherwise, trust me, I would have been gone 2 hours ago. If I had a little 27-year-old wanted to fucking bang me out, trust me, I would have been gone.
Jason says the police tried to use him as a witness for all the murders committed by Tim Kim last week. He ain't no snitch. So,
man,
who runs the SCR Twitter account? I'd like to tailor the nudes I send to the correct person.
I have card news on Twitter. You need to send.
Yeah, you can send some news there. You can send some nudes there. Actually, can't you do multiple people? You could do multiple people. So you can send some to Sports Card News.
That's right.
And some to Sports Card Radio.
Yeah, so this is me right here. So you can definitely send some nudes to me. And then you can send
yeah, I'll
you can send the other ones to Colin.
It's fine.
19,000 followers on Twitter. Colin, is that good?
And $0.
Colin, this post has gotten 1.5 million views.
You
that
should
good?
sign up for like monetization. I think you have enough views.
Maybe I should. Yeah, I
Yeah, you
should actually.
Somewhere in there. It's the settings, I think.
1.5 million views.
There it is. It's pretty good.
If you want to advertise on sportscardradio.com,
There it is.
please hit. It looks like, oh, we got some comments on our Jab. It looks like somebody posted on Jab's family. Let's read
Oh,
the
God.
comments. Here's his IP address in case you want to see,
Recently?
and his email. Sorry. This is literally an hour ago. It says, I am not a big fan of his, and I don't know what these say. This is hysterical. I watch all his videos in double speed. I love how you guys are not big fans of people, but then I watch all his shit.
Yep.
He talks too slow. He claimed in one video he got rid of his dog because no one would be home to watch it. He only cares about money and selling spots. He rushes through cards, misses hits, confuses packs for boxes. Again, he's talking about Jab's family. He is one very strange guy. He calls A and G cards without baseball players on them weirdo cards. I wrote him once, "You are king weirdo." People are really stupid to take part in the Saturday showdown. You can have the best card, but a common card, 1 out of 2,000 will win over 2 of 3 of a really collectible player. So this is the guy who pays way too much attention to fucking Jab's family. He left another comment.
Oh, God.
He said his girlfriend, his girlfriend, now fiance, his brother slipped and said she was 17. No fucking way. No way.
What?
Jab's family's girlfriend is not 17.
I don't know.
She's not 17, Colin.
No, I don't think so. Ryan, we do have a caller tonight.
All right.
Well, you're trying to
She's
figure out
not
the age of that.
not 17. Excuse me.
Fucking
She's definitely
beauty
not
queen.
17. She's not 19 either. There's no way that girl's 19. No, I'll bet any amount of money.
I
She's
don't
not
know.
19.
I don't know, man. The African beauty queens. I have trouble identifying the age on that one.
No way she's 19, dude. No, that's not a 19-year-old girl.
Ryan, we are joined with
17. Go ahead.
2, 3, 1 cards. How you doing tonight?
What's going on, guys?
Where the hell are you? It looks like you're like in a barn or something.
Actually, yeah, I am. I just got a new place into you guys for the last 4 hours doing electrical work and stuff, and I heard you guys.
Oh.
Figured I'd call in.
Taking a break. Wow.
Yep, taking a break, and I don't want to waste too much time, so I gotta ask, what's your favorite Pearl Jam song? Been wondering that.
I'll let Ryan go first.
I mean, in reality, look, some of the stuff off the first and second record, I think, is almost timeless and classic, and it'd almost be hard to pick one. I think one of my favorite Pearl Jam songs that nobody really know, it's off their like 7th or 8th album, is All or None. This is a tremendous song. The last minute and a half of this is unbelievable. There's a little piano part that goes like ding ding ding. It's woo. This is probably out of the songs that people don't know of Pearl Jam's, this is definitely by far one of my favorite songs. Colin, what about you?
For me, it's more about the guitar solos. Not that Pearl Jam doesn't have other parts that I enjoy of their songs, but huge fan of the guitar solos. And I would say when you're at a Pearl Jam concert, some of the best guitar solos occur at the last half of Corduroy. Is can have some amazing guitar solos. Also, Alive, this basically the last half of that song, you get just incredible guitar solos, and that is why I go to the shows, and is to because I think he's the most skillful guitarist of that era. Not saying of all time, but of that era, he is for sure the most skillful lead guitarist that I had saw in that era by far. I can't even actually think of anybody close. So I go for that reason, and that's my answer.
For putting
What's your favorite Pearl Jam song?
I don't know. I mean, Black is one of the most iconic songs of all time, but like one that resonates with me, I really like Garden. I would say that's probably like my main Pearl Jam song. I'm more of an Alice in Chains guy, to be honest. I really appreciate Jerry Cantrell, how talented he is. But it's like Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, and Pearl Jam are like my top three. So, yeah, just off the top of my head, I would probably say Garden is up there for me.
Nice.
Hard to go wrong.
And I was also wondering, so I never get to call in. I work nights, but I just so happen to have tonight off. I've been wanting to ask you guys for a long time because, Conlon, you have the investing channel on YouTube, and I hear you guys reference the stock market quite a bit. So what would you say to these nerds that have their whole life invested into cards? They don't have investments, stocks, what they don't have anything except for their cards. What would you say to those guys that just put their whole life into pictures of men?
Well, what I would do is start by so the key thing you first have to do is start. If let's say you have a lot of pictures of men, and they may be valuable pictures of men, but you have 0 in a 401k, 0 anywhere else, the key thing to do is actually start. In fact, that's probably the hardest thing to do. And so I would set up an automatic deposit in a Schwab account, a Robinhood account, a Fidelity account, and do it weekly. You do it any less than weekly, then you're not going to pay attention to it. And, weekly is best. Keeps your eye on it. You see the withdrawal from your account weekly, and it could be as little as $1. I remember, Ryan, when we started this show 15 years ago, we were very much broke, and I was doing weekly $1 deposits into a Share Builder account. After a while, you might, and this is not a joke, this is for real. And because I realized, hey, to become wealthy, you have to learn how to save money. You don't really have to learn how to make money. You got to learn how to save the money. And then I started doing $5 a week. Then it went to 20, then it went to 100. And then, it goes up from there. And so that's what you have to do. You can't say, hey, when I run into some money, I'm going to all of a sudden become an NVIDIA wizard and fucking start investing. That's not how it works. Start with $1, do weekly deposits, put it in a Robinhood account, Fidelity account, anything like that. And just start buying whatever. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody not to buy Palantir stock or the next overhyped AI stock. Buy whatever you want. And slowly you'll start to learn. And so every single day, try to pay a little bit more attention to it. Instead of the first thing you open up in the morning is your Instagram account or your, boob tube or whatever, pull up the stock prices and look at what the price of Apple is today, and do that tomorrow and do that every single day. That's actually, other than, waking up and making sure my kids have something to eat and they're getting ready for school, the first thing I look at is, what are the stocks doing this morning? Every single morning. What's the news in the stock market? And eventually, you start doing that long enough over a long period of time. You may not, you may not turn into Warren Buffett Jr., but at the very least, you'll diversify your holdings, diversify your investments away from just pictures of men. But pictures of men can be a fine store of value. But as we've seen, they certainly can lose their value as fast as they gain them.
Well, see, I had to ask that. I have a guy that I work with, and there's nothing wrong with renting or anything, but he's in his late 30s. He rents like a 1-bedroom apartment, just a little thing, and all of his money goes into Pokemon cards. And I tried to tell this dude, like, I'm not trying to sound like I'm big shit. I'm not going to be on here talking like Mike Petty. I don't know if Mike's watching, but I'm just a 24-year-old dude. I'm normal. I work a factory job. I do shit on the side to make money, but I got a house. I'm not like Ken Golden on a golf course, but I do have 18 acres. I got a house, and I got I don't even know how much I have in the top of my head in between my Fidelity and Robinhood accounts. I know Robinhood is probably in the six figures right now, and shit, I think my 401 is probably getting close. So I've tried to talk to this dude, like, come on, man, just it's not that hard. You just put, like you said, weekly, put money into one of those accounts, and pretty soon it adds up. And any kind of interest it builds up, you know, if you average an 8% return, it's going to add up in the long run. And he just won't listen to me. So I think maybe if I can clip that and show it to him this week at work, maybe he'll actually listen to me. So
what I would draw a parallel to is, let's just say somebody is not very healthy from an eating perspective, and they're eating pizza and donuts and candy and all this stuff. I wouldn't tell that person, hey, go quit all that and start eating lettuce and apples and bananas. They'll do that for like 24 hours and then they'll go back to pizza. So tell them, hey, your Pokemons are just fine. Let's just start with $1. Let's set up a Robinhood account and put $1 a week in there. And let's just do that. And then let 2, 3, 4 months go by and he's got $15 in there, and then say, hey, let's buy AT&T stock, or let's buy Verizon, or let's buy something. And then watch, when you buy this one share of this company, you're going to get 38 cents every 3 months. And that'll be kind of cool. And then you keep going from there. Then you just go down the road. Maybe he's into precious metals. Maybe he's into the speculative stuff. Maybe he wants to, buy the super safe stuff, boring stuff. Everybody finds a lane. But you have to start. It's very much like eating healthy. Okay, if you don't ever just start, but I also don't recommend jumping off the ledge. Keep collecting Pokemons. Spend 98% of your check on Pokemon. That's totally fine. But let's carve out 2% and put it off to the side. And then, hey, let's have a conversation in 2 or 3 months. Instead of 2%, we're going to do 3%. Then we'll do 4, and then we'll do 5. And then over time, that habit and that regularity of that should create a good habit. You're really just trying to create a good habit. So you start with $1 and then you go from there.
Yeah. And I agree. I mean, do what you enjoy. That's why, most of my stuff, it might not be valuable to everybody, but like, I'm a Detroit guy, born and raised in Michigan. So like Tigers, Pistons, mainly Lions. That's the stuff I collect. That's the stuff I like. That's actually why I'm redoing this little pole barn here, is so I can have all my shit like that out here, so it doesn't, fill up the house. But I've tried to tell this guy, just like you're saying, dude, you can keep doing that, but you can also put money aside for this, that, and the other. And I like dividend stocks. I can't tell you how much I've gotten a return just on that. So even if my stocks dip a little bit, I'm still getting those dividends. And I've tried to explain this to him, and it's just not hitting. So I don't know who all watches this show. You guys get 400 some people in here every stream. So maybe there's people out there that are kind of the same boat. He struggles financially, and it's like, well, you can still do what you enjoy and make it work. And I don't want to overstay my welcome. I don't even read the chat. I'm sure that, it's getting lit up, and I'm fine with that. I don't mind. I know it is what it is. That's what I get for coming on here. But I really did want to ask. And yeah, I want to just try and, like, cards are fun, but it's a hobby. It's not like Wilson's trying to make his whole life. It doesn't have to be that way. You're not going to make money like that. Money is not in these cards. There's a select few. So like the Diamondbacks owner, he's got some money in cards for sure, but we are not the Diamondbacks owner. So
right.
That is a fact.
He made his money elsewhere too. Yeah. Whatever he owned made all the money to where then he could go buy expensive cards too.
And I know at the top of the show, Denny was brought up. So real quick, before I let you guys get back to the show, I think my thing with Denny, when he was, I don't remember his name. I know he was a military vet. So, I'd like to thank him for his service. But the guy that Denny was talking to, he was just trying to flex. Like, I get these views, I get these numbers, I have these followers. I mean, I'm sure if I dedicated my whole life to Instagram, I could probably amass a following too. If you look up my 231 Cards, just like my name, I have like 120 followers. I just post some of the cool shit that I get, and I call it good. I mean, you base your whole life around your social media. That's why people don't really get along with him, I think, because he just tries to shove his social media following in your face. A lot of us don't care about that. A lot of us are in the real world. We have real jobs that we go to on a daily
It was
basis.
there, Ryan.
Oh, I wasn't saying you had to look it up. I was just saying if you were to look at it, I have a small following.
I
It's
was
because
gonna follow you.
I don't even know the
Is it
last.
this one?
No, that one's not me.
No, not that. You had it earlier.
But yeah, just the way that he comes off, it's like he was just, oh, well, I have this many followers and I get
Right
this,
there.
so I must be right. I must be important, and that's really not the case. Yeah, that's me. So I got my Megatron collection. That's what I
Oh
love.
shit!
So
There we go.
Cool.
I'm shoving it down people's throat. I think my caption is just the name of the card, really. So like, you know, Calvin Johnson, 2007 Exquisite. That's what it is. I don't make all these videos. Yeah, KK just said 231's a normal dude. I am. I'm sitting here drinking beer, wiring up this garage. I'm not doing anything special. Maybe once I get this done, maybe I'll call in and show it off. I got a 75-inch to go up on the wall here, and I got
There
all
you
my
go.
jerseys and shit to hang up. But this whole
Maybe a stripper pole, and you
There we
know,
go.
we'll do a live stream from there.
hey,
Let's do that.
yeah, if
Yeah.
I know you probably want to come up here, but if Shine picks you up in the PJ, feel free to stop.
Let's fucking go.
I mean, I'm a single dude and I got a 3-bedroom house. You guys can make it work, I think.
Well,
Let's go.
after Vegas, Miami, and New York City, we'll make our pit stop in Detroit and fuel up, and do our thing.
Yeah, on the way back, feel free to stop by.
We'll do that.
But I'll let you guys get back to it. I just wanted to call in and ask a quick question. And Denny, I didn't mean nothing by it. I hope you do you. Just, I don't know. There's more important things in life, man. I don't know. But everyone's got their own thing. So if that's what you want to do and you enjoy it, feel free. Also, everybody, if you're not already, follow Valor Sports Cards, because that dude,
Oh, that's like a man right there.
already know, but go follow him. He's a man. Besides him and Sports Card Radio, they're the top dogs out here. So
There we go.
I fucking love it.
you guys have a good night.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, brother.
231. Thank you.
Yes.
A little dose of reality there, Ryan. I wanted to ask him why he's a single guy. He sounds like he's got a barn. He's got some money. He's got Calvin Johnson cards. He's a fan of Valor. Why isn't this guy,
He's smart.
why he's smart? See, that's the thing. I don't agree. That's the sentiment of guys these days. It's like, oh, I got to be single and free. It's like, dude, I don't know. Minute I had children, it was the greatest. You don't even think about the college.
There
days.
are a lot of people who shouldn't be having children. I'll argue
I
that.
don't know.
There
I
are a
don't
lot
know.
of people
Maybe
who
that-
shouldn't be having children.
But I think that was the case, and now there's like too few people having kids. A lot more people that should be having kids rather than shouldn't be having kids. They have these little dogs and fucking little pets and shit. It's like, dude, let's have a fucking kid.
You got to have sex first. It's like the money guy who called in defending Luka
That's fair.
Doncic. You got to have sex first. You know what I mean? You got to fucking at least dip it in.
Was he the same? There was a caller I remember that was like, Kristen Uchek is not cute or something.
Same guy. Same guy.
Same guy. Okay, never mind.
Trust me,
Okay.
you a virgin. If you not, she may not be your type. You may go for a different type of girl. You may be all number of different things, right? Doesn't have to be your fucking girl. But if you over here talking shit on this, it's saying, oh, I'd turn that down. Like, shut the fuck up. Brad Pitt in his prime wouldn't turn that shit down. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about? But this does speak to sports card investing. While he was talking, I was looking up this card. He said the guy who buys Pokemon cards all the time. Here's last 4 digits, 7959 on this Aaron Judge. Okay. This is 3 years ago, almost or 2 years ago. This card sold for $14,400. Okay. And actually in September 2022, same card, not a different card, not a different version, the same fucking card, last four 7959, sold for $14,000 in September 2022. In November, same card, 7959, sold for the same price. So I don't know what happened there. Then you want to scroll up to June of this year. This card's disappeared. And then, it reappears. Here it is. 7959 sold for $12,000. So in 2 years, the card lost over $2,000 in value before fees. Now, that was in June. The Yankees are in the playoffs. Aaron Judge is the fucking man, Colin. Great time to sell his card, right? Isn't that what Jeff Wilson probably be? It might be time to sell. It sold tonight for $10,000. Same card, 7959. So in 2 years, this card has lost $4,000 in value, and Aaron Judge is literally about to play in the World Series. This isn't $2 cards. This isn't the shit nobody wants or the shit people make fun of me for buying and reselling. No, this is an Aaron Judge black rookie card numbered to 35, first Bowman Chrome card. Went from 14,000 down to 12 in June, down to 10. How do you explain this to an investor? Like, this isn't investing, right? This is just,
honestly, there is some parallels to investing, Ryan, here, because the expectations of Aaron Judge at this point in his career, especially when you're on the Yankees, if he was on the Oakland A's, maybe slightly different trajectory to his cards. But when you're on the Yankees and you're getting paid the kind of money he has and the type of career he's already had, the expectations are for him to be doing exactly what he's been doing right this second. Same thing actually does happen in the stock market. A company comes out. Tesla yesterday was a great example. Tesla stock is up 20%. Their sales weren't anything good. Yes, they squeezed out more margin and they made a little bit more money. They didn't give us any guidance for the upcoming quarter. It's probably not going to be that great. And I tell you what, if Hillary Clinton is, or not Hillary Clinton, if Kamala Harris is elected, Ryan,
Same
thing. Yeah, exact same person.
But they caught that rocket. They caught the rocket. That's why.
I know, but that's not Tesla. That is SpaceX.
That's not Tesla.
I know, but same guy.
but if Kamala Harris is elected, the dude might get killed. Like this dude might be dead. So he has fully hitched his wagon to the Trump chain. Okay. But the stock is up big because the expectations was for Tesla was shit. Nobody was expecting anything out of the company. Same thing happens.
But what's the equivalent of Tesla making the World Series and their stock going down $2,000?
More or less what's happened over the past 2 or 3 years. So Tesla stock has gone nowhere over the past couple of years. Yet they've sold more cars. They're making more money. They're wildly profitable. In the flashback 10 years ago, the vision of Elon Musk's vision has come true. He has the best-selling car in the world, not the best-selling electric car. He has the best-selling car in the world. Okay. Out of every car that is made, the Model Y sells the most out of any car. So he has the best-selling car. He has a charging network. Like literally everything that he said has come true, yet the stock has gone nowhere for the past 2 or 3 years because the expectations, it's very similar to LeBron James, Ryan. LeBron James wins the title this year. You think his cards are going to go up? No, because that's exactly what he should be doing. Now, who's the Leroy whatever guy, the second pick, fourth pick of the draft, if this dude starts dropping 40 every other night, what's going to happen to his cards? Yeah, there you go. Stefan Castle. If this dude starts dropping 40 every other night and starts looking like a world beater, his cards are going to go way up because the expectations are not anywhere near where they are with LeBron, with Aaron Judge, At some point, you have to like beat the expectations that are set for you. This is why sports card investors could actually be decent at the stock market if they just turned off the cards. Just turn off the cards. Stop caring about Stefan Castle. There are Stefan Castles in the stock market that will actually outperform. Stefan Castle has like a 0% chance of outperforming this year. But there are like actual companies that are like Stefan Castle. Nobody knows who they are, but have a chance to outperform. And if you do the research, you can actually find these people and find these stocks. And you can pump it. You can actually you can get on Seeking Alpha and just start writing article after article, get a YouTube channel and start pumping this shit. It's the same game. It's literally the same game, but like it's the major leagues. Trading cards is like, we get on here every Thursday and we kind of yuck it up, and it's the minor leagues, Ryan. This is like little shit.
A bunch of dorks and idiots. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what it is.
This is like, I have fun with it. I have fun buying my cards. We got our PSA order today. I had fun looking at the Kobe Bryant card that looked perfect. That got a PSA 5. Ha ha ha.
God damn, one of those SBXs got a 5?
No. SBX got all 7s. I think we got 1 8. But I literally sent in 4 Kobe's and 1 came back a 5 and 2 came back 10s. And they all look the same. Got some Jordan 10s though. The key Jordan, I had 2 key Jordan cards that if they got a 9 or a 10 would have been worth a ton of money, but they both got 8s, unfortunately. But that's about what I was expecting out of those cards, actually. Couple 10s, couple 10 Kobe's, couple finest Kobe's, not rookies, but finest PSA 10s. There was a Jordan SP Authentic that's worth like 100 that came back at 10. It's like a $3 card. So some success. My guess is if you look at it from a fee perspective, selling perspective, it's probably about a break even. One of the Magic, we had like 2 Magic Johnsons. One came back a 7. It was all beat up. Came back a 7. And there was like
a 7.
Yeah.
That card got a 7.
Yeah. Like the Ultimate Victory or Ultimate Collection
miracle.
one.
That's such a miracle.
Trust me. That card looked like dog shit. And then I sent in Kobe's with crisp corners and it came back a 5. So that's just PSA for you.
I don't know.
And look, I have fun with it. Some people are like, oh, you should crack that out and send it back. No, I'm not going to crack it out. Not going to crack it out.
It's a waste of time. Yeah.
That's a waste of my time. I should just go buy 5 more and send them back in. So this is fun, but you can learn a lot from the trading card business and apply it to other things. And make a couple of dollars if you want. We've carved out a long, fruitful career in the trading card industry, Ryan. $10, Ryan. Look at the fruitful career beyond Wednesdays. $10. You guys have any thoughts on Whatnot comic packs? Seems like a smart way to get into card shops. Love the brand, guys. Thanks. I don't even know what these are. Whatnot comic packs. What are these? What is this, like a
Comma 3 comic packs?
What is these, comic books?
Yeah, maybe they're comic books.
So it's like a blind bag, basically a blind bag of comic books. Are they graded?
Sure, like a comic repack, maybe? Comic repack?
Yeah, it's a comic repack, I think.
Yeah.
Seems par for the... I mean, pretty soon, Ryan, we're going to have Louis Vuitton bag repack.
Yeah, these... Oh, I see. They were an exclusive at the New York Comic Con, it looks like.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, they just gave everybody an idea. Trust me. These will be replicated. We sold some comic books today. Traded.
That's right. I have 46 items to ship out, Colin. You think I did it pretty good on eBay today?
Damn. Wow. You got some fucking work to do, bro. We might have to.
I'm telling you, if you actually sit here, if you sit here and list shit, it'll sell. It doesn't have to be Web and Yama or I have literally 0 Web and Yama cards listed. It could be fucking Pat Burrell, and people will buy this shit.
People buy it.
There you go. 46 fucking. If anybody wants to help me ship 46 fucking envelopes, let me know. sportscardshow@gmail.com. Now hiring.
Yeah. Preferably a hot female.
Yeah, no shit.
Exhibit A. Philip Fabiani with another 10, Ryan. You're making more on these super chats and you're just selling 46.
I know.
Flip through her photo. She's got multiples there. Let's see them. See them.
We're with the loser husband.
The guy. Yeah.
The husband's gonna be broke next year, so I'm sliding into these DMs. I guarantee you that shit. I'm sliding into that shit.
I bet you would. Philip Fabiani says he would vote for Vintage Sports Shack for hobby president. His campaign slogan, "Don't be stupid," really resonates with those in the hobby who don't buy Will Greyer cards as investments. Ooh, Ryan.
She's a scrub, though, according to what's his name. This is damn. I'd turn that shit down.
Talk down to that and then talked up.
Never had sex in my life, but goddamn, if Christian, you
don't be stupid.
Like, nah,
guys, don't be stupid. Talk down a female.
Guys.
Talk down a female and talk up an overweight white basketball player. Don't be stupid, guys.
Don't be fucking stupid, guys.
I just think she has multiple looks. That's what I'm a fan of. Multiple looks. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think you do. Landsman 22 Tops will 100% come out with a renewed rookie set like Upper Deck did with hockey. I agree. First top, Ryan, I can see it now. In a year and a half or whatever, there'll be Topps Chrome basketball, and everybody will be like, "Oh my God, Luka! This is Luka's first Topps Chrome card.
Topps Chrome, man."
Can you imagine, Ryan, the Luka color match blue refractor? How much that is going to sell for?
Fucking Jeff will put a bounty out for it.
Probably
get the Luka.
I gotta get the 10th year Luka blue.
They say Luka weighs 230 pounds. You taking the over or under on the 230? Good Lord.
Wow.
He might be closer to 300 than fucking 230. That's for damn sure. There ain't no fucking way he's 230. There is no way he's 230.
Our boy Lus is heading down to LA for a podcast soon, Sunday.
Oh, there we go.
Doing a podcast about Rolexes. I'd love to.
Hey.
Love to get on that. Lus has been he's got some juicy content. Juicy content on the timepiece, gentlemen. Rolex prices are down 40%. If you want a Rolex now, it's interesting. This is when I've been buying. Notice, Ryan, when Rolex prices were up, what did I do? I sold a few. I actually sold them. And now that they are down, they're selling below retail. I am buying. And then when the AD calls you and it's like, you want a green Submariner that trades for 50% over list? I said, yeah, I'll take that one too. Man. Woo. Philip Fabiani with another 10, Ryan. He's financing your next month of Bumble.
God damn.
He says, who in the hobby sucks off Fanatics the hardest? Who's the deep throat version of Fanatics Shills? Ryan, who do you think sucks off Fanatics the hardest right now?
Who's the deep throated version of Fanatics Shills?
Who's like the Kamala Harris of Fanatics
Kamala
Shills
Harris?
Right, yeah. Just sucking their way to the top.
You know, it's probably like some even people that we don't even know or don't even think about, because it's like it's almost like, yeah, it's like a breaker who's trying to come up, and he or she thinks this is the way they need to go to the top, is by, you know, greasing the palm of Fanatics. They think that's the way that they're going to reach success, is just continue to suck on Fanatics' teat, and Michael Rubin's just going to throw me a bone someday.
Yeah.
I actually don't think I don't think a lot of these guys promote the hobby very well at all. They all do it the same exact way. They literally all do it the same exact way.
Right.
I bet you I could do a 20x better job promoting this hobby than most of these people, because they all do it the same way. They copy Jeff, or they copy one or the other, or they copy Backyard Breaks. It's basically all copy Backyard Breaks. Every breaker's the same now. They've all copied Backyard and their marketing and the style.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to do something different,
Right.
in my opinion. Like, do something different. But maybe you can't, because if you step outside the norm, if you step outside the box, you're not,
It's too risky.
too risky. The haters come in and you get into the comment section, and then you're fucked.
David Snyder with the $10. I may go back to Cards HQ still with 4K to spend, but this time dress down and wear a hoodie. Maybe this will get me customer service in 20 minutes or less. So he's saying if you wear a hoodie, you might get better service. It seems a little odd.
If I got 4K to spend, I'm not walking into a card shop. That's for damn sure. This right here would probably only cost you about a few hundred. So, like, what are we even talking about?
Okay. Well, David Snyder keeps contributing. You might be able to afford it here. It says, Colin, if Fanatics purchase Panini, would the impact on an IPO be noteworthy, or let Panini pass? I would just let Panini pass. At this point, I would just let Panini crash and burn. There was a moment there where Panini had value. It would allow them to really accelerate and get into this market and kind of hit the ground running right away, ASAP. And Fanatics tried that. To their credit, they actually tried that. And then I think I actually think Fanatics is being run very intelligently. I think we get on here and we make fun of them and fun of the people selling the product and maybe even buying it. But I think they're running the company very, very, very smartly. And I think, again, we'll be sitting here a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, and they'll be lids will be basically card shops. And most of these breakers will have basically given all over their sales data, and Fanatics will know how to replicate their business and cut them out. I don't think Panini has any value at this point. This idea, Panini Prism and the National Treasures has any value. No, you guys just dropped 8K on Mercury.
Unlicensed Mercury.
Unlicensed.
Colin, they said the same thing when Topps lost the NFL license in, what was it, 2012 or 2014? Everybody was like, nobody's going to buy Panini products. You have to have Topps Chrome. Nope, you guys fell in love with Prism and all that stupid shit. Select and Donruss and Downtowns and all that stupid shit.
Yep. Well, I mean, we're talking about Mercury. So Topps is going to be fine.
Our girl Kristen used to be blonde. She used to have the little blonde streaks. She has.
I'm telling you, Ryan, she has multiple looks. Multiple
looks here.
Multiple looks. David Snyder with $5. Is TPOD at Cards HQ an equity owner in Cards HQ? Is T-Pod related to Jeff? Who's T-Pod, Ryan?
T-Pod?
Who's T-Pod?
It's the bald guy.
Bald guy. Teapot. I mean, I know who some of these girls are, but Teapot is not.
Right here. Teapot right here.
Okay. His name is Teapot?
Teapot, I believe, yes. P-O-T-P-O-T-P.
His name is Teapot. What is he, a fucking rapper?
Hey, right here. Buy the album right here.
Teapot. That's his name.
Teapot. Yeah.
What's his real name? His name is Teapot.
I don't.
Do you think he's an equity owner in Cards HQ?
What's Madonna's real name? No, I don't think so.
Is he related to Jeff?
No, I think he literally moved from across the country to work with Jeff. I think that's the story.
So he's sucking Jeff's dick.
I'm not in the bedroom.
Okay. that an appropriate question to ask? I don't know. Jeff 10x
Where-
the hobby. Pedro.
You're damn
It's
right.
minus 10x.
Oh, sorry. Minus
Oh,
10x.
minus. Oh, damn
I
it.
forgot forgot my math equations. Sharper Vintage Baseball Cards has $5 on this take, Ryan. He says there's a better shot at Nvidia stock going to 20. I think it's currently at 140. Then CardsHQ turning a profit ever.
There you go. I left a comment. I said Teapot sounds like a rapper name, just so that
There we go. Just get that on record.
get that on record. Yeah.
Teapot.
Teapot.
Teapot. White dude that's bald and goes by Teapot. Only in this hobby, Ryan. Do people let a guy like that get away with that? You know what I mean? White, bald, Harris supporter, white dude for Harris supporter.
You
Calling
think Teapot
himself
voted for
Teapot.
Harris? Who do you think Jeff
I-
voting for?
Oh, I know who Jeff voting for. Jeff's a white dude for Harris.
White
Jeff's
dude
a
for
white
Harris.
dude
Okay,
for-
what about our boy Teapot right here? You think he voting for Harris too?
Teapot looks like a white dude for Harris.
Damn. Okay. Our boy with the mustache, what does he look like? He look like maybe he banging the MAGA.
He looks like maybe. I don't even
Maybe?
know who that is either. Maybe.
What's his
Probably
name?
not,
We
though.
got to get the chat. What's his name?
No, I have no idea who
He
that
got a
is.
rapper name too?
Probably. It's like T-Pain.
T-Pain. So we got G-Dub, Teapot, and then we got a third one right here. So we got G-Dub, Teapot. We got to get the third right here. All right.
David
Yeah.
Snyder wanting if Shine and Jeff met. I'm sure there's a meetup there. Has
Oh,
to
totally. Oh, yeah.
be.
David
Has to
Mamet.
be.
Yeah, yeah.
Dennis says, has anyone heard anything about the $2 million ice that occurred at the Dallas Card Show? No, but I guarantee you, whatever insurance company was involved in that.
Well, wait. What wasn't the FBI supposed to solve this?
Right. Well,
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's FBI is supposed to solve this, right? They were going to look into this, right? That's what we were told. I could literally pull up tweets from motherfucker and be like, oh, the FBI is going to solve this. The cops are going to, Colin, tell me you're from some rural part of the Midwest if you thought the cops were going to give a fuck about somebody stealing pictures of men at a glorified flea market. That's what the Dallas Card Show is. It's a fucking flea market that just happens to be in a hotel convention conference center. All due respect to the police officers in Texas, nobody gives a fuck about your stupid pictures of men, guys.
and you like literally like just left on the table. You know what I mean? Like I would just say that is just like, if I was a cop, I'd be like, why'd you leave $2 million of baseball cards unattended?
For
Yo,
real.
we got Cblez.
Am I in?
Where's the algorithm hitting?
Oh,
to
You're
right?
in.
Cblez!
You're you, but we don't. Yeah.
How we doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
What's the algorithm saying?
Not a good day for the algorithm.
Uh-huh.
How do I show my face?
That's something on your end.
Let me see here.
Says you got some webcam error message on your thing. You don't got a phone?
Oh, yes.
The algorithm was that bad. You had to
One
trade
sec.
in the iPhone.
I'll fix it. 1 second.
Okay.
He had to go over to Cricket. He had to,
The
he had to
girlfriend,
go to
the
Cricket.
the girlfriend took the phone. She smashed the phone.
You guys are amazing. Wait, what the
Oh
fuck?
man, Cblez. What's up with the women tweet? We don't even have to have video.
Hold on. He disconnected it real quick.
We need. I want to find out about
It's
the
not
Andrew
working.
Tate comments.
I guess
Okay,
we're
I
going-
mean,
we're going
we'll go
to-
voice.
We know what you look like.
What'd you guys say?
What's the deal? You said women don't deserve the upper hand in 2024. I'm looking at your Instagram. It says no more cuck behavior. Explain that to me. Like what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I'm kind of just I don't know. The world's a crazy place right now. A lot of things get pushed one way or another. And you guys know I always say what I believe in. If I always just go based on what my heart is telling me, and no one's really going to change what I think. I'm just going to fight for what I believe in. And yeah, I've seen like, I just feel like the world's kind of different. The dynamics between men and women right now, as opposed to like, even as recently as like 3-4 years ago. I think COVID kind of like changed it, where like people weren't really together, and it's more like virtual, or like, I don't know what the hell's going on, but it just doesn't seem like a lot of agendas get pushed that I don't think should be pushed on people. I think people should just do whatever the hell they want and try to be happy. That's the most important thing.
Is it hard to meet women in Vegas? You're in Vegas, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a little bit different than like New York, where I'm from. It's more like everybody here is kind of like an individual, as opposed to like in New York, where it's like more family oriented. Over here, everyone's like got a side hustle, or they're grinding in some type of way. So, I mean, I don't really care. I just like I work hard every day, and I just do what I want to do. And I don't know. I've seen my friends and other people just get in situations, and it's like, I don't understand like what they're doing. And I'm just kind of speaking for everybody.
And what are you doing every day? Are you focused on the gambling? Are you involved with the breaks in any kind of way? Like what is your day to day right now?
Mostly gambling. I mean, I've been gambling for like 5-10 years, but I'm very focused on winning money gambling. I think there's a lot of advantages. I think there's edges right now, because the whole industry is getting like super public and mainstream. The dynamics are changing. So anytime a lot of people that don't know what they're doing get into an industry, it actually helps the people that do know what they're doing, because there's just new opportunity. There's so much money just pouring into the industry. It's kind of like cards back in 2020, when a lot of people would come in and they didn't really know what's going on. So the people, like, I was in cards my whole life, and I made a ton of money in 2020 and 2021, kind of selling, not like directly selling to people who, not on purpose, like I would sell at a card show or on eBay, but just being ahead in anything gives you an advantage, in my opinion. So like I was buying cards in 2017, 2018, and then a whole influx of people come in 2020. And when the market's up 25x from what it used to be, I'm just going to sell my cards. And that was the market. But I think the dynamics of sports betting are kind of similar and parallel to like sports cards, like 4 or 5 years ago, where it's just booming from the mainstream. Everybody's getting in. It's not even legal in every state yet. So it's a little bit different, because you're kind of playing against the house, versus like in cards where you're selling to other people or selling on a platform. But I see a lot of parallels between the two industries. Also, sports betting, it's a way bigger industry than the cards, because the betting involves way more people. But I'm also doing sports cards too. I've been breaking on Whatnot under the Cblez account like 2-3 times a week, late night, super late. And I've really been enjoying Whatnot. I haven't really gone on Whatnot much previously. It was more YouTube. But I've gone on Whatnot for like a couple months now, and I'm probably going to continue breaking on Whatnot 2-3 times a week, because I'm having fun. And as you guys know, like I really care about having fun and keeping things entertaining. It's not just about money. It's a lot about fun and having a good time for me.
How much money is in breaking right now? Like how much money is in breaking right now? Is there money to be made there?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think the people at the top probably are doing better, but the people in the, like, you either want to be really small or really big, I would say. If you're in the middle and you have a lot of overhead and employees, it's probably not that great. But I think if you're like a one-man show breaking on whatnot, you could be successful. And then I think if you like, I mean, I've done well. It's fun, but like sometimes you lose on a break, sometimes you win, and I'm like a gambler. So for me, the breaker's kind of gambling now. So it's I never really understood whatnot that well until I started going on, but now I'm getting the gist of it more, and I like the fact that the breaker's kind of gambling. Like it's because then it's like an art and a skill to be selling, because it's not that easy on whatnot. In 2021, 2022, I think like everybody was just making a lot of money on whatnot. And then I think in 2024 and going forward, you're going to see like the cream rise to the top, as people say, where like if you're actually good, you're going to have success. It's a lot harder now to be like a successful breaker.
What makes a good breaker? Like, how do you become good at breaking? Like, what does that look like?
That's the thing. It's like I think a lot of people were clouded in 20. Like it's not just about if you make money. There's a lot of factors that go into being a good breaker. It's like you need to be knowledgeable on the cards. Number one, you need to be knowledgeable on the sports. You need to be knowledgeable on like the sets in a product, so you know like what people are looking for, and you have to engage the audience. I think that's the most important thing. You have to keep people having a good time. It's kind of similar to like when you go to a casino and let's say you lose $100, but you're like, I had fun, so I don't really mind losing the $100. It's kind of like that. You have to give them the environment where they're having a lot of fun. Like when I go on there, I'm more old school, like 2020 whatnot. Like I'm dancing, I'm singing, I'm having a good time. I think a lot of breakers nowadays, they're more boring, where they're just like sitting there and they expect the sales to come in. But just like anything in life, it's cyclical. And I'm going back to what it was in 2020, and I'm just trying to be as entertaining as possible, have a good time, and obviously people know I know the cards, I've been in it. Obviously people know I know the sports. So, yeah.
Is it we talked about earlier about a group breaker got caught shill bidding his own spots. Is that something you've heard about or something that you know about? Is this something that's prevalent? A breaker is essentially getting maybe like a team of people or somebody to bid up the spots. Is that something you've heard about?
I really haven't heard much, but just thinking from what I would think, I think it's definitely could be possible. I mean, I don't really, I'm not like that big into the community of the cards at the moment. I mean, I always consider myself a part of it if they'll have me, but I'm not really talking to a bunch of people in the hobby right now. I'm more focused on winning money sports betting.
Is there more money winning the sports bets or giving the advice for the sports bet? Like where's there more money or more opportunity in terms of sports betting?
I mean, it depends. It's like I bet a lot of money. So for me, the number one priority is winning my bets. But I also do offer my services, and I have an algorithm and people could buy my information. And I mean, I think there's opportunity there because it's more scalable, I would say. It's like playing poker versus teaching a course in poker. If you're playing poker, it's not that scalable because you have to physically play. But if you're teaching a course, you're giving people information, and then you could theoretically have everybody in the world could buy that.
What's the most you've ever won on a sports book?
I mean, I won $55,000 on the Chiefs. That was probably my biggest hit last year. I bet them to win the Super Bowl preseason. I won $27,000 on a Diamondbacks game in LA when they were like plus 250. I put 10,000 on that. I mean, I like taking underdogs a lot of the time.
Is that the strategy that the algo puts out, or is that just something that you like?
That's just something that I like. I mean, the algorithm's all based on finding the best value. So like if I think something should be -4 and the line's really -3, I'm going to bet a lot of money on that because it's value based. And then a lot of the time when I bet it at -3, it's going to go to -3.5, and then eventually it might push to -4. So you kind of just want to like beat the line. It's kind of like poker. It's a long-term game. Like you could go all in on the turn in poker and be a 70% favorite, no more action, and you can lose. It's the same thing in sports betting. You could get your money in good, but then it's like there's still humans playing a game and people officiating. So even if you get it in good, there's still a chance you can lose. That's why you just need to do it as many times as possible. Like in poker, if you get it all in 70% of the time and you do it 1,000 times, you're going to probably win anywhere between 650 and 750. So it's kind of similar in sports betting. You want to just get it in good as much as possible, and then eventually, long term, the math is going to prove out.
I want to jump back to sports cards real quick. We saw Backyard Breaks. They pulled like 4 fucking Wemby white sparkles in you know the Panini white sparkle packs. Do you think it's possible that breaks are rigged in some way, and that maybe big hits are being funneled to certain people? Do you think that's at all possible?
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything is impossible, but what my heart would tell me is no. They move more volume. I would say Cblez and Backyard move the most volume. So it's like we're going to hit the best cards. It's a math equation. People who don't open the most product, they don't really understand like what's going, like how much product is being moved. So it's just obviously it's all the same thing. Poker, betting, cards. There's math. There's like a bar. Sometimes you run good and you're way above it. Sometimes you run bad and you're way below it. But the thing is, when you open the most product, you just have more likely of a chance to pull the biggest cards. I think a lot of people in the hobby, they don't really understand like the volume, because they might go to their card store, open a box every week or two, like I did when I was a kid. I didn't really pull any good cards because you're not opening volume. That's why. So when they see like one company pulling like 4 Wembys in a product where it's supposed to be a parallel to 20 when it's not numbered, they're like, how is this possible? But the thing is, they might be opening like 20% of the run of the whole product. So when you open 20% of the run and a card's numbered to 20, you're 1 in 5 to hit all the cards. So it's like that's actually the right math. It's people are just looking at like what's related to them. They're not really looking at like what the other person is doing. If you go on Whatnot, you could see what they're moving. You just go to sold, you could see how much they're moving. You guys have done it before. I've seen it where you watch them and you're like, oh, they've sold this. And it's like, that's why they're like Cblez, and like we pulled all the big Wembys, Cblez, because we ripped all the Prism Choice. We ripped more Prism and Optic and Select than any company in the world. So that's why you're seeing Cblez pull the Wemby Black Shimmer from Prism Deca. The Wemby Black Golds, we pulled 2 or 3 of them. The Wemby Nebula from Prism Choice. There's a reason we're hitting them, and it's because we're opening a majority of the product.
Is there a reason that you both like Backyard and you guys at Cblez? Is there a reason you guys are getting more product? Is there something that you know that from an industry perspective or just a money perspective, that the reason why you guys get the most product?
I honestly don't deal with the product. That's my brother. So I'm not really sure on that. I don't want to give you guys like a false answer because I'm not like super involved. But in my estimation, I would guess that the companies want to give the people the product that are going to sell it to the best of their ability. If I was Panini, I wouldn't want to give somebody product that can't sell it, because then where does it leave you? It leaves the market to go down. So they want to probably get the product in hands of people who are actually like ripping it, where the product goes to the end consumer instead of just sitting there in a warehouse. You got what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah, no, I mean that makes sense. It seems like there's a fair amount of demand in the entire. If we're talking about every dealer across the country, one of the common complaints I hear about is they don't get enough product. So I was just wondering how you. It seems like maybe you and Backyard tend to land an extraordinary amount of the product relatively consistently. I didn't know if you guys were out there buying it on the secondary market, or you're just paying up for it, or if you have deep relationships with the company that was, you know, basically allowing you to have access to that much product.
I don't really know, but I would say I think you can just pay up and buy it if you want. I'm not positive. I think they're changing the rules. But another thing I'll say is a lot of these dealers around the country, they're just saying that because they used to get an allocation of product that was free money for them. And in my opinion, it's like, how is that fair from like top, like they shouldn't just give you product and then you just sell it and make 400%. Like in what world is that like realistic? So now I think things are changing now where it's like you have to sell product. And I don't really know how the allocations work and what's going on, but why would they give product to somebody and just make 400%? That all got tighter, and all the dealers are getting less of a free 400%. So they're just angry because it's not the way it used to be. But they were living in a fantasy world. That's not realistic.
Speaking of fantasy world, you had a very rather large collection of Franz Wagner cards. Do you still have the Franz Wagner collection? What's your plans for it? Like what, tell me about the Franz Wagner collection.
I still have all the good ones. I've sold a few of the, basically what I like to do is, let's say I have 50 cards. I took the 20 or 30 that I think are going to hold long-term value, and then I took the 20 or 30 that I think are overpriced currently. Like if I could sell a Noir auto for $100, I think that's too high. So I took a lot of Franz cards that I don't think have a lot of potential. Like let's say it's $100 now, and Franz is an all-star. I think the highest it would go to is like 150. But I have a lot of National Treasures and Flawless, and those cards might be worth $2,000-3,000 now, and if he's an all-star, could be worth $7,000 to $10,000. So I pretty much have a bunch of National Treasures. I have a Prism Gold. I have a bunch of Optic Golds. I got very picky with my Franz cards. I just kept all the good ones.
Is there a guy you're collecting now? Is there a guy you're kind of loading up on right now?
I have a lot of Shedeur Sanders, the Colorado quarterback. I personally think the first Bowman is going to be something in the future that could catch on. But it's very difficult to tell what's going to be good in the future. Just like breaking, buying singles is nowhere near as easy as it used to be, where there's kind of two scenarios when you buy singles. The market could go up or down, and then the player's market can go up or down. But when the market goes up or down, it's kind of hard to overcome the player. Like, I'm kind of talking about prospects. I know you guys do a lot of like 90s and early 2000s. I think that stuff has a more established market, so it doesn't really apply as much. But the thing with me is I'm all about the players in their first couple of years. I like rookie stuff. So for the younger players, I would say the market's kind of fizzled out and kind of like established itself more than like 2020, 2021. But I'm kind of thinking I want to buy cards in like the $50 to $200 range because you can't get hurt too bad, and then you can make money. Like I think raw to grade is something that is completely like underutilized now by the flippers. I think raw to grade is probably the best way to go because you're looking to eliminate risk sometimes when you're a flipper or a singles guy. So if you could buy a card for $20, $30 and grade it, and you get $100 in a 10, that's the formula for kids that I would be attacking. Because How much can you lose on a $20 card that you're grading for $15? You can only really lose $35 because that's your total investment. But I think you have a chance to 3x that and sell it for 100 to 120 on the market.
No, that makes sense. We kind of ambushed you with questions. Did you come on? Did you want to have anything to say or anything you wanted to let the legion of Sports Card Radio know?
I'm more of a free talker. I like being asked questions because I don't have anything to hide. Like I could go off the cuff at any time and just talk about it.
So you didn't get dumped recently by a girl, and that's why you kind of were talking about women on your Instagram. Like what's your recent history with females? I mean, what led you to be lashing out at these women lately?
It has nothing to do with that. It's just I don't know. Like all this election stuff on Twitter is just out of control. Like
Who are you voting for? Who are you voting for?
I just registered, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'd probably be Trump, honestly. I mean, I'm still deciding, but I don't know. I just feel like people, like, there's too much misinformation and people are just pushing things on people, and I don't like that. I want people to critically think and make their own decisions. And I know people are out there probably watching and being like, I don't care what you have to say. But for me, it's like, I just think like misinformation is really bad. And I think that all this stuff is so divisive. And like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a civil war because both sides just like personally attack the other side instead of talking about like policy or what they're actually going to do. And I just hate to see that. Like, there have to be paying people on Twitter, like these parties, like, because some of these tweets are so ridiculous and they're getting so many views. And it's like, I just want people to just do what they believe in and think for themselves. And I think there's not a lot of that going on anymore. So, yeah, I mean, I really hope that the world could be a good and better place. And I just try to do my part to make that happen.
Speaking of better places, what's the best sports book in Las Vegas and what's the best restaurant in Las Vegas?
The best book to watch games at is definitely Circa. But in terms of betting, I would say it's just wherever has the best price if you're a value guy. And then for food, I really like the Wynn. I like a lot of their. I would eat any place at the Wynn, and I eat super healthy, so I have to go to like I don't eat Italian food or.
Yeah, you skinny.
I don't really eat fried food. I just eat like chicken and shrimp, and that's pretty much it.
Where was you had a pregame meal tonight? Like where was this pregame? It looks like sushi. Looked like we got where was this pregame meal?
That was the Red Rock. I live pretty close to there. I eat sushi probably 4 or 5 times a week. I know they say it's like bad for you to eat it that much, but yeah. I love it, and it doesn't upset my stomach. I always feel good after, so I like sushi.
So no updates on the you got no girlfriend in Vegas? Are you like are you participating in any of the working girls in Vegas? Like what? Like tell me a little bit more about this. Like like do you have a stable on the side that you kind of can pick from? Like what's the deal?
I mean, in my content, there's no women, but it's all me. It's just like mostly just all me. I don't really engage with other influencers or other people that much. I just like, I'm kind of in my own head, in my own world, and I just go by that. And if people want to be a part of it, they can. But I mean, in terms of the women, like, I'm not really like actively looking. If something hits me, then that's fine.
Do you go to the club in Vegas at all? Do you go to the club or anything like that? Or like,
I go out a little bit, not that much though, maybe like once a month, once every few weeks. I'm not like, I love what I'm doing. Like I live, like most people I would say don't like their jobs, but for me, I actually love like my work. It doesn't really feel like I'm working every day. Like for me, it's just like, you got to try to be happy in life. I think you guys would agree that's like the most important thing. So like you chase happiness. Like, and a lot of this stuff I didn't realize when I was younger. I was kind of just like in a different headspace. But now that I'm getting older, I'm kind of realizing like what's life if you're not happy. So like I'm chasing that, and then the things that I do all day get me to be happy. So I'm just going to continue doing that. If something happens where I meet someone and I find love, like that's fine. I'm not like against it, but I'm not actively out there going and partying and trying to find girls because it takes away from like what I'm doing day to day. If I go out till 2 a.m., I can't get my shit done the next day. So it's like I'm not trying to live that life right now.
And are you researching games? Are you just letting the algorithm spit it out? Like on a day-to-day basis, how much time is it taking you to decide like what to bet on and what games to bet on?
A lot of it's like I built an algorithm where I have to make a few tweaks here and there, but it kind of spits out the plays where I put in all the information and the data that I think is relevant, and I've created it, and then it spits out the plays every day or whatever's over a certain threshold to be warranted a play. But besides that, like I'm doing a lot of other stuff. Like I do the cards 3 or 4 times a week, stream for 5-6 hours. I'm making a lot of content every single day, which people think it doesn't take much time, but as you guys know, it could take time. I'm posting on multiple accounts. I have multiple accounts where I'm posting. I'm doing YouTube. I'm trying to go very wide just to try to attract as many people to know who I am as possible, because I think I have a good message and I think I can help people. So it's not just that page that I'm posting on. There's other things that I'm doing. I have a lot of stuff going on.
That's really exciting. Where can people find you, Cblez? Where can they buy your sports picks?
If you click that link right there, you could get onto my Winnable and see. I'm offering a crazy deal for the first 3 days. It's $5 for a 3-day. It's supposed to be $100.
Shit, I'm about to sign up for this shit. $5, that's it.
I run a special at the beginning because I want everyone to see like what I'm about. And then after those 3 days, if you want to continue at $100, you can continue for the next 3 days. But I like to get as many people exposed to my platform as possible, because I really believe in the product that I'm delivering to people. I wouldn't offer it if I didn't. Obviously, I'm going to have losing days like I did today. It wasn't a good day. But I think a lot of people don't really understand sports betting because they're so new to it. And they think even if you have an algorithm, you're supposed to win 100% of bets, when that's just false. If you win at 60% on a -110, you're very profitable. And I like to take a lot of bets that are +120, +150. So I don't even have to win at a 60% clip, because I'll never take like a -150, -200. I'll take plus. So if my win rate's like 57%, I'm going to be winning a lot of money at the end of the month and at the end of the year. I'm going to have a losing day, a couple days out of the month like I did today, but a lot of people in my comments, they don't really understand. They think I'm supposed to win every bet. So another thing to note is like a lot of the people in sports betting, the handicappers are mostly scammers, and they're not selling they're selling like losing picks. So for me, I like to be a disruptor, and I like to change industries if I can for the better. So like you could go scroll down, you see the Minnesota Vikings tonight. I'm not going to delete that video on the left. I'm going to leave that up there because I want people to see the reality and the truths of sports betting, that you don't win every bet. You just have to win more than you lose. And people come in and comment on that video right when the game ends, like you're a fucking idiot, you're stupid, you don't know what you're doing. But it's
Like they were going to take the Rams tonight. Like who the fuck was taking the Rams tonight? Like, for real. Like really?
Exactly. But it's just like, it's absolutely insane. It's crazy. But I do have one question for you guys. I noticed you haven't really been posting many like videos. What's the deal with that? Because you guys make amazing content. I love to watch your videos. Maybe there's just not material right now, but what's going on there?
I think you said it best, how you get up every day and you do something that you really enjoy doing. Personally, for me, I think I was making a lot of these videos for a while. It's the idea of getting up tomorrow, let's say for instance, and making a video. I'd literally almost rather get shot in the head. So there's just no desire, no interest for me. I don't want to promote this industry at all. Like I do not want to even indirectly promote this industry in any kind of way.
Why?
So because I think the people in it are scumbags, and I don't think it deserves to be promoted. I don't think it deserves my time to even indirectly promote it, to even show some flash some cards or flash some prices. I just don't want to do that. Now I listed 1,500 cards on eBay yesterday, so I have been spending a lot of time listing cards, but the idea of making content, absolutely fucking not, especially when half our comments are going to make fun of me in some kind of way. I mean, to get up, to make a video, to spend 4 or 5 hours and then to put it out there, and then half the comments are trolling me or fucking, sliding to my DMs, what a big piece of shit I am. Absolute last thing in the world that I want to do. So I would, yeah, go ahead.
So you do singles because you're good at it and you want to make money.
And it's fun for me. Like you said, I get up every day, and what's fun for me? What would actually gas me up and actually be kind of fun for me? So yeah, sitting here with 1,500 cards and figuring out a process how to take those and list those and keep them organized and then eventually sell them. That to me is actually fun. The process of that is actually fun. Colin actually got me into making these videos. I thought it was the stupidest idea in the world. I don't like being on camera. I don't like people knowing my name. I don't like people being able to find out where I live. I don't like being recognized when I go to a card show. So the less content I can make, the better. And that's my goal, is to actually make less content. So we'll come on here and do the lives. But as far as making a video, I'd almost rather get run over by a car than make a video about sports cards at this point.
That makes sense. Like you guys got too big too fast, probably with the boom, and you're like, what the fuck? Like I don't want to go to a show and be like such a big deal, right? Like that's kind of what you're saying. Like you wanted to go to a show and just be a regular person. Instead, people are like scared of you.
People are scared of me, or they want to come up and talk about something I said 8 months ago, and it's just like, fuck me, like who cares? You know what I mean? So I just like you said, I just want to get up and do what I want to do every day, and not, worry about appeasing someone or thinking I have to do something for a paycheck or for clicks or for clout or for anything. I just want to get up and, hey, what do I want to do today? Oh, I want to list a bunch of cards. Now, maybe 6 months from now, I'm like, oh man, I want to make a bunch of videos, and I'll do that. But right now, and especially in the last few months, it's just not worth it for me. And my whole ethos right now is I do not want to promote this industry. And that's
what about material? Do you think there's as much material currently as there was in 2020? Or do you think that it's kind of like, if you want to make a YouTube video, it's going to take you 3 hours to find something instead of like 20 minutes? Is that a factor?
I think there's material, but it wouldn't resonate. Like we talked about a group breaker who was shill bidding today, and maybe a year or two ago that would have made for a great video. Whereas now, to really make a good video, to really get people to watch and maybe have it resonate, it's got to either be really well researched or it's got to shock people. And like you said, we've been doing this for a couple of years now, to where, for us to be able to put something out that would actually resonate and be worth my time, it just may not be there. The stories may not be there.
I think it's just, I agree with you 100%. Like the shock value, like in 2024, it's hard to get content of anything that's like exciting, because I feel like everything's kind of been done. We've seen it all as like a human race. Like it's kind of hard. Like everything's getting, I'm not even talking about cards. I'm talking about like any content. It's hard to get stuff that's going to captivate people, because the internet's now been around for, or social media has been around for 10, 15 years, or maybe a little longer, but it's been way more prevalent in the last 5. And it's just like, I don't really find myself watching that much content, because I think it's all boring, because it's like everyone's done everything. There's nothing exciting anymore.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Yeah, for me to want to make a video, it's got to really get my juices flowing. I got to really be, I've got to really be into it and really into the subject. And it just, with cards, it's just not there for me.
You guys have any other questions or anything you want to know?
I mean, the algo.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
we do want
Cblez. Who should we bet? Cblez, give us a pick, Cblez.
A promo code to the algo.
If you guys want the picks, I'll give it to you for free for a lifetime.
Oh my God, sign us
Wow,
up.
look at that, Ryan. Except Ryan has to do a video.
No, you don't have to do a video. It's fine. You guys
We
are
appreciate
good.
that. We appreciate that. I don't know if it's even. We'll have to get on one of those Bovada sites or something here in
I
California.
know. I got a
So,
VPN.
Right. Oh, we could do that. That's true.
Or you can just fence for me. You can just fence the bets for me. I'll just send you the money. You can place the bet at the Red Rock for me.
I could just give you like 5% of my action on everything.
There we go.
Done.
I appreciate you guys. I think you do good work, and I appreciate you guys saying what's on your mind. And I hope the videos come back someday. But if you're not happy right now doing it, I think in the future, obviously, you'll probably get riled up and want to make videos about something. But I appreciate you guys just doing what you're doing. I think, in my opinion, I think that every topic needs both sides of the story for people to make an educated decision. People need to hear both sides. So a lot of the times I feel like, not even in cards, just in general, it's more one-sided in terms of what people hear and what's pushed. And I don't like that. I think people should have both sides of the story so they can get educated. And I think you guys provide that. So I commend you on that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Cblez.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Thank you.
All right, brother.
All right,
Hope
my
to see you
man.
soon.
Good night. Thank you. Always good hearing from Mr. Cblez. Still got that.
We got free picks.
Wagner
We got free picks for life, baby.
We're gonna be degening here. Oh, we got another epic caller. Mr. Duggs.
Oh, coach.
How you doing, fellas?
We're fantastic. How are you tonight?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Florida, so it's
late.
but yeah, it's been a long day. I'm pretty tired, but I enjoy staying up with you guys on Thursday nights.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. What are you up to tonight?
So tonight I'm just going back and forth with what I'm supposed to do with my as you guys, I'm not sure if you guys know, I collect. I'm a big collector. I started making card content. I don't even like that. I don't even like saying that. I started actually videotaping myself opening cards and stuff a while back, a couple of years ago, and I really don't do a lot of it. But I help a local card shop out with their social media and stuff, and so I'll open up cards on a regular basis. But I'm happy as I'm more of a collector than a flipper or a reseller or a vendor. I'm having a tough time. I pulled a 1-of-1 superfractor of a first Bowman out of the 2024 Bowman Chrome, and I don't know how to price the thing. Yeah, that's it right there.
Okay.
It's my first 1-of-1. Every person I talk to, it's the same back and forth with there's only one of them. Like, yeah, I know that's my problem. And out of 5 sold for $750. And then his first auto, where he actually wrote, like, inscribed first auto went for 1,000. I just don't. Is there some factor? Is there some? Again, it's a one of one. So how and all it takes is one crazy person to make a crazy offer. But is there some kind of formula you guys use when you're selling one of ones?
You could gauge the level, and I'm not too familiar with our boy Vladdy Guerrero. You could gauge his kind of level of prospect ranking and compare that to other guys. This is a 17-year-old kid.
Yeah, he's from what I saw. I don't know. I don't think he did two. I think he's in the Dominican League. I think, or he's an international signer for the Mets. I believe he's Vladdy Guerrero Jr.'s half brother, or Vladimir Guerrero. Okay. Yeah, so he's the half brother. So there's some lineage there.
I wouldn't. You said an autograph sold for 1,000.
Yeah, like his first inscribed auto out of 150.
There's no way I would just gamble and hold this fucking thing before I sold it for $1,000.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I a couple of guys just threw out some crazy numbers of what I should do. So I put it on eBay. It's like it's sitting there like just over 4,000. I figure at 4,000, like if some, it's a Mets, and they were in the NLCS at the time. So I figured there might just be some person with a lot of money sitting up in New York that would want to buy it.
Yep.
So it's just over. Yeah, I think I put there 4,000 or best offer. I just, I haven't really had too many hits on it yet, but it's only been there a week. And like you said, this is his first Bowman. I mean, even if he does make it, it's going to be years before we see him.
Sure, but you just need a little hype. I mean, he just needs to hit a couple home runs in Double-A, and you're going to get that 4K probably. Honestly,
yeah.
I would just sit on this. I would do exactly what you did. Put a high price on this motherfucking card and just sit. And he's a 17-year-old kid. As long as he doesn't wander Franco, there's an opportunity here where he catches any kind of hype and you have basically one of his best cards.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Tell us about the 7-day fast. What did you really not eat for 7 days?
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's preface it this way. I started the fast weighing 470 pounds. So it's okay. It's not like I'm some random, average Joe that, stopped eating for 7 days.
How the fuck did you stop eating for 7 days?
Some reserves.
But how the fuck did you not eat for 7 days? How's it even possible?
I got a lot of fat to burn through. My body, my body's is a vessel, and it's full of energy. I'm actually planning on doing a 2-week fast that'll end right before Thanksgiving. I'm sure you can look it up online. There's guys that have fasted for weeks and weeks at a time. It's just I was lucky enough to have a good starting point. It really wasn't an issue. I did miss the taste of food. Like on day 3, I was like, man, like a nice Texas Roadhouse steak would just be so nice right now. So I missed the taste of food, but actually I was never actually really hungry. I drink a lot of water, and I drank a lot of, I put electrolytes and salt in the water.
Is it become more of a mental hurdle or a physical hurdle to not eat for a week?
I think it would be, again, starting out at 470 pounds, it was mainly mental. I would see little things here and there, but even then it really wasn't an issue. I think after like day 3 or 4, you just kind of get used to it. You wake up, you drink a water with electrolytes, and, you just go about your day. It's nice. You save a lot of time without cooking or eating, save a lot of money. I didn't have to buy any groceries. Sure. So yeah, it worked out. And I'm going to do 2 weeks in November leading up to Thanksgiving. And then if that goes well, we'll maybe do 40 days in next year.
Have you noticed any after the fast? Have you noticed any, have your habits changed after the fast, or you kind of back to usual?
No, thankfully I'm not back. My habits as far as that go, I will say, like, I'm still walking down the candy aisle when I'm in the gas station. So I'm still looking, I'm still perusing. But I'll say this, the fast has been over for a few weeks, and I still can't eat as much. Like we have like a comics lunch at a Mexican restaurant here on Fridays, and I had maybe like half the queso that I usually do. I felt like garbage the rest of the day. Literally I just felt ill because I had too much food. And so even a couple of weeks after the fast, I can't physically eat as much as I used to be able to. So there's still some really good benefits long after the fast ends.
Is that the purpose of the fast, is to essentially, I guess, I don't know, shrink your stomach or train yourself to not eat as much? Or what's the purpose of the fast?
I genuinely just wanted to see if I could do it. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's fortunate, but a lot of people just, I put out like, hey, I'm going on a 7-day fast, and they're like, oh, good for you. And I don't want to tell them otherwise, because they're all being very supportive. I have a large following. A lot of people are very supportive, which I kind of have like the opposite effect, or the opposite experience from what a lot of people have on the internet. Most people are very positive and supportive. I don't know how I got on that side of the internet, but I'm happy to stay there. But a lot of people are like, oh, good for you, changing your weight and diet and everything. I'm like, I just wanted to see if I could go without eating for 7 days. It's like a little challenge to myself. I saw Kevin James went on Joe Rogan and said that he lost, or he didn't eat for like 41 days or something like that. And I'm like, all right, well, I mean, if he can go 41 days, I think I can go 7 days. So it was really just a challenge to myself. And again, there are some other benefits to it, like I said, and I'm going to keep trying to do it. We'll see. Obviously I've had a bunch of doctors reach out, that follow me and say, it's so simple. It's all caloric deficit, just to put out more than you're bringing in and you'll lose weight. I will say though, it's, coming off the 7-day fast, it's a lot easier, to not take as much in. And, maybe instead of trying to count calories on a daily basis, maybe I'll start fasting just like 2 days a week, to make up for whatever I eat in the 5 days that I can't eat that much anyway. So we'll see. I mean, obviously the goal is to lose weight and get healthy, make America healthy again, Bobby Kennedy.
That's right.
But yeah, so that's the main goal. But, I feel like it's almost, it sounds silly comparing it, but it's kind of like an addiction, kind of like, you just get into a random habit, of eating as much, and it's just, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I'm working on it.
So you're 470-ish. A year from now, where do you want to be?
Hopefully, and by July of next year, by the summer, I'm looking to be 360. That's where I've had.
Wow, nice.
I was 470 when I started the fast, and then in the 7 days, I lost almost 21 pounds.
Wow.
So
nice.
I'm thinking, yeah. So if I'm still around 450, which I think I am, just because again I'm not able to eat as much as I was, then I should be able to lose 40 pounds on the 2 weeks, and that'll get me close to 400. And if I'm close to 400 by the end of November, then I'll do some other stuff in December so I can start 2025 under 400, which I don't think I've been in a couple of years.
Nice.
Yeah.
What are you collecting these days? You said you're collecting. What cards are you collecting these days?
Well, and so yeah, I have a very small PC. I collect Florida State players and Jaguar players. I try and go for the golds, so low numbered autos. But that's pretty much it. It just keeps a small PC. I don't have to move around a bunch of stuff. It's just a small box of cards, and it saves me a lot of money.
How did you get the Vladdy Superfractor? Did you pull that out of a pack, or how'd you get that?
I pulled it out of a pack. So I hang out at the card shop maybe 4 or 5 days a week. Just kind of go up there for a few hours and hang out with the guys, help them out, and do some social media stuff for them. And so I'll usually open a pack a day of just something random. And we had Bowman Chrome 2024, and I've been saying it for like a week or two before this, because people will buy packs, they pack them out so somebody doesn't have to buy the whole box. And, so you'll know if somebody opened the autograph out of the box in the store, you'll know whether the auto's still there. And I kept saying to myself, you never know what else is in the box. Hey, the auto might be gone, but you can pull a cool insert or something, maybe a numbered card. and there was a last pack of Bowman Chrome 2024, and I'm like, all right, I'll take it. And yeah, it worked out. Now again, that's the one of one. I've also opened hundreds of packs that got nothing. So it's all going to work out. But it was fun to pull it.
What's the hobby shop that you spend a lot of time at and that you promote? What's the hobby shop called?
It's called Showtime Sports Cards in Jacksonville, and it's actually really nice. Driving to and from Cleveland, going up to the National, and just traveling the past couple of years, going to different card shops and shows. It's actually a really nice shop. They have a lot of wax. Yeah, it's that one right there.
This one?
2 down. Showtime Sports Cards of Jacks. Oh, one. Go back.
Oh, did I fuck up?
It's Showtime Sports Cards of Jacks. So OFJAX.
You keep following random accounts.
Oh wow.
But yeah, but it's a really nice shop. Yeah, Showtime Sports Cards OFJAX.
And did you guys get hit by the hurricane at all, or is that something you had to worry about at all?
No. We're real lucky here in Jacksonville for the most part. The any storms that come through, the Atlantic current, it either goes south and it goes through Orlando or south, but as soon as it hits the Atlantic current, it usually diverts back out. So we deal with a lot of rain. If you're near the river, the St. Johns River goes through Jacksonville. So if you're near the river, you can get a lot of flooding. But yeah, other than that, we've been real lucky.
Nice. And what was the one thing you wanted to eat after you finished your 7-day fast? What was the one thing you wanted to eat?
Oh, Texas Roadhouse. I love Texas Roadhouse.
Game on
up there. I could only I had I had 2 rolls, so I couldn't even finish a basket of rolls. Which I mean, normally I'll go in there. I'll sit by myself at the bar. Listen, if you go from when they open to 5 p.m., they have the early dine-in special. You get a 6-ounce sirloin, 2 fresh, made from scratch sides, and I'll usually get either baked potato and butter and broccoli, or I'll switch up with mashed potatoes and broccoli. But yeah, $12.99. Get a 6-ounce sirloin, baked potato, broccoli, for all the rolls you want. All the people up there are real nice. I'm a big Texas Roadhouse fan.
Damn, I'm hungry now. All of a sudden.
But yeah, so
Same.
that's what I think about most when I'm thinking about getting something to eat.
That sounds fucking amazing. Coach Duggs, you got anything else you want to say to the faithful at Sports Card Radio?
Yeah, I appreciate everyone. Again, Thursday nights I'm watching football and I'm checking out with the chat, and everyone, like I said, I mean, I'm on the lucky side of the internet where I tend not to get too much criticism or negativity, but it's fun to dive into the mud from here and there, and I enjoy the chat, and I enjoy everyone's time. Thanks for letting me join.
Dude, appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
Don't be a stranger.
Coach.
He said he went 40-day fast, Colin.
Bro, I mean
40 days.
I've done.
I can go 4 hours, and I can go 4 hours, and I'm ready for a pizza.
I did 3 days.
3 days.
Damn, 3 days is a lot.
I think if you're on your own and you're busy, it's not difficult, but it's like when you got a family and you got to sit down and
it's hard.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
tough.
true too.
It's tough. I can do when my kids are at school. I mean, I go to 11 every day, but I like to try to push it to like 2 or 3. But it's tough sometimes. If you're not busy, then it's easy. Go to about 2.
I go to 2 every day.
I probably should do that a little more often.
That's a challenge. Damn.
I've been doing that for since 2016 or ish, 17.
There's a lot of benefits after a certain period of time on the fast, other than weight and those types of things. There's you start burning different types of energy. I've noticed that my focus and my work ethic is a lot higher when I'm consistent on the fast. You may not lose weight, but you can certainly maintain a weight. But I just noticed like my energy level and my focus level is much higher when I'm on a fast. There's other metabolic benefits that I'm not going to pretend to understand, but there's plenty of YouTube videos where after 16 hours, this happens. After 18 hours, this starts happening. 24 hours, these types of things start happening. So if you can kind of consistently do it, or incorporate it every once in a while in your life, it's probably not the worst thing to attempt. And I follow Mr. Doug's on Twitter, along with Porno Dan and Digital Kel.
Damn right. Yeah, that's really interesting. Yes, man. I saw when he did 7 days. I thought he was playing. I was like, nah, he's not playing. Like, oh shit, he really didn't eat for 7 days.
I see it when he goes to Texas Roadhouse. I think I had Texas Roadhouse last night. It is really for the money. I mean, is it fucking Gallagher's or is it Fleming's? No, but the rolls are fantastic. My kids like it.
You're not going to 6 ounce for $12.99 at Gallagher's or Mastro's. Like, come on.
No. But even I don't get to make it in. I don't make it in for the special like he was talking about. But even like last night, I think my whole family ate for like after tip, even like $50. Just not. My sons are kind of splitting a plate, so that's part of it. But you get all the rolls and the Tesla charger station right across the street. It's a good time.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy
Good
call.
memories there. And then my kid, they have the little key, the little tablet. It's almost like a little tablet at the table, and there's games on there. Can you guess what game my son likes to play?
Grand Theft Auto.
No, well, similar. He likes to play the slots. There's like a slot machine.
There we go. Teach him early.
To play in the
Teach
slots.
him early.
And when you win in the slots, they have a bonus side bet where you can pick red or black on a card flip, and you either double your money or you lose. And he always does the coin flip, so he has a big gain, and then he picks red or black. He tries to double it. So
They need that in Vegas. Boy, I wish they had that.
Not good.
God, man.
We've ran it up huge there sometimes. Sometimes we run it up huge.
Damn, I need that.
Don't. If
memories.
anything, teach him poker. Don't let him do that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I think he'll have
At least
the discipline that I have. Like, I can go to Vegas and gamble, but I'm not going to go. Like even with Cblez's algorithm, you're not going to see me bet a ton of money.
But poker's a game of skill, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So,
it's a game of skill, but it's a very long grind.
better than slots.
But I mean, the slots is like a hot and fast woman. The poker is like getting married. There's advantages and disadvantages to both.
Man.
Ryan, you know all about hot and fast women,
Lose
right?
money in slots.
I know all about hot and fast women. That's for damn
You
sure.
do.
When you dating girls 15 years younger than you, yeah, you going hot and fast.
It's going hot and fast. Is it tight
They
too? or-
hot and fast. Oh
or is
man,
there-
that girl was so hot. Yeah, I mean, why would I waste my time if fucking she wasn't hot as shit? So,
I said tight.
oh yeah, it was all amazing. Trust me, I'll see that one again, so I'm not too worried about it. But
Ryan
Okay.
Phillips said he would be a beta for Kim Wilson. Would you be a white beta for Harris for Miss Kim Wilson?
I mean, she is
Or is-
attractive, but
Right. Or is the fact that she's married to Jeff kind of like lowers, like, you know what I mean? Like if she was single and you didn't know, like she wasn't ever married, would her hotness be hotter? But since she's married to Jeff and what you know about Jeff, does it like lower her?
like a red
From-
flag.
Yeah. It's like yeah. Or Ryan, let's just say Jeff was in one of these relationships where his married wife goes out and date. Would you date Kim in that scenario?
Of course, I'd always provide a helping hand. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how old she is, but for her age, she's attractive for sure. But we were in Lodi today. We probably saw a number of women.
If she's gonna take care of me like she takes care of Jeff, I'm down.
Yeah, maybe that's her best attribute.
I mean, I heard that she sold the social news desk, S&D, right here for $20 million to this Graham Holdings company, this GHC. It was like a real thing.
It's a good
in
hit.
2015. I mean, in 20 million today is 20 million, but in 2015, 20 million was $20 fucking million.
Yeah. No doubt about that.
It's pre-stimmy.
Pre-stimmy, and this is enough money to where if you had a husband and you threw him several $1 million, he could have some fun with that, and nobody would really even notice.
Yeah.
The first public company, the first former CEO, and then she worked at Social News Desk after she sold it for 20 mil. This is the one. I want to make a point here. Motherfuckers always talk about Jeff Wilson and he's a successful and he's done this. And we heard it every which way to Sunday. Guys, you don't understand business. Jeff, this is literally the only proof that we've seen of how Jeff has made his money. Period. End of story. A 352 marketing or some shit, or let's see, the 3 Ben & Jerry's he owned. The card shop he owns 3% of, the fucking look, I could tell you how much Jeff makes on his YouTube channel. Here's a video with 93,000 views that we made. How much did we make on it, Colin? Did we figure that out?
Nothing.
It's like $400 on it.
Yeah,
on the video.
Not much.
So when Jeff gets 100,000 views on a video, he made $400. You think anybody's paying any bills off that? This is literally the 20 million. This is literally could explain everything about Jeff. Now, I know we don't know anything about business, and Jeff is some tech investor from the fucking South somehow, even though we live literally an hour away from the tech capital of the world. But Jeff is somehow a tech investor in Atlanta, Georgia, and we don't understand business. And Colin, you've been studying the stock market for however many years, but you don't understand any type of business. I could sit here and tell anybody how to make fucking $500 today selling tickets, but we don't know anything about business. But
should I bring up my sold inventory?
You should.
I'll give you a total.
Please give us a total. This explains how Jeff has sat around and played with baseball cards the last few years and not made any money. His YouTube channel doesn't make Sports Card Investor YouTube channel doesn't make any money, guys. It's all subsidized through somebody or something. Because here's a video that got 93,000 views and it made $400. Jeff's videos aren't different. Jeff doesn't get 93,000 views and make 4,000. Okay, no. It doesn't work that way.
He makes less because he's got a videographer, an editor, a sound guy.
When you have 20 employees and you make $400 on a 90,000 view video, do you really make any money?
You ain't making shit.
But again, we don't understand business. We don't understand shit.
That's another reason why we're not making a lot of videos. First of all, I have like other videos that I'd rather make, and I do make. You know what I mean? Like, so that's one reason why I don't really do it. I could
spend 5 minutes clicking refresh on one of these ticket websites and make 10x more than the stupid video.
Well, to give you an example, Ryan, just today, and mind you, I did have to drive and I did not have the autopilot on and refresh to the computer the entire time. I picked up and dropped my kids off at school. We also went to the country club after school.
Oh, okay.
So I fulfilled my fatherly duties today.
You did.
And
you started here at 5:30.
And actually I went here at 5:30 and I went all the way. Really, probably the where I missed the most amount of money is driving all the way to Lodi, California and back. But I still managed, Ryan. Here we go. $1,768 in sales. Now that's just
That's good.
sales. My
But
cost
your
on that
margin's
was
like 40%. Yeah.
it was close. My cost was $1,246.87. That is a 29.5% margin, $521
There you
in
go.
a
That's a
less
huge
than
margin.
about a 12-hour period of time.
Huge margin. So you made like a 40. Yeah. And so you know what I would used to do? I would used to get up at 3 a.m. so that I would catch the East Coast
Yeah.
games. And I did
Right.
that for years upon years upon years. So people wonder why I can sit in $1 million house and a car that's paid for and not do anything and play with baseball cards. Well, because I was getting up at 3 a.m. selling Florida fucking tickets for 5 years.
Kind of like
Until
maybe
COVID.
Cblez with the algo. He's gonna bust Vegas with the algo, and then he's gonna be able to just sit around and break
Sit around and not
cards.
do shit.
Maybe like Jeff too. His wife just busted the algo, hit the 20 million, and now Jeff gets
Hit
to
the
play
20
with
mil.
baseball cards and act like he's a tech investor from Atlanta.
That's
It's
actually
beautiful.
what I think the Jeff Wilson story is. And I'm not making fun of him. I'm just, a lot of people want to pretend that Jeff Wilson is some rich investor and he's done all these things. It's
Successful.
like, no, he really hasn't, guys.
No, he really
He
hasn't.
really hasn't.
And no one's
Sorry.
proved anything otherwise.
Well, and his YouTube channel is just subsidized by something else because he's not making any money on the YouTube channel.
No.
So enjoy the videos while you can.
That's why he had to open up a card shop, is because the app didn't make any money. The YouTube didn't make any money. Traveling to the card shows doesn't make any money. And so now it's the card shop.
It's the card shop. Right. Well, Dibs and Slab Strong and all his other investments.
Right.
Star Stock or whatever else he's been involved with. Remember, it was Dibs.io was the only enterprise infrastructure for asset-backed NFTs. This looks like a great investment, doesn't it?
I don't even know what that is. Ryan, stop chasing the hits, chase the tits. I think you probably do that.
I do that on a daily basis. Yeah.
Do that. We going to Jab's wedding? We going to Jab's wedding? Are we invited? Should we go to Jab's wedding?
We should.
Is it in Africa?
Is he getting married? Is he getting married?
I say that.
Wow, you said that out loud. Wow. Jesus, you said that out loud.
Is that appropriate?
I don't know if you can say that these days, but we'll let it slide. So wait, are we going to Jab's wedding?
I don't know. Depends on where it is. Is this?
If it was right at, this looks like a country club. We got golf carts right here. Should we go here?
It's like Ken Golden's backyard.
It's Kenny's backyard.
Kind of looks like it's his little setup.
I know.
Is that disrespectful to Ken, or is this good enough?
No, I'd live right here. Sign me up. I'll take that house. Yeah, let's go.
How are we going to make Christine sign all the flip-flops and do nothing with them? Well, I don't like to make excuses, so I'll take full responsibility for them not being up. So that's all I'll say. CHK, hey guys, good news. I got a message of a friend of mine on Whatnot, was on the same break as me, and he recorded the break that I was in. I'm going to try to get all those hits and do everything I can. Was this the guy? Was this what we were talking about today with the Shill bidding, or is this different? I get lost in the Whatnot scams because there seems to be a new one.
Dude, we get these emails and it's literally like, it's like fucking 5 paragraphs, no spacing, no paragraphs, no punctuation. And I literally try to read it and I'm just like,
hey, we should get the homies some Chat GPT subscriptions. Maybe Chat GPT could toss our subscribers. It'd be a hot product probably.
I swear to God, somebody sent us one the other day and it was like, they sent us screenshots of text messages they had with the breaker. They sent us all this communication they had. And literally I could not figure it out. I couldn't figure it out.
It's too exotic.
I was like, fuck. And at some point, with the no paragraphs, no punctuation, no sentence break, no nothing. It's like, it's hard. It's hard to digest.
Rough. That is rough. Ryan, Foul Ball has a storage shed full of cards. He might need your professional help.
Get a Ricoh scanner, especially if they're somewhat decent. If it's all 1989 scrap, then yeah,
Maybe he doesn't want to do that. Maybe he just wants to sell them to you.
Oh well, yeah, sell them to me. Yeah, let me know how much you got and how much you want for them. 10 cents, 5 cents a card, 2 cents a card, penny a card.
We can
What
get
do you
in the
want for
truck,
them?
go pick them up.
We'll go get them. I'll take them.
One way Utah back or one way U-Haul back to California is cheap because they all leaving.
Oh,
So
we go to
can get-
U-Ship. No, we just go to U-Ship
Oh,
and get somebody
okay.
to ship them out.
Get
Yeah.
somebody
I
to
ain't,
do it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Fuck the U-Haul.
All right.
Yeah, we get somebody else.
It depends on where it is. If it's like, Scottsdale, Arizona, I mean, you might want to fly in and
Fair point.
stop and see Cblez and Algo and
yeah,
whoever else is. Sarah, I think, is in the Nevada area. And
is she? Wow. Okay.
So,
man, God damn, we need to. Our boy Shine can pick us up. And we get him all up in one day.
Oh, there we go. Never mind. Yep. Never mind. Shine. David Snyder, Tim, do you have a pet peeve?
People who drive slow in the left lane.
I agree.
Frequent thing. Favorite music album?
Not really. I like System of a Down.
Do you prefer digital or analog?
I guess, is that for music or what? I don't know.
I'm assuming that's for music.
Yeah, I use Spotify, so digital.
Okay, I'd assume that's digital. If Jeff sold cards on an airplane, would his tax burden be revolutionary? Yeah, maybe Ryan.
Oh, that's a good point.
Maybe isn't like if you're out in the middle of the ocean or something, that since there's no like you can gamble on a cruise ship, like whatever, 30 miles offshore because the laws don't apply or something. Maybe that's why Jeff is opening cards in an airplane, because whatever, 25,000 feet above the United States, all of a sudden tax law doesn't apply.
That there's something to that.
He's revolutionizing the tax industry.
When's the last time Dibs has posted on social media?
Probably in
over and under a year ago. Yeah, it looks like over a year on Instagram. Over a year on Instagram. So
okay, well, that's.
You think these 12,000 followers are real or fake?
Really well, fake. One's fake. Jeff. Jason Moran. He's very vocal. At least he gave us $5.
Damn right.
He's had 6 53 57 tops Bowman PSA 7 mantles at a 300 table show and couldn't sell any of them unless I was willing to go 60% comp. Hobby is a joke. Think that's true? I mean, 53 mantles. 53
I mean, yeah, you could bring vintage to a card show and it could be crickets depending where you're at. Yeah, totally. Like that could totally happen. Because I've sometimes have vintage out Willie Mays shit, and people just look at it and like, that's a 3 or a 4, and they just, if it doesn't say 10 and it ain't shiny, like people don't give a fuck. If it ain't a Kaboomy or a
downtown
better, you got better odds selling an oversized downtown than a fucking Mickey Mouse.
Oh yeah, that's no doubt. Thank you, Jason. 231 Cards, who made an appearance with the $4.99 vote Trump 2024. We'll have that opportunity to do that if you haven't already. I don't care who you vote.
Sports Card Radio.
Vote on Sports Card Radio. I don't care who you vote for. Just get out and vote this year. If men get out and vote and are not beta males, we all know who the president will be. If a bunch of beta males stay at home and alpha males stay at home, you can guess who's going to be president. Men will decide this election. If you get out and vote, Trump will win. If you stay at home like a fucking loser, then you're going to be stuck with the consequences. Jason Moran, $2. All this coming from a guy who invested in Franz Wagner. Well, hey, Franz might be more liquid at a card show, Jason. Just letting you know.
Mickey, yeah, no shit.
He might be more liquid than Mickey.
He had 23 the other night.
I mean, he's good. It's just there's no heat in the NBA anymore. Like nobody cares.
Yeah.
Like the thing is like the hobby has like such a such a narrow attention span. They can focus on Wemby, and that's it. That's it. Maybe a little bit. Who's the kid in Minnesota? What's his name?
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah,
and
maybe a little spike there. Okay. But everybody else, nobody gives a fuck about.
Yep.
I don't know. Nobody's watching the games. I mean, look at fucking Aaron Judge. I mean, motherfucker's Hall of Fame. Nobody cares. Literally, nobody cares.
Going down. His cards are literally going down.
They're going down, and he's in the World Series.
There should be a content creator tomorrow that does a video, be like, "Oh yeah, Aaron Judge cards are actually going down." Oh.
Right.
Shit. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
It's probably not a good thing.
Only thing that sells is hype. Once your hype runs out. Look at this card. Look, Colin, remember this card?
Yeah.
Remember when everybody was telling us that the star Michael Jordan was Colin, what has happened to the price? Oh, this card was $47,000 last month, and then now it's 30.
That's
Colin, this is the same price. Remember, this is supposed to be the hottest card. Colin, it's less than its 2022 price. Here's one that sold for $34,000 in July of 2022, so over 2 years ago. And today, one sold for less, Colin.
Ryan. Hey, and here's the deal. Here's the deal, Ryan. The price of gold. The price of gold. Is it closer to a record? Yeah, right. The price of Bitcoin. Price of
2021. 2021, the card sold for
home values.
More.
So it's not that asset values have declined. In fact, you look across almost every asset class, the price has actually increased. Homes, real estate, gold, silver, Bitcoin, tech stocks, blue chip stocks, fucking AT&T hit a 52-week high. AT&T, like nobody gives a fuck about AT&T unless you're like 90. So this shit is in the shitter. And I think, Ryan, the reason for it is everybody's chasing this new stuff. And you can't afford to hold a Jordan for $30K when $30K of breaks are about to break every other night on Whatnot. It's just sucking all the money out of the hobby.
Remember, this was all people were talking about a couple of months ago. Was this stupid fucking card? And Jeff made his mythical unrealized gain on the PSA 8. Now it's basically the same price as it was literally 3 years ago.
I mean, I made
even if you came in here and bought this one for 19, like, are you in 4 years you made
nothing?
Maybe a few grand after fees.
Well, no, I mean, hold on. Fees and taxes is something Jeff avoids.
Just avoids.
Yeah,
but so is this, Colin? Imagine if you just kept spending $20,000 on tickets, how much money you would have made.
Oh my God, I've done that. I've done that this year.
How does a BGS 8 sell for $34,000 in 2021? Then all this hype and all this bullshit and and one sold for less today. So I hope all the content creators, all the guys who are all the esteemed experts in this hobby can make a video and explain it to me and send me a fucking link and I'll watch it.
I think it's Ryan. I think it's as simple as like a hobby liquidity thing. That all this money got rushed in the hobby. Yes, the prices of some cards still have remained elevated. The price of a lot of modern card unopened wax is certainly higher. But there's a lack of like new liquidity coming in.
No new money.
No new money. I mean, that's ultimately what drives up price, right? You have a lack of sellers and you have an influx or a surge in demand of buyers. So there's more buyers than sellers. And that's what helps drive up the price. We're seeing that in the price. I mean, Ryan, there's an endless amount of fucking, I mean, there's a finite amount of gold, but a lot of it is above ground and it's been mined. And gold is not like an incredibly rare commodity. But yet here it is at an all-time high. Yet sports cards have taken a shit and have not bounced back.
I just don't get how people, like, literally there were videos with, this as the subject. And this fucking card is the same price as it was in 2021 or less, actually. Literally less.
I would watch these programs. I remember there were people that would call in. There was one caller I remember. He actually has called into this program before. He got on and praised Jeff Wilson, praised this card, praised how this is the rookie. This is it. Talk shit on AIH Sports. Talk shit on Dan the Card Man. Talk shit on Sports Card Radio. Oh, but Jeff Wilson is learning.
Oh, of course.
And he has this card. And he was right.
He was right, I guess.
He was right for about a minute, guys. About as long as you guys would last if Sarah would come over and break a Mercury box with you. Well, I wasn't going to go that far.
I love how these two sold on the same day, quote unquote, for 40,000, and then it's never going to sniff 40,000 in probably another fucking 5 years.
No way.
It's going to be 5 years before this fucker sells for 40 racks again. And wait till a PSA 8 sells. The guys who have the PSA 8s, they're smart enough not to fucking sell it because they know what the fuck would happen to the price. Here's Jeff's. Here's the one Jeff said he made money on.
That's why these guys have to they are like so quick to pump this shit because they know that the window to actually sell it and get out of it is so. It's not like your house, right? Where you could like list your house, you might get 2 offers before it even hits the market. Whereas this shit, it's like they get a window of like an hour to sell this card.
It wouldn't even sell for more than this one that sold in March of 2021.
No way.
You put an 8 up and it's not even going to sell for 158.
No, it won't even sniff 100. I don't even think it sniffs 100. I think we're under 100 on that card again.
You're right. You're probably right.
There's no incremental buyer in this hobby. Because the Diamondbacks owner already has one of these cards, or he has a 10.
It would take the Diamondbacks owner to get involved with this shit to move these prices. It's either manipulation or somebody super rich that could move these prices, or new money. The Star 84. Everybody who did a fucking video about this should fucking be ashamed of themselves.
No, you should do a video tomorrow. I mean, if that fires you up,
that's actually what I should do, and cut up all the highlight tapes of all. Well, it's fucking better than the 86, 87, and then
you wouldn't even have to say anything.
Exactly. Wouldn't even have to show my face. Those are the videos I want to make. Are the ones where I don't even show my fucking face.
We need like just a cheap intern. Some hot intern, we'd be like, can you make this video for us?
Yeah. Get me all the clips of these dorks talking about the 86 and how, guys, we should know it's the iconic card. And, it's been slept on. Colin, it's been slept on.
Slept on.
In 2021, it sold for 150, but it's been fucking slept on.
Slept on.
Fucking idiots.
Slept
and Jeff was like, guys, I made 144,000 on this card that I don't even fucking own.
People like praised him for that too. Oh my God.
Well, I'm sure people were like, I bet Sports Card Radio won't mention his big win. Fucking idiot. His big win was his wife sold her company for 20 million stacks, guys.
That's it.
But go listen to one of these other dorks tell you about Michael Jackson and Diana Ross or whatever the fuck they're else chirping about. Or chirping about a card they own. My guess is most of the people who are pumping Star, they probably had a 4 or some fucking undergraded shit. They were just hoping to make a fucking couple racks. Hope you guys sold your stupid fucking card because MJ is going to have to die for this shit to go back up. Fucking morons. You'll be pumping the 86, 87 here in a minute. Like it'll actually flip back to the 86, 87. Like, oh, the 86, 87 Fleer was being slept on. This stupid fucking hobby. I swear to fucking God. Bunch of fucking idiots.
Stupid hobby. Here we are in our 6th hour. It's now 11:39 Pacific time. It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast.
Well, I'm single now. I don't got anything to do, so fucking don't blame me.
I don't have a lot to do either. I do have stuff to do tomorrow, but I think it's a slightly lighter schedule than normal. And you do have a card show. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the card show, but
I'm excited about this. Yeah, San Ramon. There's a Shake Shack nearby. There's a bunch of fucking MILFs in this area, so I'm excited about that.
That's fantastic.
And this is honestly, I think I went to this card show and I fucking, oh my God, I cleaned up. There was like some rookie dealers and some people who didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and it was just easy money. So I'm excited about this.
Well, if I have like a family thing, but it's possible that we can't make it. So if we can't make it, then I'll put the Tesla in auto drive and hit and refresh on the
just come on up
on the things and try to make a couple hundy. I don't know though. The thing is, I could literally sit on my couch and probably make $500. So
that's the rub. Is trust me, if I could literally, because you were like, oh, you weren't even thinking about Laker tickets. I was like, God damn, I could literally give you like 20 teams right now.
It's like, you know this. You get on 4 or 5 games. And then you don't even really, after that, it's like you don't even really expand. But I do need to keep expanding because I think I can, because I have such good credit that I can expand my credit to a
look at this shit. You don't even need credit. You could literally sell it and then go buy it.
Oh yeah. And I've got good terms with Vivid. They gave me really good terms. They're paying me out. They're paying me out within 5 days, no matter when the event was. So normally they wait until after the event, but because it's like a large seller.
That's a COVID thing. That's a COVID thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're paying. StubHub isn't doing it, but Vivid is basically paying me out 5 days. I can probably negotiate with StubHub too to get paid out faster, but I don't sell a lot of stuff in advance, so I don't really have a cash flow problem.
You want to know how you can lose a lot of money selling tickets? I'll tell you a story. I think I probably told this story, but there's this guy. I knew a guy who sold tickets at UOP. So this guy came in and bought like a whole section at UOP season tickets so that he could get you get the Gonzaga game and then you get the tournament. You get tournament tickets. So he bought a whole section at UOP. Then he bought advertising. He spent $50,000 for these banners and all this stupid shit, right? Just to get NCAA tournament tickets because he knew he could clean up, right? And it seems pretty obvious. Fuck, just buy all these tickets. Wait. NCAA tournament happens. All the Gonzaga people want to go to the game. Gonzaga's ranked number 1. Boom, easy money, right? Until the government cancels games because of COVID, and then he literally was out every single fucking dime.
That's brutal. Yeah. So I wouldn't really go forward, super hard in it. You can make a lot of money just, week to week.
Don't try to zoom out 4 months and be like, oh, Taylor Swift is coming and this, no,
just Taylor Swift could decide not to tour anymore, and just cancel her tour. And I mean, then you get your money back, but it's like, COVID was kind of a weird thing. But I wouldn't go big on one team either. Like I don't see the need in that.
Yeah, I know some people lost their ass. So not that anybody should feel sorry for ticket scalpers, and nobody was going to feel sorry for ticket scalpers, but it was literally the one job that got crushed during COVID.
That's true. Yeah.
Like it was literally the one thing where you didn't make as much money as you did before.
I mean, I guess if you were like a restaurant worker and you were doing tips, you got crushed too.
Your restaurant was likely still open, and your orders weren't thrived because of DoorDash.
Like if you're a bartender, You know what I mean? Like a bartender. Friday night didn't exist anymore, at least in California. Other parts of the country,
True.
maybe it bounced back sooner, but out here in California, like if you were a bartender at a hot bar and you
You're
were
fucked.
only working 2 nights a week, you were fucked.
You were fucked. Yeah, you were fucked. Any entertainment, hospitality, those type of things got fucked. And the government gave a bunch of money to Jeff, but here we are. I'm not bitter about it at all. Fucking piece of shit government. Jesus Christ.
Yankees or Dodgers, Ryan? Who do you got?
Neither team has a starter. I'd probably lean the Dodgers.
They have home field.
Just cause they feel like it's a vibes thing right now. And the Yankees, I feel like their lineup only goes maybe like 2 or 3 deep. You got Stanton, you got Judge, Soto. After you get through them, I mean, what do you really have? The Dodgers literally have the 2 best players in the league, Ohtani and Mookie Betts. So that's who I'd be betting on, but I don't know what the algorithm says. I think those 2 guys are the 2 best players in the whole fucking league, and they bat back to back on the same team. So I don't know when's the last time that has happened. Probably a Yankees team where you have the 2 best fucking players on the same team. Mookie Betts is one of my favorite players of fucking all time. And I say that as a Giants fan. So that's how good he is. He can play shortstop. He can play second. He can play all outfield positions. He could literally probably play every position. He could probably pitch too if they let his ass. That's why I'm never too impressed with what Ohtani does, because it's like, fuck it. If you let half the American players pitch, they would probably be doing the same fucking thing. Mookie Betts is almost as good as Ohtani. And so hopefully we get to see that in the playoffs and people watch these guys. I think it'll be great. I hope Judge hits some home runs. I just rooting for a good series. But if I were to bet, of course I'm going to watch it. If I were to bet, I would bet the Dodgers. But that's just a guess, because their lineup, the Dodgers lineup, might be a little deeper. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Yankees won. I'd be shocked if there was good pitching. That's probably be the only, if some motherfucker throws 8 innings of fucking 2-hit ball, it'd be like, nah, that's highly unlikely. $130,000 for this card tonight. Holy shit.
Wow.
Numbered 1 of 25. Hello. Is this
Wow.
the orange wave? Orange, just plain orange, or orange wave? Good lordy.
That's it.
God damn, that's a big one. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Ain't nothing wrong with fucking. What's the price on these? Have these gone down? Maybe these have gone down. Okay, no, it was 40. Now it's 130. So
No, 130. Well,
yeah.
That's where you could have made some money. Well, gentlemen, it is almost 12 o'clock here on the West Coast. I'm thinking, Ryan, maybe next week no show, only because it's Halloween. And I mean,
I
if
agree.
you guys want,
we could do a special day if you want. We could do a special day, but
okay, maybe a different day, because only, obviously
Wednesday.
Halloween.
Maybe think about Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday should be good. Yeah, Wednesday should work. Wednesday should be good. So by then we'll have some more Luka Doncic games to dissect. Some Victor Wembanyama. A lot of collectors better hope Victor Wembanyama doesn't twist his knee, break an ankle, anything like that. That would be tragic.
The Thunder are your favorites in the West. I think they're going to have to get the Mavericks are going to have a hard time getting through the Thunder, let alone anybody in the East. The Thunder,
we got long ways to go.
Long way to go.
A lot of roster moves that can be done things like that.
Long way to go. But you could look at these rosters though, and you can see it. You can just see who can score and who can't.
Yeah. It's amazing. There's just not that much talent in the NBA.
There really isn't.
Because I mean, when the Spurs have like nobody but one dude, that just shows you like the league has no talent.
I would be the best scorer on the Spurs right now.
It's sad.
This is an amazing team. I mean, this is 1 through 5. This is and they got Caruso. Oh my God, it's unbelievable. This team should make the finals, but we'll see. They got Caruso for Josh Giddey.
We're still here. We're still here, but I think we're signing off. At least I am. I got to go to bed. I got some shit I got to do on Friday. Guys, thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate the support, the super chats, the engagement, and even the haters. We do appreciate it. We'll be back likely next week, not on Thursdays, probably on a different day. Thursday happens to be Halloween, and so we'll probably be joining you a different day. And obviously, we got a big week coming up after that. Thank you all for tuning in. Just remember, Jeff Wilson is a tech investor from Atlanta, Georgia. Star 84 card was slept on. And that's about all I got.
Yeah.
We're out of here.
Peace. The fuck out. Oh, turn it up.
Up in the millions, like 2.3, but Jeff got it all, getting off scot-free. Try to talk tips like we talking about stuff, but you talking about men printed on cardstock. When you open your mouth, I take it with a grain of salt, 'cause the market's down and you're a clown, saw your fall. You ruined the hobby I love with your
Neighborhood cards uploading.
Jeff Wilson.
Damn right.
Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson. Did you dip G up? I think you did G up. What you talking about? I don't think you did yet. Well, you still shady shit like the gold bees.
There's the number 1 pick.
Whole fell thing with an NFT. Taking money from the people that pay. Most of them are broke, but that's okay. He's getting money, even better, tax-free. Loving all the stimulus from PPP.
10 on one of those.
You ruined the hobby I love with your
This was the one.
bullshit, Jeff
I got a 9 on that. That would have been big.
Jeff Wilson.
Ooh. Just 8.
What's going on with that PPP? You done a lot of talking, not a lot to see.
Card looked perfect. They gave me an 8.
Up in the millions, like 2.3, but Jeff got it all, getting off scot-free. Try to talk tips like we talking about stuff, but you talking about
Just 9 on the Magic.
printed on cardstock. When you open your mouth, I take it with
You say 9 for that?
Yeah. 7 on that.
That was like a 4.
I know. 10 on that.
Jordan.
70 bucks.
Jeff Wilson. You ruined the hobby I love with your bullshit, Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson.
This one's numbered to 500.
Did you dip
Came back at 9, it'd be like,
I think you did
huge.
G up. What you
That's it for
talking
me.
about? I don't think you did yet. Well,
Say 5.
He's getting money.
Perfect.
Just
We had
rub
two
it with
tenths.
juice.
Yeah, that's what I got to do.
Rub it with juice.
Rub it with juice. Did the music just cut off, or is that just me?
Yeah, we're cut off.
Okay.
All right, we're out of here.
It got cut.